Peter, Peter, it's time to get up. Well. Peter Parker woke up from his sleep, rubbed his face sleepily, and narrowed his eyes into a thin line. Someone seems to be calling me. Impossible, I obviously live alone. Peter's vision finally came into focus, and what he saw was the wisps of morning light filtering through the window screen, and a youthful and pretty face. The owner of the face had beautiful short blonde shoulder-length hair, and he was leaning forward to wake himself up. Seeing this face, Peter suddenly remembered that he had traveled through time. Just a few days ago, I traveled back in time to Peter Parker. Yes, that's Peter Parker, Spider-Man Peter Parker. When he discovered this fact, Peter was devastated. It's true that he likes Spider-Man very much, but that doesn't mean he wants to be Spider-Man. As a hero under the mask, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Spider-Man's fate is always tragic. Losing his parents, losing his Uncle Ben, losing his Aunt May, and losing his girlfriend, he has been losing something throughout his life. If he just became Spider-Man, although Peter would curse a lot on his lips, his body would probably still be honest and agree half-heartedly. Becoming a superhero and traveling through time to remain an ordinary person for the rest of his life. I believe many people will make the same choice as him. Besides, although he is Peter Parker, he is not the original Peter Parker. He could just pay homage by being a friendly neighbor for 2 days, and then turn into an ancestor spider. But what Peter didn't expect was that he was not even qualified to be Spider-Man. 2 days ago on TV, Peter saw that Spider-Man already existed in this world. This Spider-Man has a black and white color scheme and a white hood. It's Gwen Spider-Man. After coming back to his senses, Peter looked at the blonde girl in front of him who was waking him up. Hey. Gwen, why did you show up in my room so early in the morning? Peter, I let Gwen in. May outside the door Aunt's voice came in. I obviously locked it. Are you talking about the gadget I made with you? Sorry, I left a back door. Gwen said lightly. I will do it again another day. Peter swore, but his body was still obediently pulled up by Gwen. I'm going to change my clothes, he said. Gwen glanced at Peter with some contempt. It's the same as I haven't seen since I was a child. But she was finally willing to leave this time. Peter took off his pajamas, revealing his thin body underneath, and sighed. That's right, the one who became Spider-Man was the blonde girl just now, Gwen Stacy, his neighbor and childhood sweetheart. Peter didn't expect that even if he traveled through time and became Peter Parker, he would actually travel into Gwen's Spider-Man universe. As we all know, becoming Spider-Man always requires the death of relatives and friends, and Gwen Spider-Man is no exception. And Gwen's relative and friend is him, Peter Parker, in the near future. Even if he failed to become Spider-Man, he actually had to be sacrificed to the heavens by the beginning. This is really a big ups and downs. Peter changed his clothes and went out. Aunt May had already prepared breakfast, which was Swiss meatloaf. Uncle Ben and Gwen were sitting at the dining table, one eating, the other holding his chin and looking at Peter. Uncle Ben secretly told him that no one liked Aunt May's Swiss meatloaf, but he had eaten it for decades. Peter, today is the first day of school for your 12th grade. Gwen came here specifically to wake you up. You have to thank her. Uncle Ben said while eating meatloaf and reading the newspaper. Gwen winked at Peter, her cute look asking for credit was unabashed. Thank me. Of course the usually well-behaved Peter Parker couldn't resist. Peter sighed. Okay, thank you so much, Gwen. If you can, please don't do it again. After washing, he sat down and met Uncle Ben. Have breakfast together. Gwen never left, sitting at the dining table and waiting, saying a word or two from time to time. Everyone is used to it. Since Peter Parker's parents suddenly left, he and his aunt and uncle moved from Queens to an apartment on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. They met their neighbor George Stacy, who was just a senior police detective at the time, and he and Peter Parker's daughter, Gwen, the same age. Today, George is the chief of the New York City Police Department, and her daughter has grown up with Peter Parker as childhood sweethearts and has a very good relationship. They attend the same high school, Midtown Technical High School. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. After breakfast, the two finally went downstairs to go to school. Uncle Ben shouted from behind, Peter, did you bring your camera? Don't worry, you have it all with you. No matter where in the world Peter is, he is always good at photography, and he is no exception. Downstairs. Mr. George has been driving his car and waiting on the roadside for a long time. It's not too much for the police chief to drop by his daughter on his way to work at the police station, right? Seeing Peter and his daughter coming downstairs, George waved his hand and said, Come up, you two, you don't want to be late for the first day of school. Because they have been neighbors for many years, Peter Parker and George have already been familiar with each other, and they are already familiar with hitchhiking. Police car. George looked at the two children sitting in the back seat, started the car and started on the road. For neighbor Ben's nephew Peter Parker, he almost grew up watching him, like another son. Peter has a good relationship with his daughter, but George is relieved that, although this child who lost his parents since childhood is a little introverted, he is smart and kind enough. It's the lesser of two evils. Since my daughter will be raped by someone else sooner or later, it's better to leave it to Peter, who knows everything. Thinking in his mind, George looked at the road and said, Gwen, how do you feel about going to Osborne Industrial for an internship during the summer? It's very interesting, it opened my eyes. It's a pity that if Peter had fought for it, he would have had the opportunity. This was what happened before Peter traveled through time. As an elite high school, Zhongcheng High School has the ability and connections to recommend outstanding students to intern at large companies during the holidays. Gwen and Peter Parker, who are ranked first and second in school, are naturally strong contenders for this opportunity. This episode is a bit like the plot of The Amazing Spider. It is worth mentioning that Peter also saw the Playboy Tony Stark on TV these days. Then the situation is much more complicated. Gwen Spider, Super Spider, and the suspected MCU movie universe, this world is simply a hodgepodge. This kept Peter's mind a little confused. As for the intern spot, Peter Parker did reject it at the time. The reason is, because if I fight for it, Gwen might lose. Peter replied. This is indeed what he was thinking at the time. Wait a minute, you mean I can't compete with you? Gwen, who had a strong self-esteem, suddenly felt like a cat with exploded fur. Miss Gwen, maybe you should hear the word maybe in my words clearly. Peter sighed. Maybe he should learn how to pet a cat. No, should he pet a spider now? Hiss. This XP. George, who was driving in the front seat, suddenly smiled, attracting the attention of the two people who were arguing. Peter, you seem to be a lot more cheerful these past 2 days. If it were the previous Peter Parker, it would be impossible to say these words. Peter was stunned. Was his behavior after time travel different from before? Ordinary people may not know it, but people close to them will definitely notice it quickly. Peter was thinking about whether he should be more careful next, and then he heard George continue. That's good. Boys should always be cheerful. Peter. He breathed a sigh of relief. Can he finish the words at once? The three soon arrived at Midtown High School. Saying goodbye to George, Peter and Gwen walked into school side by side. Gwen's top grades and outstanding looks attracted a lot of attention along the way. Coupled with her father, a city police officer, her popularity in school has always been very high. As for Peter, although his grades are also very good, because of his personality, he has always been a little transparent and a doormat in school. Today is the first day of the school season, and it is very lively, surrounded by students who have also entered the school. However, it seemed to be a bit too lively, as the students in front of them who were up to no good formed a group and were making noises. Then, Peter's sight came out of the window. A crime in progress has been detected. The target has been locked for you. In Peter's sight, a yellow triangle exclamation mark that only he could see appeared above the booing crowd. Like the game UI, at the same time, after focusing on it, this text popped up. A bad school bullying is happening in front of you, how do you deal with it? Peter was not panicked by this sudden change. Isn't it just Goldfinger? He has traveled through time. What's so rare and weird? This also made him feel relieved. It would be nice to have the matching golden finger, but he didn't know what the function of this golden finger was. He quickly stepped forward, squeezed into the crowd, and saw Flash Thompson, the classic character in Spider-Man comic movies. He has short blonde hair and a strong body, typical of an American high school bully. In almost every Spider-Man movie, he bullies Peter Parker at the beginning, and the original version is no exception. On the first day of school, Lightning began to bully other students. The target of the bullying was a bespectacled, thin, and introverted student who, well, looked just like Peter now. But no one around him stood up, instead they were all booing. The person being bullied is also Peter's classmate, his name is Gordon. Lightning Thompson also noticed Peter's entry at this time. He picked up Gordon with one hand and said, "Hey, isn't this Peter? Come on, take a picture for me." Peter did not respond immediately, but was thinking follow the system prompts. The system asked him how to deal with it. In other words, he is free, even if he wants to join the Lightning to bully Gordon, doesn't it matter? After all, he is not the original Peter Parker, a bad guy who helps others unconditionally. However, as soon as this thought passed by, Peter suppressed it in his heart. Just kidding, the current friendly neighbor Spider-Man is around. Doesn't he think he doesn't live long enough to bully others? Although Spider-Man doesn't kill anyone either. No, I won't take pictures of this kind of thing. Put him down,
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Lightning. Peter refused and chose the safest way to deal with it. At the same time, he also said to the bullied Gordon, "Gordon, get up too, don't let him chase you away." Unfortunately, Gordon didn't respond at all. Instead, Lightning refused to give up. "Come on, take a picture, Peter." Peter refused and said, "No, put him down. You take a picture." Lightning ignored him and continued to bully, while Gordon continued to let others have fun. Peter was really angry now, not with Lightning, but with Gordon for being cowardly. But for the task given by the system, he still shouted loudly to stop him, "Put him down, Lightning." His outburst caught everyone watching the show unexpectedly, and they stopped cheering. Lightning was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't know why Peter was so crazy today that he had the courage to scold him. Throwing the thin Gordon aside, Lightning turned towards Peter and bullied him with his tall body. "Okay, Peter, you pissed me off." He glared, staring at Peter closely, a little disappointed. Peter's eyes actually lost the usual flinch, and instead looked at him without any sign of weakness. This made Lightning even more angry, feeling that his dignity had been seriously challenged. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. "Are you kidding? You're just a cowardly mouse," Lightning said angrily, raising his fist to smash it down. Fortunately, at the last moment, Gwen stood up and stood between the two of them. "Lightning, what are you going to do?" Lightning's fist stopped abruptly and did not hit. "Gwen? Get out of the way." Lightning's fist was raised in the air. It would not hit him, nor would he let go. "No, if you have the guts to just smash your fist down and try it." Gwen stood in front of Peter without fear and threatened directly. However, unlike Peter, Gwen didn't dare not listen to Gwen's threats. Gwen is good-looking, top-notch in studies, quite popular in school, and most importantly, she has a father who is a police officer. If Lightning dares to smash his fist down now, I guarantee that he will have to go to the police station even before he is released from school today. Moreover, even if he really loses his mind and punches out, Gwen, who has now become Spider-Man, will not be weak. It is just a reenactment of the plot of 2 generations of Spider-Man punching the school bully in the face. Lightning could only retract his hand angrily. "Damn it, Peter, if you have the guts, don't hide behind women." Peter replied without any sign of weakness, "My seat is not for you." Lightning. The farce was somewhat anticlimactic, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Peter breathed a sigh of relief, and before he could thank Gwen, he saw Gwen turn around with a serious face. "Peter. Why do you want to provoke Lightning for nothing? Do you know how dangerous it was just now?" Peter was a little resentful. "It's because of you." "Really?" He was actually a little frightened just now. After all, no matter what, the physical gap between him and Lightning existed objectively. Once that fist hit, he would probably make Lightning beg him not to die. Strength, still needs strength, he is too weak now. If Gwen hadn't been there, he would have given up on the mission. "Thank you for having me this time. What if I'm not by your side?" Gwen was rarely stern and aggressive, but Peter knew that she was caring about him. Peter was thinking about how to respond, and suddenly he had an idea and said, "Because, I want to help them." Gwen was stunned. Peter smiled at Gwen and said, "Gwen, you know, I was just like Gordon, weak. They didn't dare to resist in the face of Lightning. Until I saw the ghost spider on TV 2 days ago. Or Spider-Man. She is unique. She has the same power as Lightning and the others, but she uses these powers to help others, which makes me feel deeply inspired." Peter looked at the palm of his hand. "I was wondering if I could help other people too? Even if it's very trivial." "Peter, what are you talking about? Such words are too embarrassing." Gwen was struck by Peter. This unintentional straight hit made him blush. Because she is Spider-Man. This happened during a summer internship at Osborne Industries some time ago. That day, she accidentally entered a laboratory full of spiders and was accidentally bitten by one. In a panic, she hurriedly left there. When she woke up, she found that she seemed to have extraordinary abilities. She tried to use these abilities to travel through the buildings and streets to do justice. At first, it was just because she wanted to test her abilities and have fun. Of course, it was also related to the fact that her father, the police chief, gave her the correct education since she was a child. She didn't expect that these actions of hers could actually affect other people, and this person was still her childhood friend. Gwen felt a little shy, feeling that she was not as noble as Peter said. At the same time, the thoughts of fun and teasing arise. "Look, Peter, the Spider-Man you admire is right in front of you. Seeing Gwen squirming for a while, Peter knew that this wave was stable. Sure enough, Gwen just said calmly, "Don't be so impulsive next time." Peter breathed a sigh of relief and finally had time to check his system. "I saw a window pop up in my sight. You showed your unique kindness and successfully protected your classmates who were bullied. But, are you the same on the outside as you are on the outside?" Career choice. Career 1, Superhero. Career 2, Supervillain. Determining the career will affect subsequent tasks, rewards, and routes. Peter didn't expect that the system would suddenly pop up this sentence. What does it mean? What is whether the inside is the same as the outside? You look down on people, don't you? He was about to choose superhero without saying a word, but he stopped before he was sure. He suddenly thought of Spider-Man, the masked hero who had always carried out the principle that with great power comes great responsibility throughout his life. He protected the community and New York, but the price was that his life was shattered. Relatives, lovers, and career have all gone nowhere. He is almost middle-aged and cannot even afford Aunt May's medical bills. Even the other extreme, Tony Stark, ended up snapping his fingers. But its influence was quickly devoured after death. The career he left behind has also become a feast for careerists. Am I really ready to take on the title of hero? Peter asked himself. Amid this hesitation, time also came when school was over at sunset. What's wrong, Peter? You seem to have something on your mind. Gwen said casually. After being hit by Peter's straight ball in the morning, although she looked calm on the outside, her heart was racing, and she even rarely became distracted even in class. Without him, this feeling of being admired and attracted by Fosia was really the first time in her life, and it made her feel a little dizzy. In her mind, this was the first time she saw Peter showing such emotion. Most of the time, Peter was like a boring gourd, although he was pretty good. In her heart, she was already thinking about how to take the opportunity to guide Peter to say more about admiring Spider-Man, so that he could become a Black history in the future. Inevitably, she paid more attention to Peter, and soon discovered that Peter absent-minded. Nothing. Peter shook his head and was about to excuse himself when he suddenly froze for a moment and said instead, "Gwen, can you come with me?" Huh? Gwen held the book in her arms and tilted her head. "Of course. No problem." Peter led Gwen to the sports equipment room, which was in a remote location and rarely visited. However, in his sight, 3 yellow exclamation marks were clearly marking this place. "Stop, ignore, join in, how are you going to deal with it?" Gwen was originally wondering what Peter wanted to do by suddenly taking her further and further away. Until she came to the equipment room and heard the noise inside, her expression changed. She quickly opened the door, and then she was stunned. People in the equipment room were also startled by the sudden opening of the door, and when they turned around, they were also stunned. "It's you again." The bullies and bullied in the X2 equipment room were Lightning, his friends, and Gordon again. "You are bullying me again." Gwen frowned. Lightning was also speechless. Why did he get hit even though he came to such a remote place? Just like in the morning, under the intimidation of the eyes of the city police chief's daughter, Lightning and the others could no longer bully Gordon, so they could only say harsh words to Gordon. But his eyes were clearly fixed on Peter. After a few people left, Gwen frowned and said, "Peter, you've been careful about Lightning lately. It's best not to leave my side." Peter nodded. He also suddenly noticed a triangular exclamation point here just now, and came here on the spur of the moment. He walked forward, stretched out his hand to pull up Gordon, who was pushed to the ground. "Are you okay?" He originally thought that Gordon would say a word of thanks, but he didn't expect that the first thing Gordon said after getting up was, "Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Can you please stop disturbing me?" Peter was stunned for a moment. "We are helping you." Perhaps because he knew that Peter would not hurt him, Gordon's voice actually increased as he spoke, and he used a complaining tone. X2. Peter and Gwen looked at each other, both speechless. None of them expected that the people they helped with good intentions would in turn condemn them, and their good intentions would be treated as if they were assholes. Noticing that Peter's expressions had turned sour, Gordon immediately flinched. "Sorry. Peter, forget it, you go." Gordon left as if he had been amnesty and escaped. "Peter," Gwen said worriedly. She worried that Peter would be frustrated by Gordon's attitude. After all, your kind help is only met with complaints from others, which can easily make people feel discouraged. Gwen put herself in his shoes and thought about it. If she helped others as Spider-Man, but the result was incomprehension and rejection, she would definitely be hit hard. In fact, Peter was silent for a long time, but after the silence, he did not feel depressed, but became much more enlightened. The mood also becomes comfortable. He shook his head, with a faint helpless smile on his face. "He doesn't seem to want our help." He felt that his current acting skills might give him a chance to run for president. Gordon went too far. You were obviously helping him. Instead, he repaid you with kindness. Gwen was aggrieved for Peter. It's okay, Gwen, I don't mind. Not only was Peter not angry, but he said softly, Gordon is just scared. Afraid. Gwen was puzzled. Peter nodded and said, it's just that my power is too weak to eliminate Gordon's fear of lightning and the others. Besides, I help others not because I want others' thanks, but because I want to do it. Just wanted to do this. Gwen murmured. She didn't expect that Peter could maintain a peaceful mind under such circumstances. Not only did he not feel angry, but he was also so considerate of others. This made her deeply feel Peter's gentleness and kindness. Gwen's eyes became a little bright when she looked at Peter. Peter regards her as Spider-Man as a role model, but to a certain extent, Peter's kindness and tenacity at this moment are more worthy of learning and protecting her as Spider-Man. Even though she didn't know how many years had passed, the young man's appearance at this moment was clearly imprinted in her heart. But Peter had it all figured out. Why should I bother with the thankless task of being a hero? The only one who can save the world is the world itself. As long as you take care of your 3 acres of land and find a way to live more comfortably, wouldn't it be good? Just let him be a self-abandoning loser like Gordon. Being trapped in darkness is not scary, but numbness is scary. Even if the light comes one day, he will not be able to grasp it. Oh, but isn't it precisely because of the presence of people like Gordon that the importance of heroes can be shown and that systems and tasks can be brought to him? As Peter's mind suddenly became enlightened, system prompts also came one after another. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden profession, anti-hero. Unlocking the hidden profession and getting the achievement reward, Motherland template. Getting the talent, strong body. Getting talent, man of steel. Talent acquired, divine power. Talent acquired, divine speed. Talent acquired, cyclops. Talent acquired, supervision. Talent acquired, super hearing. Talent acquired, super brain. Unlocked abilities, biological force field. After a brief period of confusion, you found your own path and unlocked the career that best suits you. Hero. Nothing. Ancestors, you can do whatever you want. Powerful power filled his body, and Peter felt that his body contained infinite energy. The sensory world also becomes completely new, and thinking becomes clearer and faster. There were countless times more sounds in my ears, and I even heard Lightning, who had already left, complaining about revenge to his companions. Not to mention his eyes. Peter was originally a little short-sighted, but now it has been completely cured and he can easily see the dust in the air. Even just thinking about it, it seemed that he could see through something. Peter looked away from Gwen without changing his expression. Peter, I felt that your gaze just now was a little strange. As expected of Spider-Man, Gwen discovered the abnormality very keenly and said while holding her chest. Really? It's an illusion. Of course Peter couldn't admit it, so he changed the topic and said. It's getting late, let's go home. No matter how sensitive the spider sense is, Gwen, who has no clue at all, can only do anything. After that, he said. That's okay. After the fooling, Peter breathed a sigh of relief and felt excited at the same time. Motherland template? Isn't that just a little Superman? I didn't expect this reward. In this way, at this stage of the Earth, except for a certain bald mage, he is an invincible existence. At the same time, he also noticed the anti-hero profession. The so-called anti-hero is actually a character who is defined between a hero and a villain, who is both good and evil. They often have the same great ideals as heroes, but they are much more unscrupulous in their actions. They are not defined and bound by traditional public concepts. They have their own unique set of behavioral logic. In some cases, they even act like evil villains. This is exactly what Peter wants now. He is not a bad person, but at the same time he does not have the consciousness to sacrifice himself for others, and he does not want to be yoked to the title of hero. Like his ancestors, he could do whatever he wanted, and that was good. He didn't hesitate any longer. Confirmed to become a profession, anti-hero. Professional stance is not fixed and will slowly change with your behavior. Fight against crime and complete tasks to earn points. The closer your behavior is to your profession, the higher your score will be, and you can get up to 100% additional points. You stopped a school bullying and got 100 points. No rating. You stopped a school bullying and received 100 points. No rating. Panel. Name, Peter Parker. Occupation, antihero. Talents, strong physique, body of steel, divine strength, super speed, cyclops, supervision, super hearing, super brain, biological force field. Points, 200. Task. Shop. The system was finally completely unveiled in front of Peter. He clicked on store and found that there were only some relatively low-level skills in it. Combat mastery, swordsmanship mastery, firearm mastery, medical mastery. Wait, it's like a department store. The cost of these skills is generally around 2,000 points. At the same time, points can also be used to upgrade existing talents that have not reached the upper limit. For example, the Superman talent integration package that Peter currently owns costs up to 100,000 points to upgrade. As for high-level skills, the store will gradually include the talents and skills encountered. Looks like I'll have to meet some big guys in the future? Shaking his head, Peter and Gwen returned home. Peter, Gwen, you're back. The meal is ready, come in. Aunt May's voice quickly brought Peter back from his thoughts. Gwen also returned to her house across the door, where the voices of her mother and two brothers could be heard. The two of them seemed to have fallen from the deep sky back into the world full of fireworks. This also made Peter more determined that no matter what hero or villain he was, he should not affect his family and relatives. At night, he climbed to the top of the building. From here, you can see the brightly lit high-rise buildings in Midtown in the distance, and behind you are the Manhattan Bridge and the Brooklyn Bridge spanning both sides of the river. Wealth and honor do not return to their hometown, just like walking in brocade at night. In the same way, if you don't use superpowers after you have them, it's a fool's errand. It's time for Peter to experience and test the abilities of the people of his motherland. He opened his hands and let go of his senses with all his strength for the first time. His powerful eyesight allowed him to see the workers who were still working overtime in the windows of the high-rise buildings in Midtown. The busy traffic on the street and the laughter of families in the house echoed in my ears. At the same time, countless triangular exclamation mark signs appeared one after another in my sight, and the system's information bombardment also followed one after another. An ongoing crime was detected. A crime in progress was detected. A crime in progress was detected. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. A crime in progress was detected. In just 3 seconds, his field of vision was occupied by these yellow triangle exclamation mark signs. Each symbol represents a crime and points. A weird smile appeared on Peter's lips. Ha, New York, is really a city of sin. Ding. Get the mission, cleaning. This city is sick. As an incomparable Superman, only you have the ability to cleanse the filth. Mission goal, prevent 50 crimes. Mission reward, 4,000 points. Oh. The mission comes just in time. Peter tapped his foot lightly, and his body quickly jumped out with a bang, crossing the night sky. In a dark alley, a strong black man was holding a pistol against a woman. The woman screamed in fear, "No, don't hurt me. Stop talking nonsense." The black man pointed his gun at the woman and shouted, "Give me all the money. Give it all to you. I'll give you all the money." The woman hurriedly took out the money from her handbag. The black man got the money and was satisfied that he had paid for tonight's drink. He suddenly glanced at the woman's face. Hey, even though she is a MILF, she is not without beauty. He licked his tongue and put his big hands directly into the woman's clothes. The poor woman didn't expect that even though she was in her 40s, she could still be raped, and her face turned pale with fright. "No, don't." Boom. There was a sound of a huge thing falling to the ground behind him, which almost frightened the black man. He turned around angrily and was stunned for a moment. He was actually a person? Moreover, this man put one hand on the ground and knelt on one knee. "FXXK, who are you?" the black man said in confusion. Peter stood up first, then fell silent. "Yes, who am I?" Generally speaking, the identity bound to the name Peter Parker is Spider-Man, but unfortunately, this title has been registered by his childhood sweetheart. In this case, Peter suddenly had a bad taste, and when the black man became impatient, he replied in a deep voice. "I am Bateman." "What?" A strong wind blew by, and when the black man was still before he could react, Peter pushed the black man directly against the wall. Boom. There were actually some cracks in the wall, and red blood flowed down the wall. Peter looked at the bloody scene, and the black man, who was probably suffering from shattered fractures all over his body, thought to himself that it seemed that he was even weaker against ordinary people. He looked at the woman aside who was saved but even more panicked. He said sheepishly, "Ma'am, could you please call an ambulance for him? With luck, he should be able to spend the rest of his life in bed." At the same time, at the door of a factory a few blocks away, a white figure flew around and quickly knocked the gang members to the ground one by one. The gang leader moved back in horror, looking at the ghost-like Gwen Spider in black and white tights in front of him. He didn't expect that one day he would meet this urban wanderer who had become famous recently, and he had no ability to resist at all. "Why are you doing this? We have no grievances against you," the gang leader shouted. "Because you are doing bad things." Gwen Spider rarely replied. "Bad things? The gang leader was incredulous. Every day in the city, tens of thousands of people are engaged in robbery, drug trafficking and all kinds of bad things. The police can't control them. Can you catch them? Besides, you won't get any benefits from doing these things. I don't want to get any benefits, I just want to help others. Gwen Spider said while handling the battlefield. Help those innocent people who have no ability to resist. The gang leader looked at Gwen Spider as if he were a madman. Do you think you are a god? Even if you can stop me today, can you stop other crimes that occur every moment in the city? He asked. Gwen didn't know how to answer, so she just used a spider web to stick to the gang leader, and then left with the spider web. She climbed to the top of the building with a strong body, overlooking the brightly lit and prosperous scenery of New York City. If she was just Spider-Man for fun and experimentation before, now, it has more or less responsibilities. Even though there are still very few areas that she can control at the moment, she believes that as long as she persists day after day, there will be results one day. She couldn't live up to Peter's expectations and trust in her. Now that I have gained this power, I should help more people. Newcomers and new books, please pay attention, Omega. On this night, countless criminals in New York City were caught off guard and faced their nightmare. The man who robbed was punched into the wall, the thief who stole was hung from the top of the tree in a blink of an eye, the smuggling gang had their goods destroyed by a laser, the gangsters who were fighting were directly physically persuaded to fight. Countless people have captured photos of unidentified objects flying in the night sky. Some good people later calculated that more than 50 criminal incidents, large and small, in New York City that night were stopped in progress by an unknown hero who suddenly appeared. Hell's Kitchen. King of New York's underground, a fat bald man whose body is 90% muscle, Kingpin is furious. What? You said my goods were intercepted by a guy who is invulnerable, can fly and has Cyclops eyes, and is obviously Superman but claims to be Batman. FXXK. Don't argue with me about whether he is Superman or Batman. None of those things exist. If you're looking for excuses, why don't you find me a normal one? He hung up the phone in a huff. How long has it been since he became the uncrowned underground king? How long has it been since anyone dared to provoke him so blatantly? 5 freight routes in total. They were all intercepted. Kingpin even wondered if there was a mole in the family. There was a sinister look in his eyes. Very well, don't let me catch you. SHIELD. The spy chief Nick Fury is holding the information handed over by his subordinates. Included in the document was a blurry photo, but you could still clearly see a figure flying in the night sky. However, the figure's face was deliberately covered and could not be seen clearly. FXXK, it's these superpowered humans again. You stopped a crime and got 200 points. Rated A, got an extra 160 points. You stopped a crime, got an extra 150 points. Rated S, extra earn 150 points. You prevented a crime and earned 400 points. Rated A, and earned an additional 320 points. You prevented. In the early morning, Peter, who climbed back home through the window, brushed the information records from last night. Take a look at the points position in the panel. Points, 25,920. Last night's task cleaning has also been completed, and a total of 4,000 plus rating A 80% additional rewards were obtained, 3,200, a total of 7,200. Of course, this is only part of the reward, the bulk in fact, it was still the more than 50 criminal incidents. Although each of them could only provide him with points ranging from 100 to 400, the large amount and the general bonus points from A to S made his score overnight. The points have reached 2W5. At this time, the benefits of choosing the right profession are revealed. If Peter had chosen the hero profession yesterday, even if he had the template of a motherland, the probability of the points obtained today would be greatly reduced. Of course, that is this time. The ancestor showed his image for the first time. The criminals in New York were caught off guard and he took advantage of them once. It will not be so easy to get so much at once in the future. But Peter is not in a hurry. There is no such thing in New York. Now, let's go for a trip to the next city. Anyway, it only lasts a minute or two. At this time, the alarm clock on the bedside rang, and Peter frowned. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. He looked at the full-length mirror on the wardrobe. The boy in the mirror was much better than yesterday. He has changed a lot. After obtaining the Superman talent integration package, just one night later, Peter's originally thin body became much stronger. Although it is impossible to suddenly transform into the muscular man in the movie, in the next period of time, it's also a matter of time. Fortunately, the change in one day is not that big. It should be better to wear 2 more clothes. So, when Peter walked out of the bedroom in the morning, Uncle Ben and Aunt May couldn't help but take a second look. The temperature in New York in September is still within the comfort zone. Although autumn has gradually entered, most people still stick to short-sleeved shirts and add a spring coat at most. So Peter's combination of wearing a sweatshirt and a jacket at this time is very eye-catching. "Oh Peter, kid, what's wrong with you today? Why are you wearing so much?" Aunt May asked in surprise. "Well, it's nothing, it's just a little cold. But even in this weather, it's enough for me to wear a shirt." Aunt May worried. "My child, are you not sick? How is that possible?" "I'm in very good health," Peter replied. At this time, his health was so good that he was immune to cold and heat, so he didn't feel hot even if he wore clothes that were thicker than the season. Uncle Ben was much calmer. He just gave Peter a slightly meaningful look and said, "Even if young people are energetic, they should pay more attention to their health." Okay, Peter agreed. "Hey, why is the sentence so weird?" Sure enough, when Peter went out after dinner in the morning and bumped into Gwen, she also looked strange, yawned and said, "Peter, no girl will like you if you are too weak." "Peter, I can hit 10 now in Devoul." Going downstairs, George was already waiting in a police car downstairs. After seeing Peter's fancy clothes, he greeted Peter as usual, but he was obviously absent-minded. Peter noticed that the New York City Police Commissioner had a haggard look on his face. "What's wrong with you, Uncle George?" Peter asked after he and Gwen got in the car. "It's nothing." George seemed to not want the two children to know these things and put it off. However, the radio in the car quickly informed them of the reason. Last night, after Spiderwoman, another superhuman was suspected to have appeared in the sky over New York City. He has abilities similar to those of Superman in the comics, such as flying, great strength, invulnerability, and the ability to shoot lasers from his eyes. According to the investigation, Superman traveling to and from various districts in New York overnight, he stopped dozens of criminal incidents in time, and almost single-handedly wiped out all criminals in New York. Unfortunately, although there are a certain number of witnesses, so far there has not been one captured the true face of Superman. Where did the sudden appearance of Superman come from? Is it because the comics were reflected in reality, or for some other reason? Is the appearance of these extraordinary beings a good thing or a bad thing for mankind? And, what do the New York police have to say about their incompetence in fighting crime, so much so that they are replaced by others? Shit. George turned off the radio angrily. "Dad," Gwen looked at George with some worry. At first, when she heard herself being mentioned on the radio, she was somewhat interested, but as the subsequent mentions of Superman, overnight, single-handedly, one shot, and other gradually exaggerated terms became more and more exaggerated, she became a little unbearable. It was only one night, but she seemed a little behind the times. It's too powerful for one person to solve the entire crime in New York. It was simply not comparable to a fledgling little spider like her. No, to a certain extent, they are more fledgling than her. Gwen, who has just established her heroic aspirations, has mixed emotions. However, this complex emotion pales in comparison to George's. After all, the news station directly named the New York police in the end. No wonder George looked haggard early in the morning. "Gwen, I'm sorry, I just lost my temper." George took a deep breath and said, "It's okay, Dad." Seeing that George's face had softened a lot, Gwen said tentatively, "Spider-Woman, and Superman last night, maybe they just want to help the police fight crime and take some responsibility." George frowned again. "I don't think they have any obligation to take responsibility. This is the duty of the police. They are carrying out lynching. To a certain extent, they are also criminals." "Yes, really." Meet the most respected father saying this about herself. Gwen, who had just worked hard to fight crime last night, looked a little reluctant. Even she couldn't remain unresponsive to the blows that had been coming one after another all morning. "Uncle, Gwen is just caring about you," Peter on the side said quickly. "Oh, I'm sorry Gwen. You know, I might be very busy today, school is here." The two got out of the car at the entrance of Zhongcheng High School. "Thank you, Peter," Gwen said. "You're welcome." Peter said, "You know, I like Spider-Woman very much. I think she is a hero who eliminates harm for the people. I believe she must have a kind heart under the mask and just wants to be better. Just helping others." Thank you, Peter." Peter shook his head. He could only encourage Gwen in this way now. And he himself is not without problems. Of course he is not worried about George, or even the outside world's evaluation of him. The profession of an anti-hero is destined to lead to a less likable behavior in the future, and a mixed reputation. But Peter is more worried about his identity being exposed. If he was alone, he could show his true colors. But in this life, he has relatives, friends, Uncle Ben, and Aunt May. Even if he is as powerful as Superman, he will be coerced by villains because of his lover, not to mention that his actions from now on are destined to be both good and evil. He doesn't care what everyone thinks, but that doesn't mean Uncle Ben and Aunt May don't care. Therefore, before he can silence the entire society, he should first find a suit and wear a mask. As we all know, which Marvel suit is better? Naturally, the African Wakanda vibranium is strong. At Peter's current speed, he should be able to get back and forth in half a day. But considering the speed at which Wakanda was making suits, he decided to play it safe and wait until a full day was set aside on the weekend. Alas, there are really not many parties as considerate as him nowadays. A certain Wakanda who still knows nothing about it? At this time, the system also handed over information. Ding. Get the mission, suit. As a superhero, how can you not have a suit of your own? Get a suit that matches you in an anti-hero way. The higher the fashion value, the more extra points you get. Mission goal, obtain a suit. Mission reward, basic 2000 points plus up to 100% fashion value point bonus. The corner of Peter's mouth twitched. What the hell is fashion? In this way, in the next few days, Peter made a simple knitted hood, traveled to several cities and earned tens of thousands of points, until the weekend came. Wakanda. This high-tech primitive tribe received an uninvited guest today. A meteor streaked across the night sky, tearing apart the vibranium barrier protecting this mysterious country, and landed among the royal guards surrounding it. Hey, luckily I took a little extra time to prepare, your place is really hard to find. After landing, Peter complained. Facing the layers of vibranium spears, he seemed very interested. He didn't know which one was harder than the body of steel. Tell me why you're here, Superman. The leader of the escort team, Valkyrie Okoye, stood up and shouted without fear. Oh? Do you know who I am? Except for you, no one on Earth can break in directly. No, as far as I know, there should be a bald guy on Earth at this time who can. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to mock you. Peter said, looking at the bald black head of the Wakanda Valkyrie. Superman. Even you can't insult Wakanda. Okoye yelled angrily and raised the vibranium spear. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Don't be rude, Captain of the Guard. At this time, a sturdy man with a slight beer belly walked out from the crowd of royal guards and stopped Okoye. Wakanda never, the escorts chanted in unison. The person coming is none other than the current king of Wakanda, T'Chaka. T'Chaka looked at Peter, narrowed his eyes, and threatened, similarly, Superman, Wakanda is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Peter smiled slightly, and then his eyes lit up with scarlet light, and a laser beam shot directly from shooting out of eyes. T'Chaka was startled and hurriedly ran away. He had also heard that there was a hero in the United States who had powers that were similar to those of Superman and was keen on fighting crime. He didn't expect that he would be so moody and unreasonable. He went right into action without even saying a few words, which was completely inconsistent with the rumored hero's character. Your Majesty. The surrounding guards quickly surrounded him, supporting T'Chaka behind him, while aiming their spears at Peter. Peter slowly floated into the air, overlooking the more nervous and hostile people on the ground, and said calmly. Let's go down the road. Either alone or together, choose a way to defeat you. I'm in a hurry. Yes, Peter never thought of a peaceful solution from the beginning. Judging from Wakanda's attitude towards vibranium as its lifeblood, it is impossible to lend it out peacefully. Even if he could, the twists and troubles involved were not something Peter was willing to accept. It's better to conquer them directly, it's simple and crude, and it's good for everyone. This is a country that relies on vibrating gold to strengthen its inner strength. When they recognize the reality and find that the enemy is not something they can contend with, everything will be easier to say. Of course, another important reason is that Peter has not really used his muscles since he gained the ability. When facing ordinary people who commit crimes, he must be careful not to blow them up and lower his rating to 18+. After all, he is an anti-hero, not a murderer. Faced with Peter's provocation, T'Chaka, as the king, had to respond no matter what, otherwise he would appear cowardly. Don't think you are really Superman. He roared, Wakanda. Come on. Wakanda for. After hearing the king's order, the guards couldn't wait to charge forward. The corners of Peter's lips curled up, this is right. The Wakanda army with vibranium technology should be more resistant to beatings, right? He hit the crowd without hesitation. It wasn't until the sun was high that the war in Wakanda stopped. There were already countless disabled people on the ground, including the royal guards and warriors from the 5 major tribes who arrived later. The crowd was mixed with some crashed aircraft and fighter jets. The soldiers fell into deep self-doubt. Vibranium, which had always been invincible in the past, was completely destroyed today, and there was only one person who did it all. They looked at the energetic and unharmed man in the center of the battlefield with complicated and awe-inspiring eyes. No, The man was not unscathed, at least his clothes were torn. But doesn't this make them appear even more incompetent? With the whole country's efforts, they only ruined people's clothes. At this time, Peter was obviously a little excited. It felt so good, with vibranium protection, he finally unleashed a punch and kick, which was a bit satisfying. Not to mention, if the people of Wakanda weren't too weak, this vibranium technology would really cause him a lot of trouble. According to Marvel's Earth, Universe, Heavenly Father classification, vibranium should be regarded as an invincible metal below the universe level. Even if it reaches the universe level, it will perform well. Of course, no matter how good the materials and weapons are, it still depends on whose hands they are. He looked at T'Chaka, who was deliberately unharmed, and said, "The vibranium is really good. It can absorb a lot of my power. I haven't had the chance to use so much power at once. Unfortunately, you are too weak. Otherwise, I should be able to withstand a beating better." T'Chaka could only smile bitterly when he heard this. Is Wakanda just a toy for people to test their strength? It was still too weak. Only then did he realize how ridiculous he was before, actually wanting to threaten Superman. "Dear Superman. Your Excellency, what are you doing in Wakanda?" he asked respectfully. As a king, he cannot be a stubborn young man who sticks to the end. He must consider and compromise the situation. Wakanda is a defeated country at this time, and may not really be at the point of life and death, but Peter has proven his strength with practical actions. He deserves the respect of Wakanda. Peter clicked his tongue. "Your Majesty the King, I still like your unruly look." T'Chaka. "It's no big deal." Peter opened his hands, showed off the trendy clothes with holes on his body, and said, "Look, my clothes have been ruined by you, are you going to compensate for me?" At this moment, T'Chaka only had countless MMPs running through his heart. Isn't this a ploy? My majestic Wakanda was actually touched by someone one day? Is the person who touched the porcelain superhuman? Oh, that's okay. He looked at Peter's smiling expression and quickly understood what clothes Superman wanted. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's just a piece of clothing. There's no need to go to such great lengths. To fight, right? It's not easy to get this dress without going to great lengths, isn't it?" That's right. If Peter wants to destroy Wakanda at this time, then they will definitely fight to the death, but after going all this way, they only want a vibranium suit? How can you kill a chicken with a bull's knife, boss? T'Chaka arranged for manpower to clean up the scene and treat the wounded. Peter had shown mercy in this battle. Then, he took Peter all the way to the research institution. It was obvious that he was the master here, but at this time, the active positions of the two parties were exchanged. Peter took great advantage of the treatment brought about by this kind of personal violence. Sure enough, it is right to become an ancestor, and you can do whatever you want. If he chooses the hero profession, it will be difficult for him to do so. After walking through the long corridors and palaces, the two finally came to the laboratory that appeared in the movie. Of course, there was only one researcher left here at this time. Peter asked, "What are we going to do next? What kind of suit do you want?" "Well, black is the main tone, and it must have enough fashion value, I mean cool. Finally, there should be a ring logo on the chest." "Of course, it's no problem." T'Chaka ordered the researchers on the side to start designing and producing. When the final result came out, Peter was quite satisfied. The overall suit is somewhat similar to a black super, except that the S-shaped logo on the chest has been changed into a golden ring, with 3 arcs overlapping symmetrically. At the same time, the suit is also decorated with golden patterns, as well as some well-placed body armor and arm guards, which bring a bit of vitality and majestic mystery to the heavy and monotonous black. A layer of body armor is also attached to the shoulders and neck, connecting the bat-style cape and hood. It is worth mentioning that the cape is still black on the outside and red on the inside. Want to be fashionable? Is Superman plus Batman enough? It's a pity that even if Wakanda's current technology is ahead of the world, it's still only limited. Nanotechnology has not yet been developed, otherwise it would be more convenient. However, Peter has the blessing of superior speed, and it doesn't take more than 2 seconds to put on a suit of clothes. Ding. Mission completed, battle suit. Reward, 2000 points for basic value plus 2000 points for fashion value plus 2000 points for S-level rating. You conquered Wakanda in an extremely domineering way and forced them to make a fusion suit for you. Superman and Batman's most stylish and value-for-money suits. In this process, you not only showed your own strength, but also did not kill innocent people excessively. You perfectly fulfilled the anti-hero code and the mission was successfully completed. Note, but please be careful about copyright. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Be careful, what the hell is copyright? Peter shook his head. Could it be that the legal department could still pursue him here? By the way, Peter, who was wearing a vibranium suit, curled his mouth. If T'Chaka was familiar with American hero comics, he would know that Peter was imitating Batman. You guys can make me another set of suits by the way. Suit. T'Chaka was stunned. What suit? Peter found a photo of Gwen Spider-Man and said, just do it this way. T'Chaka breathed a sigh of relief. This was much easier than doing it for Peter. He just wants to send this plague god away as soon as possible, and he can't care about anything else. No problem, it will be done soon. Yes, but I have a few requirements for this suit. Peter said. It doesn't matter, just say it. T'Chaka said nonchalantly, it just took a little more time. Unexpectedly, Peter opened his mouth and continued, this suit must not only be comfortable to wear, but also have kinetic energy absorption, optical invisibility, artificial intelligence assistance, gliding, discharge, infrared detection, and other functions. T'Chaka blushed after hearing this. It's even darker. You can ask for dozens of requests. Not to mention that some of them involve Wakanda's military technology. Even if you want to do it, you have to compress it into a small suit, which is impossible in a short time. In this regard, Peter looked at him with some disgust. This is not possible? Is Wakanda's technology so bad? Forget it, you can just make the kinetic energy absorption and optical invisibility in the front, and I will figure out the rest by myself. T'Chaka. What do you think Wakanda is? And I don't feel comfortable being said that. Finally, after putting the semi-finished spider suit into a vibranium file box, Peter patted T'Chaka on the shoulder, hooked up and said, good brother, thank you for this time. I'll come to your place next time when I'm free. Drink tea. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to New York to see me. Completely ignoring T'Chaka's pain and hatred, he walked away from the building with a face as black as coal. Along the way, he also solved several criminal incidents in Africa and earned thousands of points. Points, 88,150. Hurry, you will soon have 100,000 points. We flew all the way back to New York, and because of the time difference, it was almost dusk. Instead of going home immediately, Peter hovers above Manhattan. In fact, from the beginning, he did not expect Wakanda to directly make a complete spider suit. Not only did time not allow it, but Peter also had a better candidate in mind. It is true that although Wakanda's technology leads the world, it is based on vibranium. As long as they complete the kinetic energy absorption and optical invisibility related to the vibranium, Peter will be satisfied. The rest is naturally given to Tony Stark, who has a higher ceiling. Especially in the field of artificial intelligence, Jarvis can be said to be the world's leading level, and Peter has been coveting it for a long time. Overlooking Manhattan from the air, Peter let go of his senses and used both clairvoyance and super hearing. Soon, Peter smiled and said, good luck, I found it. In the Stark mansion, Tony, who had just completed the new missile Jericho, shot a yawn. Everyone has a stereotype of Tony Stark before he became Iron Man, thinking that he was a cynical playboy. In fact, he is indeed very spendthrift, but his scientific research ability is equally amazing, otherwise he would not be able to support Stark Industries. Tony returned to the room and was about to catch up on his sleep before going on an appointment with a supermodel tonight. Unexpectedly, he heard someone knocking on the window all the time. He got angry and said, shit. What bastard keeps talking? He's knocking on my window. Wait, who can climb onto my window? Tony reacted quickly and looked towards the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the room, his eyes widening. I saw a man wearing a black battle suit with gold patterns holding a file box floating in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Seeing Tony looking over, the man shattered the glass with his palm and floated in. Hey. Man, are you the Superman in that newspaper? Wait, your new outfit is so cool. Even Wakanda in Africa knows that there is a Superman in New York. It is in the limelight, and as a local, Tony cannot be unaware of it, and he also needs to know much more. He was very surprised by Superman's sudden visit, and he didn't understand when he became related to such a character. However, he is not worried about what Superman will do to him, regardless of his identity, but that he cannot resist. On the contrary, he was very sharp-eyed and recognized the extraordinary quality of Peter's vibranium suit at a glance, whether it was the different technology or materials on it. Even the file box in his hand seemed to be the same. As a scientist, he was naturally fascinated immediately, and he didn't even care if his windows were broken. Thank you. I like the new ones too. Peter replied. Where did you get it? If possible. Oh, sorry, pretend I didn't say anything. Tony shook his head mid-sentence, and resumed his yuppie attitude of a billionaire and playboy. Say it, Superman. What's the reason for you suddenly coming to my house? At least, judging from Superman's tone, it shouldn't be detrimental to him, right? Peter was about to answer when the bedroom door was suddenly knocked open and a flexible fat man rushed in. "Boss, the alarm in the house was suddenly triggered. Someone broke in." He looked at the people standing opposite each other in front of him. Peter and Tony swallowed their words, feeling a little embarrassed. "Did I come at a bad time?" Tony pressed his temple, hesitating a little, but still said, "It's okay, you go outside and wait first." "Is it really okay?" Happy looked carefully at Peter, who was dressed in strange clothes. Superman plus Batman? So wild. "Of course. Do you want me to say it a second time?" Okay, boss." Happy was timid, glanced at the two people in the room for the last time, and closed the door. "Okay, man, now there are two of us left. Where did we just talk?" Tony walked to the sofa and sat down and said. Peter smiled slightly, "You asked me if I could get you a set too. Isn't that right?" "It's obviously me asking you what's wrong," Tony said, suddenly stunned for a moment. "Wait, you said is it true? Can you really get me another set?" he said ecstatically. "Of course, but I have a condition." "No problem, how can you get such a cool thing without paying a price?" Tony said nonchalantly, as if he was spending a lot of money. "It doesn't cost much, I just need to lend you your head." Peter said calmly. Tony, who was smiling brightly, suddenly stiffened. "My head?" "Yes." Peter looked at Tony with a smile, as if he wanted to see through him, which made Tony feel a little creepy. I cried out sadly in my heart, "It's over, I didn't expect this guy to have really bad intentions. You actually want to chop off my head?" Seeing Tony's look, Peter knew that he was teasing him enough, and finally said, "You are the smartest brain I have ever seen on Earth. I hope you can help me research something." This voice sounded like the sound of nature in Tony's ears. He breathed a sigh of relief, and when he came back to his senses, he found that dense cold sweat had broken out on his back. He said stiffly, "You have good taste." "You agreed?" Peter asked. "Can I refuse?" Peter smiled, "No, you won't refuse, right? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." Tony rolled his eyes. "So, what do you want me to help you study? Is this in your hand?" He looked at the vibranium file box. Whether it's a vibranium suit or something that even Superman needs to ask others to research, it's very curious. Peter threw the vibranium file box directly to Tony, but Tony just let it fall on the sofa. Peter didn't care and said, "Open it and take a look." "What is this thing, so heavy?" Tony took hold of it. "That's what you want? Real or fake?" Tony couldn't wait to open it and saw a black and white battle suit inside the file box, but it looked like it was a women's model. "Isn't this the suit you're talking about?" His face was stiff. This was different from what he imagined. Peter nodded, "This suit is only a semi-finished product. I need you to complete the next part. Of course, during this period, this suit is yours." "Well, although I didn't get as much as I imagined. It's a very cool suit, but this seems pretty good too." Tony looked at the spider suit in the file box and thought to himself that with this, maybe one of his previous ideas was not impossible to realize. Then, he heard Peter's request for dozens of functions, even if it was Tony Stark also looked pale. It may not be a problem to give these things to him after a few years, but now, it is really a challenge for Tony, who has not even made Mark 1. Okay, he unfolded the suit, "I'll try my best, Why does the suit look familiar to me? I think I've seen it somewhere." Peter was not surprised by this. "It's Spiderwoman, on TV. Yes. If you are interested, you can investigate. Of course, the premise is not to disturb her. Can I ask, what is your relationship with her? I don't mean to offend, but you are both superheroes. Me, I'm a little curious about this." Peter smiled slightly, "You can go investigate." Tony had no choice but to give up. "Okay, I won't investigate anymore." He looked at the suit, and he was even more frightened after taking a closer look. This piece of clothing alone could fetch at least billions if sold, and this is still a situation where there is no market. And this is just a semi-finished product. It's not that he lacks the money, but the scientific knowledge and materials contained in it are priceless. Just to give it to a street heroine is a waste of money. So what is their relationship? I have to say, you are so good to her, so good that I'm a little jealous. Tony exhaled. Why, only the Dutch spider is allowed to have you as a father, and the Gwen spider is not allowed to have a Superman like him, a child. Peter secretly despised it and said, as an extra reward, you can call my name when you need help later. Useful? Maybe. Because Tony was delayed for a while, Peter replied, it was a little late when I got home. Even if he is a native of the motherland who dominates the country outside, when he returns home, he still has to finish his cold meal obediently under the watchful eyes of my uncle and aunt. Tony shouldn't be able to finish it so quickly. He needs to be given some time to accumulate skills, and then he has to find a way to deliver the suit to Gwen. After eating, Peter was in the bedroom, stroking his chin and thinking. Suddenly his expression changed. At the same time, there was a bang and the sound of heavy objects crashing outside the window. He quickly opened the window and saw a white figure struggling to hold onto the edge of the window. A long wound was torn open under his ribs, and blood was pouring out, staining the black and white uniform red. It's Gwen. Has signed a contract, please pay attention to the new artist and new book. Are you okay? You lost so much blood. Gwen heard the boy in the window say to her. I'm sorry, I just accidentally, she covered the hideous wound on her ribs. She really didn't expect that her other identity would meet Peter in such a way. She originally just wanted to run home and lick her wounds, but this time the injury was too serious. This was the first time she encountered this kind of situation, and she was a little reluctant to even swing the spider's thread. She fell before she got home, and then she fell right next to Peter's window. I have to say this is quite a coincidence. This also made Gwen a little panicked and said, I'm leaving right now. Wait. The boy by the window quickly stopped her and said, I think you need a little help now. Gwen turned around and looked looking at Peter. Peter said, I know you, Spiderwoman, I like you very much, you have helped many people. Of course I know this, you have confessed your love in front of me more than once. Gwen said to herself. I happen to know emergency treatment, I can help you deal with it. Peter continued. Gwen was a little suspicious. Why didn't she know that Peter had medical skills? Didn't he deliberately lie to her in order to keep her here? But Peter was not that kind of person, and, feeling the severe pain in her ribs, it was really not good for her to go home directly. Finally, she nodded. Peter breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was shocked when he suddenly saw Gwen injured. It would be best if he could stay and help her deal with it. At the same time, do you want to spend 2,000 points to purchase the skill, Medical Mastery? Purchase successful. Do you want to spend 3,000 points to upgrade your skill, Medical Proficiency? Successful upgrade, congratulations on obtaining the skill, Medical Master. Emergency treatment, isn't this enough? Although he also accumulated a lot of talents during this period, such as Gwen's spider sense, Wakanda's blessing of the leopard god, and even Tony contributed several scientific research series skills to him. However, Peter didn't buy it at all. He knows very well that the most obvious way to improve his strength currently is to accumulate 100,000 points to upgrade the Superman talent package. This is the foundation of his career. The rest can come later. He had a hunch that this upgrade would bring about a qualitative change in his abilities. For example, breaking through the limits of his motherland. However, Gwen's sudden injury caused Peter to break this plan, but Peter had no regrets. Although it was not long since he traveled to this world, the memory of growing up with Gwen in his mind cannot be faked. The souls of the time traveler and Peter Parker have long been indistinguishable from each other, but the time traveler has always been the main one. It was difficult for him to explain clearly what kind of relationship this was, but considering the current situation, it was very simple. Gwen was worth it? Peter? What's wrong? I just heard something was broken in your room. Aunt May's voice came from outside the door. Peter let Gwen in and replied, nothing, just a little wildcat bumped into my window. Little wildcat? This is the 8th floor. Peter glanced at Gwen, you know, there are always some little wildcats. Cats like to climb rocks and walls. Gwen. If we didn't have to maintain an image in front of fans now, I would let Peter know what cruelty is. By the way, Aunt May, where is the medical kit at home? The little wildcat is injured, I will bandage her by the way. You are quite kind. The medical kit is right here. Peter brought the medical kit for Gwen. Gwen couldn't help but said, little wildcat, haha. Don't worry, it's just to deal with the adults in the family and treat you. Gwen. When Peter said this, she really couldn't say much. Then she heard Peter mutter, besides, you are a spider. Gwen was so angry that her whole body trembled, and her wounds even tended to expand and crack. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Hey, be careful. Peter said, making Gwen a little aggrieved. TMD, who has been angry with her. I have never been so excited when fighting criminals. Of course, because of the mask, Peter didn't have to see through to read her emotions. He just said, please take off your suit more. Huh. Gwen was stunned, take off your clothes? Of course. Miss Spider, if you don't take off your suit, how can I help you treat your wounds? Gwen also understands this truth, but it is so shameful to suddenly expose her skin in front of a boy. Although America is open, that doesn't mean everyone is. Especially as a traditional white man, the Gwen family's tutoring is still very strict. Peter looked at Gwen and said seriously, "Believe me, I won't look around." Gwen sighed in her heart, "Forget it. It's Peter anyway, he has grown so young after so many years, he just wants to watch what he wants. How else can I hurt myself?" She slowly unbuttoned part of her battle clothes, revealing her smooth back, with perfect lines and smooth skin, and the whole room seemed to be a little brighter. Unfortunately, all this was ruined by a hideous wound. If it weren't for his superhuman physique, it would be hard to say that such a serious wound would have lasted until now. Peter felt a little pity and began to bandage her seriously. The master's medical skills are simply overqualified to treat such wounds. Coupled with his superhuman physique, Peter expected that this wound, which originally required stitches and threads, would be healed in a few days as long as it was treated with medicine and a bandage. Don't go into the water or do strenuous exercise these days. Gwen put on her battle clothes and listened to Peter's endless instructions beside her, feeling a little surprised. I didn't expect Peter to really know how to perform emergency treatment, and his skills were very good. During the whole process, except for cleaning the wound at the beginning and having some pain when applying the medicine, she felt comfortable throughout the rest of the process. Her eyes softened as she looked at Peter. She is obviously Spider-Man, but she seems to have been helped by Peter again. Therefore, she nodded in agreement to Peter's somewhat lengthy instructions. "So, who caused you to do this?" Suddenly, Peter asked suddenly. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Gwen even felt that the temperature in the room was a bit colder. "But, how is this possible? This is Peter. It's okay. After all, I spend my whole day on the streets punishing evil and killing evil, so this will inevitably happen. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I already know." Peter turned on his phone and searched for Spider-Man. Sure enough, the latest push was a video taken by onlookers of Spider-Man and an evil villain fighting in the sky above New York. In the picture, the villain was wearing a suit of dark green armor, with a pair of huge, sharp turbo-machinery wings behind his back. One of Spider-Man's nemesis, the Vulture. The wound on Gwen's ribs was probably caused by the wings. Sure enough, the video soon showed Gwen's spider silk being cut and her whole body being shot down by mechanical wings. "It's just because I met this guy for the first time, I was a little unprepared. I definitely won't do it next time." Gwen saw that Peter knew about it and didn't hide it. It was also her first time encountering a supervillain, and she suffered a big loss due to her lack of experience. The young Spider-Man still has a lot of room for growth, and growth is often accompanied by blood and pain. This is true for everyone. Gwen said, "What's your name?" "Thank you very much this time." Peter knew that she was playing the game of pretending not to know each other, and smiled slightly. "Peter, my name is Peter Parker, and I am a big fan of yours." "Oh so. Hee, I mean, thank you very much for your support, Peter, I will continue to pay attention to you." She waved her hand to her temple and gave a handsome salute. "You even have them all dressed up." "Really? That's great, can you sign an autograph for me?" "I have a childhood friend who also likes you very much," Peter said. That's okay." Gwen herself was not fooled. After standing at the window and seeing Gwen off, Peter removed the smile from his face and his face returned to calmness, even a little gloomy. His eyes were slightly pinched, with a dangerous light flashing. Vulture. Ding. Get the mission, the first villain. The Vulture hurts your girl, and for the first time you feel angry and decide to make him pay. Let the opponent taste your anger in an anti-heroic way, and let everyone see the consequences of irritating you. Mission goal, defeat the Vulture. New York, night. Many people gathered in an abandoned church in the suburbs. These people were full of violence, armed with guns and standing guard, but they were not as disciplined as soldiers. They come from the largest underground kingdom in New York. They are gunmen and criminals under Kingpin. Here is a stronghold of Jinbin. At this time, he was meeting another person in this abandoned church. And this person is the culprit who injured Gwen today, Vulture. The Vulture's real name is Adrian Toombs. He is an electronic engineer who works for Osborne Enterprises to develop aircraft and suits that allow people to fly while also gaining powerful strength. However, after he completed the project, Osborne actually burned bridges and kicked him out. And he even framed him and put him in jail. Vulture knows that once he goes to jail, his life will no longer be his own. It happened that Kingpin came to him at this time. Because of Peter's sudden appearance, Kingpin has been busy cleaning out his underground kingdom to find the mole these days, as well as looking for his own super-powered warrior. But it's not easy, so battle armor that can enhance human combat power and vultures with scientific research capabilities have become a good choice. The two hit it off immediately. With the help of Kingpin, Vulture successfully used his previous kickbacks to create the current suit that combines flight and strength, got rid of the New York police and became a super criminal. Today is his first appearance. The powerful armor allowed him to knock down the rookie Spider-Woman on the first day. Although he failed to kill Spider-Woman in one fell swoop, the result was enough to satisfy Kingpin. After all, Spider-Woman is actually much less of a threat than Superman. God knows how many Franklins he has lost these days. How many criminals are trembling and afraid to go out because of the Superman high in the sky. Mr. Toombs, you did a good job today. Although Kingpin is the most vicious criminal in New York, he is polite enough on weekdays. But Vulture, who is an elite intellectual and scientific researcher, is a little arrogant at this time. Wearing a battle armor, he clasped his fingers in the air and said, "Ha, believe me, Mr. Kingpin, I will kill that Spider-Woman next time." This suit of armor actually has a side effect. That is to amplify the desires in people's hearts and keep their spirits in an excited and unstable state. Spider-Woman is not important, Superman is important, Kingpin reminded. It doesn't matter, whether it's Spider-Woman or Superman, I will take them down one by one. Vulture grinned and opened his hands. Kingpin frowned. He also noticed something unusual about the Vulture, but he didn't say much. After all, it takes a Vulture with a bad mind to control. He squeezed out a smile on his sinister face and said, "No, I won't let you fight Superman just yet. You have a greater role, Mr. Toombs. You want me to help you research the armor." Although the Vulture was a little crazy, he was not stupid. He immediately understood what Jinbing meant. "No, I will not do this kind of thing for others anymore. I am a Vulture now. This can be agreed upon. It's different. The situation has changed now." The atmosphere on the field suddenly turned cold and fell into silence. Jinbin looked at the Vulture coldly. "No one can deceive me, you broke the rules." Vulture. The Vulture's crazy bloodshot eyes looked at each other without fear, "But the rules have changed, Jinbin. Jinbin." And his expression was sinister. He also didn't expect that the Vulture's temperament would change to such an extent. At this time, a rumble suddenly came from outside, followed by various screams. One of his men ran in panic and said, Black Superman. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." Kingpin narrowed his eyes, and then said, "Then, Superman is here, the Vulture. Oh, I can do it, like defeating a spider. Like a woman, defeat him." When Jinbin heard this, he turned around and left without any regrets. In fact, if you observe carefully, you will find that he is walking faster than usual and, more embarrassed. The Vulture sneered disdainfully. He turned around, and the door of the church was just blasted open, and Peter, wearing a vibranium suit, flew in standing upright. Seeing this, the Vulture also opened the steel wings on his back, flew into the air, and shouted, "Superman, I will end you today." After sending Gwen away, Peter soon began to look for the Vulture. With the help of his super senses, he finally locked the location of the Vulture after a lot of effort. However, even though his super senses were locked on this side and he heard the conversation between Vulture and Kingpin, he was still a little silent at this time. Even the super brain is a little confused. Vulture, how dare he? In fact, the fundamental reason for the completely different attitudes of Vulture and Kingpin is 3 words: poor information. As one of Superman's biggest victims, Kingpin paid attention to Superman all the time. He even bought and read every issue of Superman comics because of this. Combined with reality, as a victim, he can more clearly understand Superman's strength, speed, and defense that no gun or gun has any effect on. If he doesn't give in, who will? And what about Vultures? He had been working intensively for Osborne Enterprises before. He was thrown into jail soon after he was kicked out. After working with Kingpin, he was working overtime to come up with the suit. How could he have the time to pay more attention to Superman? At most, it's just something I've heard about. Not to mention that now that he has eaten the wisdom halo. Superman can fly, and so can I. Superman is invulnerable, and so am I. Superman is infinitely powerful, and so am I. So, I equal Superman. Moreover, as an electronic engineer, he did not believe from the beginning that the characters in the comics would appear in reality. At most, they have similar superpowers. The Vulture screamed, Iron Wing opened its sharp feather knife, and rushed towards Peter. This is his biggest killing weapon, made of Osborne's hardest and sharpest composite steel. He is confident that it is one of the hardest metals in the world. It is precisely because of these feather knives that he can defeat Spider-Woman. The mortal body is absolutely irresistible. Cha! The feather sword successfully struck Peter, and the Vulture laughed strangely in excitement, but soon, his smile froze. The expected scene of skin-torn flesh did not appear, not even a trace was left. It seemed like he was cutting on a hard steel stone, but it was clear that he was using the hardest steel. Harder than the hardest steel? Impossible! The Vulture shouted, but was abruptly interrupted. His pupils contracted violently, and Superman suddenly appeared in front of him without knowing when, and grabbed his throat with his palm. "Have you had enough?" Peter tilted his head and asked. The Vulture was trembling all over. Since he obtained the armor, he had expanded beyond measure. Even the king of the underground, Jinjing, dared not be afraid. But at this moment, he suddenly felt fear. Let me go," Vulture shouted, and began to struggle all over. The iron fist and steel claws kept swinging and hitting Peter, but not even a spark was aroused. Some only have a sense of constant suffocation and oppression. Then, he heard the dark Superman say, "You like flying very much." Huh? What's the meaning? Boom. A severe feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit him, and countless fierce winds hit his face. When he came back to his senses, the Vulture found that he had broken through the church and appeared in the night sky. Superman's eyes glowed crimson, and he was smiling crazily. The Vulture went away peacefully. He was grabbed by Peter's neck, and even if the iron wing turbine behind him was turned to maximum power, it still couldn't shake Peter at all. At this moment, he finally fully understood the gap between the two sides and why Kingpin ran faster than a mouse. I can't beat him at all." Peter took apart his two iron wings, threw them away, and then said, "Do you know what you did wrong? If you answer the wrong question, I will throw you down." At this height, even with the battle armor, the Vulture did not dare to guarantee that he could survive. "No, you can't do this, you are a superhero, you can't do this to me, ah." Peter tore off one of his arms and said calmly, "My patience limited." Vulture used to be an electronic engineer, how had he ever encountered such a thing? For the first time, he knew the horror of the superhero profession, or the horror of anti-heroes. I said. He was so painful that his nose and tears flowed out. At the broken arm, a large amount of blood was pouring out of the muscle fibers. Even if he doesn't do anything, he will bleed to death in a short while. I was wrong. I shouldn't have committed the crime. I regret it very much. I used to be an engineer, the kind who worked in the laboratory all day long. I am a good person. I was framed and had no choice but to commit the crime. It turns out that in this way, you are also a supervillain who has no choice but to do so." Peter's expression softened, and he suddenly became like a great and upright Superman, which made people a little unpredictable. But the Vulture seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. Yes. My real name is Adrian Toombs, and I have some reputation in the industry. You can find out if you check it out. It's all my fault, the damn Sibin." A trace of resentment flashed in the Vulture's eyes. "It's him. He tried to frame me by burning bridges, so I would do this." No, Toombs, I don't care." Peter suddenly interrupted him in a playful tone. "What? I don't care. Actually, I don't care if you commit crimes and become a supervillain. It's not your fault, Toombs. There are people committing crimes in this world all the time, even without you. The hairy vulture, the black vulture, the original sin of all this is the society itself." Peter looked at the Vulture, like the Father forgiving sinners, and said, "I don't blame you." The Vulture did not expect Superman to say such a thing. The words were unexpected, and at the same time he was almost bursting with gratitude. Even though his neck was being strangled, he still nodded desperately. He is not the kind of villain who is born ignorant of good and evil, and he also knows that he is doing bad things. In other words, most people know that they are doing evil. So, except for a small number of people who have completely fallen into the abyss, don't others have a flash of guilt in the dead of night? But now, Peter gave him an excuse, a comfort. "It's not me who's wrong, it's the world." Under the ups and downs, he even had the idea of following Peter with all his heart. "Unfortunately, you gave the wrong answer." However, the next second, the cold words brought the Vulture back to reality. He suddenly felt the suffocation in his neck suddenly lighten up, and then his whole body was wrapped in a feeling of weightlessness, and he kept falling. He was still a little unresponsive, staring blankly at Peter, getting smaller and smaller. Under the moonlight, Superman under the black mask was saying something to him. From the mouth, he read the content. "Spider." The Vulture's eyes widened in disbelief until his body hit the ground with a thud. High in the sky, silence returned. After a while, "Ho ho ho." The Vulture was not dead yet. He coughed twice with blood and breathed the air greedily. "I didn't expect that, Superman, the armor still saved my life. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." Even though all the bones and internal organs in his body were shattered and he depended on the armor to survive, there is still hope while alive, right? He stretched out his only remaining hand and tried to crawl forward. "Superman, Spider, Superman, Spider." His pale and sick face was full of resentment. "I see, you wait, I can't beat you, I still can't defeat the Spider. Even if I die, I will. Hey. A red laser flashed past and hit his head accurately. In the sky, Peter yawned out of boredom, as if he was tired of playing with the toy. He glanced briefly into the distance, raised the corners of his mouth, and then disappeared into the night. Let's keep Kingpin, the underground king of New York, for now. He should be able to catch a lot of things with him. On a road a few kilometers away from the church, Kingpin witnessed Peter killing the Vulture. He brought a telescope and watched with his own eyes as Peter grabbed the Vulture's throat, first tore off the Vulture's wings, and then its arms. Finally, he didn't even know what he said to the Vulture, which made the Vulture very excited, and then very suddenly, he let go. Vulture. Finally, a laser eye was added. This raised Kingpin's level of danger to Peter by several notches. No one wants to fall into the hands of a powerful and ruthless Superman. Unfortunately, even with the telescope, the lip shapes of the two people were too blurry for him to read. But what made Kingpin even more chilled was that at the end, Superman seemed to glance at him. Kingpin quickly dropped the telescope and got into the limousine that had been waiting for a long time. It wasn't until the car drove a certain distance that Kingpin punched the car in anger, making a big hole. FXXK. As Peter's biggest fan, he certainly knew that Peter could be killed at any time if he wanted to. The speed of the car is still far from the speed of sound. Superman's speed is measured in multiples of the speed of sound. The bald, fat man weighing 200 kilograms has never felt so aggrieved. The feeling of having his life threatened at any time is like a sharp knife stuck in his throat. Boss, don't be so excited. Didn't he catch up? Murdoch, Kingpin's blind lawyer, who was also in the car, said in a relaxed tone. That's right, in Gwen's universe, one of Kingpin's biggest enemies, Daredevil Murdoch, became Kingpin's second-in-command lawyer. The Night Stalker known as Murdoch. Kingpin glanced at him and said, Murdoch, you are also in the car. Of course, the problem is that we can't defeat him now anyway, so what's the use of being incompetent and furious here? He chuckled. He will destroy us in just a blink of an eye. Jinbin was silent, and the atmosphere in the carriage became increasingly gloomy. Relax, boss. Maybe there will be a turn for the better in the future? I don't believe that Superman can remain invincible forever. Murdoch wore sunglasses, as if he had a pearl of wisdom in his hand. Besides, our gains this time are not cheap. Tums, oh no, once the Vulture dies, all the information he left behind will belong to us. Given time, it will not be difficult to copy a suit of armor. There is also news from below. It seems that a person with a real physique different from ordinary people has been found. This guy is a big fool. Kingpin's eyes flashed, let him come to see me. Murdoch chuckled, okay, boss. Ding. Mission completed, the first villain. Reward obtained, 5,000 basic points plus 5,000 points for S-class rating. With your extremely powerful posture, you crushed the Vulture, and made it have a fanatical belief in you, and then ruthlessly abandoned you destroy. At the same time, you also made your enemies feel fearful and powerless, took the first step on your own anti-heroic path, and completed the mission perfectly. Jingle bell 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 bell. The bell rang for the lunch break, and students from Midtown High School filed out. Peter and Gwen followed the crowd out and went to the canteen to get food. The cafeteria at Midtown High School is pretty good. Beef stew, cheese sandwich, broccoli, cream of clam soup, oh, and a little ice cream. Gwen put the food on the plate. There is no way, fighting in the streets and alleys of New York every day consumes too many calories. Coupled with her superhuman physique, she ate hundreds of millions more than before. She glanced at Peter next to her with some guilt, and then froze. What the hell? Peter actually got more than she did. What's wrong? Peter noticed something strange about Gwen. It's nothing, you just took too much, right? Have you finished eating? Of course, I'm working out recently. Peter was prepared and went back. This can explain his increasingly strong body, which has always been considered frail and a bit bad. The two found a seat and sat down. Gwen was surprised again and again, speaking of which, you have indeed become much stronger recently. Want to try? Gwen blinked, what to try? Of course I am now. With enough strength, I can probably knock you down with one punch. Gwen was a little angry and felt like she was being fooled. Okay, Peter Parker, you've only been practicing for a month and you already want to hit a girl. The two of them joked a bit. At this time, a month had passed since Peter solved the Vulture. At that time, this incident caused quite a shock. After Vulture died, his body was discovered by the New York police the next day, because his head had been swept away by laser eyes. Such obvious injuries immediately allowed the police to identify the suspect. Yes, Peter is with the police at this time, carrying the identity of a criminal suspect. This incident also aroused considerable public opinion among the public. Because the Vulture died so tragically, his arms were torn off, his body was shattered from a high altitude, and his head was exploded and disappeared. None of this told what kind of torture he suffered before his death. Many people felt pity for the Vulture and began to denounce and boycott Superman. This incident caused a big fuss at the time, even though the Vulture himself was a criminal and a supervillain. It would be unbelievable to say that there was no intentional person to encourage Peter, but who cares? He still goes his own way, fighting crime every day to earn points. And the methods are becoming more and more cruel. This resulted in the voices resisting him continuing and getting more intense, but to no avail. At the same time, he also has a new title, Black Superman. Peter noticed that Gwen also started checking her phone and clicked on a video about Black Superman. What, Gwen, are you paying attention to him? Who? Gwen quickly understood and said, you said Black Superman, of course, he is the most popular guy in the United States recently. Moreover, he is not general concern. She has been looking for traces of Black Superman every night lately. Peter was also aware of this, so he had deliberately avoided contact with the Gwen spider for the past month, trying not to have any contact with it. Oh? What do you think of him? The media's evaluation of him is quite complicated, and many people hate him. Peter said casually. Hateful? That's not the case. Gwen replied. After all, he is also fighting criminals, and he is very efficient. It's just, I think his behavior is too extreme, and sometimes there is no need to be so harsh. Moreover, to a certain extent, Black Superman had avenged her. She felt that she needed to find Black Superman to talk. That's it? Peter felt confident. At this time, a noisy voice suddenly came from the crowd not far away. Peter and Gwen both looked for a sound. It's the Green Goblin, Harry Osborne, who just transferred here this semester. Gwen said. Of course, this Green Goblin is not that Green Goblin. As the eldest son of Osborne Industries, 1 month after Harry transferred to this school, he has become famous with the Green Franklin in his hands. And, I don't know if it was fate, but he happened to be called the Green Goblin by the students. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. A very vivid title, isn't it? Peter said. Gwen shrugged and said, I have a family dinner tonight. You can come too. Why did you invite me suddenly? What, you don't want to come? Gwen finished a piece of sandwich and looked at Peter threateningly. No, it's just. Humph, don't think I don't know. Uncle Ben is working overtime tonight, and Aunt May also has work to do at the charity meeting in Chinatown. You are the only one. Good guy, this is it was already planned. Hee, this is what my dad meant. Let's eat lemon sea bass tonight. Gwen winked. Okay, what's the class in the afternoon? In the afternoon, it's Dr. Connors's class. He is my supervisor during my internship at Osborne Industries. He studies cross-species gene transfer engineering. Although I don't know why it suddenly happened. Come to our school as a tutor, but he is very powerful. Is that so? Forget it about Green Goblin Harry, is Dr. Lizard also here? The plots of the Amazing Spider and Gwen's universe have been completely mixed together. Peter sighed. What's wrong? Gwen asked. It's nothing, I just suddenly felt like there were people from Osborne everywhere. After all, Osborne is the most powerful biotechnology company in the United States, and it also has many cooperations with our school. Afternoon, Connors in the PhD's class. Peter looked at the middle-aged man on the stage who had a broken hand, but was confident and humorous, and confirmed that this was the version of the super spider. Although in the movie, his research was completely destroyed by Peter's father, his real level is still powerful enough that it would be a complete waste to serve as a teacher to a group of high school students. Of course, for Peter, who has a super brain, it is just enough. After all, for Peter now, as long as he wants to, he can easily and quickly master skills in any field. As long as he works hard, there is no problem in becoming the top in the industry. But, just like Superman, his super brain told him to rely on learning. There is no future. Purchasing directly with points is the most cost-effective way. In other words, combining scoring and learning is the best way. Peter glanced at his panel. Panel. Name, Peter Parker. Occupation, anti-hero. Talent, Superman LV2, Medical Master, Physics Proficient, Spider Sense LV2. Points, 192,430. Mission. Shop. Among them, Fighting Master Proficient in Physics completely self-study. Spider Sense cost Peter 5,000 points at level 1 and 1,000 points at level 2. His perception ability has indeed been greatly improved, and the most important thing is that it is more comprehensive. As for the Highlight Superman Talent Pack. As early as a month ago, after Peter collected 100,000 points, he upgraded it as soon as possible. The effect can only be said to be very refreshing. According to Marvel's Earth, Universe, Heavenly Father's strength classification, his original template of the Motherland should be at the sub-universe level, which is the top of the Earth level. This is also the limit of the Motherland. And this upgrade directly promoted Peter to the cosmic level, the same level as Aunt Marvel. At this point, he finally got rid of the shackles of his Motherland and could truly be called Superman. Apart from anything else, his current biological force field is finally not strong enough to support a plane. Of course, the upgrade cost for the next level has also soared to 500,000 points. This made Peter a little distressed. As time went by, New York's criminals became more and more cowardly. He doubted that if it weren't for the support of the Kingpin, those criminals would simply collapse and become good. It can be said that the security situation in New York has reached the best level ever in this month. But this is not what Peter wants. Now he often has to travel to farther cities, spanning more than half of the United States to carry out justice. 500,000 may not be a big problem, but it is foreseeable that the points required in the future will only increase exponentially. Where can he earn them? It's all because New York's criminals are so incompetent. A certain underground kingpin, cursed and gave the middle finger. After class, Gwen pulled Peter and went to the stage to greet Connors. Connors was packing his things. With only one hand, no matter how hard he exercised, he still looked clumsy sometimes. Gwen took over, helped him organize it, and said hello, Dr. Connors. Oh, Gwen, I didn't expect to meet you here. I didn't expect to meet you at school either, Dr. Connors. It's nothing, it's just that there was something wrong with the research progress, and I was sent out to relax. Connors didn't see any problems on his face, he was still gentle and elegant. He looked at Peter. Who is this? An authoritative expert was sent to a high school from the Osborne building. This was not a small problem. Gwen hesitated to speak, seeing that Connors obviously didn't want to talk more. And can only give up. She introduced Connors and said, "This is what I told you before, Peter Parker." If he hadn't dropped out midway, he might have been the one to intern at Osborne during the summer vacation. She did not forget that Peter had been blamed for her. I missed a good opportunity to learn, and now I am trying my best to make up for it. Hi, Dr. Connors. Peter followed suit. In addition to not wanting to disappoint Gwen, he also had the idea of contacting Connors. After all, in the comics of Gwen's world, it was Peter Parker who finally developed the lizard serum, turned into a lizard, and died in Gwen's arms. This also leads to Gwen's transformation. Connors glanced at Peter. Since he could compete with Gwen, he must have good talent. He thought for a while and said, "Well, if you are interested, you can come to Osborne to see me this weekend." "That's great, Dr. Connors." Finalize the visit to Connors' research regarding the matter, Gwen said, "I still have something to leave first, please remember to arrive on time tonight." Peter nodded, "Of course, I will not miss the appointment." As for what Gwen has to do, of course he is going to be a spider. The chivalrous man acted out of justice. Peter is not much burdened. Anyway, the efficiency of collecting points has slowed down now, so he doesn't have to wait for the evening to go far away to collect points. He could try to focus on improving his skills. It just so happened that Connors had just acquired the biology mastery skill. Peter planned to conquer it with all his strength in the past few days and try to get the entry before the weekend. Anyway, as a speedster, he has much more time than ordinary people. However, if he doesn't look for trouble, things will come to find him. In the corridor, Lightning and the others caught Gordon again today and were playing with him by the locker. Peter passed by and took a look. Perhaps because he had helped Gordon before, Gordon actually looked at him for help. But he just looked away calmly and didn't intend to pay attention. He didn't owe Gordon anything. On the contrary, he once extended a helping hand to Gordon, but Gordon gave up on his own. However, Lightning and the others also discovered Peter. "Hey, look who we found." They immediately put down Gordon and surrounded Peter. Peter, who had been hiding behind Gwen and making them very unhappy, was a better target to bully than Gordon. It just so happens that Gwen is not here today. "Peter, why didn't you hide behind the girls today?" They mocked maliciously, preparing to let Peter know the consequences of provoking them. Peter looked at the people gathered around him and felt a little troubled after a long absence. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Without him, what if I accidentally defeat them and the scene changes to 18+ in an instant? The identity of Peter Parker also requires a normal life. At this moment, he finally realized how difficult it is to be a Superman, and that you need to be careful and careful everywhere in life. Fortunately, I don't know if it's because of his promotion to LV2, but Peter's control of power is much easier now than before. He directly grabbed Lightning's collar, cautiously raised a handful and smashed it against the locker, and became seatmates with Gordon. "Listen, bastard." Peter leaned forward, looking directly at him with brutal eyes. Looking at him, the pressure belonging to Black Superman leaked out a little. "Don't bother me again, you know." Lightning was confused by this sudden change. "Am I going to bully Peter? Why is it Peter's turn to bully me?" And, facing Peter's oppressive gaze, he felt a little scared for some reason, as if facing a ferocious beast, and chose to retreat. Peter was satisfied when he saw that Lightning had been trained well. He glanced at the others and left the scene easily, leaving everyone looking at each other. Mother FXXK, that's Peter? When did Peter become like this? I don't know, brother, but I think it's best not to trouble him in the future. Well, I think so too. Same with Lightning. Gordon, who was at the cabinet, witnessed all this and his eyes widened. He thought Peter was going to suffer disaster this time, but didn't he think it would be solved? Somehow, he found the courage to chase Peter in the direction he left, and the others were not in a mood to stop him. "Sorry, Peter, what happened last time?" Gordon quickly caught up with Peter and apologized. "I don't know if it's out of guilt or fear of the more powerful Peter." Peter frowned, turned around and looked at Gordon without saying a word, making him lower his head in a somewhat reserved manner. Peter said, "Gordon, you don't have to tell me that you're sorry. You're not sorry to anyone. The only person you're sorry for is yourself." He turned and left, leaving Gordon standing there, somewhat at a loss. However, just as Peter got out of trouble, a bigger trouble seemed to cling to him. "Hey, brother, you were so cool just now," Harry said from nowhere. "Tailgating is not a good habit, Harry Osborne," Peter replied. "I just thought it was interesting, so I took a second look." Harry didn't think it was strange at all that Peter knew him. He imitated Peter's actions just now. "Is this how you treated Lightning just now? It's so cool. To be honest, I think that stupid guy has been a little unhappy for a long time. The way you approach is very old-fashioned." "No, I'm serious." Harry looked at Peter and said, "Do you know who you just reminded me of? Black Superman. Brother." "Ah, this." Peter looked weird and said to himself skillfully, "That's a dangerous guy, how can I compare with him?" "Dangerous? You actually believe the media's hype?" Harry was surprised. Looking at Peter. "I thought you would also like him very much." "Yes. Of course, believe me, you can't believe anything the media says," Harry said excitedly. "The Black Superman is the right one. Crime can be better curbed by fighting violence with violence, haven't you noticed? In the past month, the crime rate in New York has dropped to an alarming level." Peter was speechless. He didn't expect that little Green Goblin Harry would actually become his fan. Why are the people who admire him so much villains? At this time, Harry also extended his hand to his idol and said, "What's your name? Let's make friends. I think we will get along very well." "Of course we will get along. You are all my fans, so why can't you get along?" Peter groaned inwardly. He thought for a while, but without refusing, he held Harry's hand and said, "My name is Peter Parker." 3. At 7:30 in the evening, Peter went out on time, then turned around and rang the doorbell on the opposite door. "Hey, Peter, come in." Gwen's mother opened the door and invited her warmly. "Brother Peter." Gwen's two younger brothers also ran over to welcome him. "Auntie, good evening." "Hey, you two little guys, have you finished your homework?" "Oh. No." The two boys looked bitter. Gwen's mother also said immediately, "You guys hurry up and do your homework, and we can catch up for dinner later." "Okay, Mom." They went back with a depressed look. Peter laughed and asked, "Where's Gwen?" "She's in the room, you can go find her first." "Okay." Peter was about to go over, when his super hearing suddenly heard George's voice in the study. He seemed to be talking to someone on the phone. "Is Osborne putting pressure on us?" "Oh, these big companies, don't worry about it, I'll just fight it." I understand, but at this time if the police don't make some achievements, they will really be looked down upon. Do you really want to hand over the security of New York to uncontrolled lawbreakers like Black Superman?" "Yes, that's right. And I think something is wrong this time." Several military family members appealed and said that the disabled veterans they cooperated with Osborne in the experiment disappeared inexplicably. Although Osborne wanted to suppress the news, there are always some people who are not willing to accept the news. Bribery, and this is only a small part. "Osborne again?" Peter's expression remained unchanged as he walked to Gwen's room and knocked on the door. No respond. Peter was not in a hurry. After waiting for a while, there was a sudden messy sound in the room, and then he opened the door. "Hi, Peter, I didn't expect you to come so early." Gwen smiled as if nothing happened, leaning against the door. "Road." Peter glanced into the room and asked knowingly, "What have you been doing in there for so long? Hey, don't you know you can't just look into a girl's room? Is there anything shameful in you?" Peter asked. "Of course not," Gwen said with vacant eyes. Peter was amused in his heart and did not embarrass the little spider who had just returned from a heroic act. Time soon came to mealtime, and a lemon sea bass was placed in front of everyone's table. In addition, there were some bread and snacks. Peter has known this family since childhood, and the two families often hold dinner parties together, so they are very familiar with each other. He has eaten lemon sea bass more than once, and he naturally uses a knife and fork. Everyone ate and talked, and Gwen soon talked about her plans to visit Connors in Osborne over the weekend. "Osborne?" George frowned. "What's wrong, Dad?" "No, it's nothing, it's just that there was a case recently that involved them." Gwen worried, "What about our visit to Dr. Connors on the weekend?" "It's okay, Gwen. Just go as usual," George said without much expression. "Don't worry, Uncle, I will protect Gwen," Peter said in time. Only then did George smile. "Peter, you did a good job." Gwen blinked and didn't speak. She just cut a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. George was having a pretty good time during this time. Different from the beginning, now Black Superman often travels to other cities. Finally, the victims are not just the New York police, so the pressure he faces is naturally much lighter. Look, we're not the only ones with crotch pulls. Of course, his attitude towards these street heroes is still the same as before, and he doesn't like to see them. Several people talked about this topic, and he said, they are all dangerous elements, disrupting public order, attacking citizens. Every time George said this, Gwen's face darkened. It's not that she hasn't argued with George, but it's obvious that she can't convince the stubborn George. Gwen also thought about giving up, but every time she thought of what Peter said to her, she would always tell herself to hold on, hold on. If she cannot live up to Peter's expectations, she can help more people. Caught in it, she sometimes felt tortured. Seeing this, Peter sighed inwardly and said to George, "Uncle, it is undeniable that after they appeared, the crime rate in New York dropped astonishingly, isn't it?" George was surprised. He glanced at Peter as if to say, "Where are you from, boy?" Peter chuckled and said, "Especially Black Superman. The criminals in New York don't even dare to show their faces because of him. He did what the police couldn't do." "What the police couldn't do?" George glared. "Come over here, Peter, what do you think we are doing? Reading the newspaper and eating donuts in the office. Do you know how miserable the victims of Black Superman are recently? They received criminal laws that far exceeded their crimes. He is vigilante." He was a little harsh, because in his eyes, Peter was like half a son, and now his son actually worshipped Black Superman? This ideological error needs to be strictly corrected. When Peter saw that the atmosphere was almost over, he changed the topic smoothly. "What about Spider-Woman?" Even George didn't react. Spider-Woman. "Yes. Uncle, you are right. Black Superman is so evil." Peter was filled with indignation. In comparison, Spider-Woman is like a real hero. She works hard to help the citizens of New York, and she has never seriously injured anyone. She mostly uses spider silk to control her. Get up and wait for the police's trial. Compared to Black Superman, Spider-Woman just wants to help others. I even think that the New York police may be able to establish some connection with Spider-Woman. I believe that the New York police can become the guide and collaborator of superheroes. This kind of news will definitely restore the image and reputation of the police. If we cooperate well, maybe it can cause some trouble for Black Superman. Peter discussed with the police chief how to deal with him without any restraint. The only people who can deal with superpowers are superpowers. Peter's words made George unable to deal with it. He was stunned and couldn't believe that Peter could actually say such sophisticated words, just like a politician. What was outrageous was that, after thinking about it for a while, it seemed that it was really possible. He really wanted to ask Peter if he would like to enter politics in the future. Moreover, the broken windows theory exists everywhere. Even though George doesn't want to admit it, Spider-Woman is undoubtedly much cuter no matter how you look at it with the Black Superman lifting the roof. He glared at Peter, "You seem to be very close to Spider-Woman." Peter admitted without hesitation, "I'm her fan, Uncle." George. The whole family looked at Gwen in surprise. Understand why she suddenly burst into laughter. "It's nothing, Dad. It's just that there are not many opportunities to see you deflated." George. After dinner, Peter and Gwen walked to the rooftop of the apartment. A bit of cool evening breeze blew in our faces, but it was just right for Peter and Gwen, who had excellent physiques. "Peter, you can't see that my dad could be rendered speechless by you." The way he looked just now was so funny, Gwen said. It's nothing. Who told Uncle to slander Spider-Woman? Slander? Haha. Gwen smiled, opened her eyes wide, and looked over. Do you like Spider-Woman that much? Well, Peter leaned his chin and muttered, which made Gwen a little worried. If you don't like it, do I need to argue with Uncle George? He is the police chief, what if I am imprisoned by him? Peter said. Dad can't do that. Speaking of which, Peter walked to the guardrail and put his hands on it. Isn't it bad to talk about liking another girl in front of a girl? Don't worry, I don't mind. Why? Because I also like Spider-Woman. Question. Definitely. The two stood by the guardrail together, blowing in the wind for a while, overlooking the night view of New York City. Thank you, Peter, thank you. After a while, Gwen said. You're welcome, I should. You didn't even ask me what I'm thanking you for. Ha, I'm sorry, I'm used to it. Gwen felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. You're so disrespectful to other people now. Do girls talk like that? Hey, Gwen, when did you become like Uncle George? Peter glanced at Gwen. What? Slander. It's not like you don't know. I stay with you almost all day long. How can I have time to interact with other girls? This, Gwen cursed inwardly. It's terrible tonight. Why am I a bit stupid? Seem a little unable to control your emotions and feelings. Normally she would not say such things. Of course, that's because Gwen got into a more emotional state tonight, because of Peter. For girls, sometimes no matter how many sweet words I like you, they are not as effective as a real action. Peter successfully persuaded George in front of her tonight, or at least made George speechless, untying the knot of pressure in her heart. And she didn't shy away from it, and boldly expressed that she was a fan of Spider-Woman. How could this not make her excited and clench her legs? If this were a game, you would definitely see the friendship and favorability levels that were green in the past rapidly turning to pink. And the next second, Peter counterattacked, besides, it's you who is busy every day and suddenly disappears. I have a reason for this. Gwen felt a little aggrieved when Peter said this. Who is she playing Spider-Man for? At this moment, she even thought about telling Peter that she was Spider-Man, since he liked her so much anyway. What's the reason? Peter asked. Gwen held onto the fence tightly with both hands, struggling fiercely in her heart. She was afraid that Peter would misunderstand her because of this, and she was also afraid that the changes caused by the exposure of her identity would be out of control. After all, even though she seems smart and mature on weekdays, she is only an 18-year-old girl. Not long after she suddenly gained superpowers, she suddenly put on a mask and suddenly determined to become a hero. Faced with two completely different identities, she repeatedly switched and squeezed in the gap. Her heart was extremely colorful, but also a little confused and empty. She still needs a long time to digest, adapt, and balance Spider-Man and Gwen, heroes and life. This, even for Peter Parker, who has been Spider-Man for many years, is a subject that will never end. Sorry, Peter, give me some time. Gwen said with some difficulty. She grabbed Peter's hand with both hands and squeezed it tightly. At the same time, she raised her pretty face and looked at Peter closely. But please believe me, okay? Peter looked at Gwen, who was so close, and looking at him hopefully. He felt a little distressed. Not long after becoming Spider-Man, this young and bright girl's eyes already showed some unnoticeable fatigue. After all, being a hero is a physical job. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. In addition to her daily schoolwork, she also had to squeeze in time to travel through the streets of New York, dealing with her parents, teachers, and friends. If Peter hadn't helped her eliminate most of the crimes, and if her physique hadn't been extraordinary, she would have been dead. I can't hold it anymore. And let her stop being Spider-Man? Although Peter doesn't like the idea of fate, in Marvel and American comics, fate is real and common among many heroes. The most famous one is Batman vs. Gotham. Even if Gwen gives up becoming Spider-Man now, one day in the future, either due to the influence of a certain person or her own choice, she will eventually become Spider-Man again. I always believe in you, Gwen. I will wait until the day you are willing to say it. Peter touched Gwen's blonde hair with his hand and said with a smile. Don't worry, take your time, stop and rest for a while when you are tired. It doesn't matter. Gwen didn't expect Peter to say such words, it was so gentle. The hand stroking her hair was also gentle and warm, like jade drops from a clear spring flowing through her heart. She even thought that Peter had known her identity for a long time. But, how could it be possible? Sure enough, Peter hasn't changed. He is still the same Peter. Well, thank you, Peter, you're really nice. Gwen said, enjoying it. Peter looked strange. Was he given the good guy card? Ahem. An abrupt and very unrealistic voice suddenly came to mind. Gwen looked towards the corridor. She was so absorbed that she didn't even notice that her mother had come up at some point. Gwen quickly distanced herself from Peter like a frightened rabbit, placing her hands behind her hips to distance herself. Gwen's mother had an awkward expression on her face. Well, I just came up to tell you to get down. Well, there's no need to go down in such a hurry. She waved her hand. You continue, I'll leave first. Then she left in a flash. Rooftop. Oh. Gwen covered her red face and glared at Peter, who was smiling at the side, through her fingers. It's all your fault that you're still laughing. Weekend, Osborne Industrial Building. Peter looked up at this tall building, his supervision and clairvoyance were turned on at the same time, and everything about Osborne no longer had any secrets in his eyes. With this scan, he saw a lot of interesting things. It's quite wild. Only by having it in person can you understand how flawed Superman's power is, his invincible strength, speed, and detection ability. As long as he thinks about it, if he stops in front of the Pentagon, everything in the United States will unfold in front of him. It's amazing, isn't it? If you hadn't given up before, maybe you would have been the one to intern during the summer vacation. Gwen said. It seemed that she still cared about this matter, but she didn't know whether she cared about Peter withdrawing from the competition, or whether she cared about Peter's opportunity. Peter smiled, looked at her and said, I have never regretted this, Gwen. Gwen subconsciously looked away, not daring to face Peter's face. Even if it's me, you can't do this. Do you know how much easier it will be for you to get into those Ivy League universities with an Osborne internship resume? You can get more scholarships because of it. Gwen, you are more and more like damn it. Hey. You're going too far. I'm just caring about you. The two of them quarreled and walked into the building. After that night, the relationship between the two returned to what it was before. They were very good friends since childhood. However, it is not without changes. What is obvious is that there are more unintentional physical contacts in daily life, and there are also more detailed moments that only two people can feel. I'm probably on the edge of that line, above friendship, but not yet full of love. Maybe one day I'll cross the line, maybe I never will. Both of you, do you have an appointment? The lady at the front desk asked them politely. We are students of Dr. Connors, and we made an appointment with him. Wait, okay, I found it, please come in. Dr. Connors's laboratory is. The two came to the laboratory before. Gwen was very familiar with this place and led Peter in. Dr. Connors's office is over here, follow me. They walked to a room surrounded by glass. I don't know if it was careless. For some reason, the door was not closed properly. The next second, quarrels broke out in the room. Finally, the foreshadowing, daily routine, and candy distribution are all finished. What follows is the main line of this chapter. The battle is here, and the rhythm should be tighter. To be honest, I don't know if it's because I started writing love stories. I feel like everything I write looks like love stories, face covering, which is hard to resist. I've been quite busy these past 2 days, and I really haven't saved any manuscripts now. I'm writing and publishing now, so I only know the plot a few minutes before you do. Posted first, some details may be revised later. Finally, please pay attention to the newcomers and new books. _3, _. I'm only one step away now. There's only one last formula left to transfer lizard DNA to humans. You can't stop it now. The last step? Dr. Connors, I heard you say that 3 years ago, and it is still the case today. But this has proven its possibility, hasn't it? It just requires some rigorous formulas to find the right node. Come on, forget it. It works, and it won't be on you, Connors. There was a slight silence in the room for 2 seconds before Connors continued, what about Osborne? Year after year, Mr. Osborne can't wait any longer. Fortunately, he doesn't need to wait any longer. What do you mean? There's more than just lizard projects in the company, isn't it? On the spider side, although something happened a month ago unexpected, but it was a blessing in disguise and there was some new progress. I heard that Osborne has been involved in some disputes recently. Those who achieve great things do not stick to trivial matters. For Mr. Osborne, you have to make some sacrifices, isn't it? Asshole. Are you using them for human experiments? Whatever you say, it's time to stop. The man who was arguing with Connors walked out of the room and bumped into Peter and Greg. Gwen was stunned for a moment, but he didn't care and left. Connors also spotted the two of them, with a look of exhaustion and loneliness on his face. Gwen, Peter, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Dr. Connors, is what you just said true? Gwen was a little excited. She had interned at Osborne and obviously knew something. Osborne forcibly used volunteers for human experiments. I'm sorry, Gwen, for letting you hear this. No, doctor, it's not your fault. I didn't expect Osborne to. Gwen was very angry. As a superhero, she cannot tolerate this kind of violation of human life. Connors also sighed and said, "Come in first." His office was also filled with data and samples from various experiments. This middle-aged man is really working hard on this research, trying to transfer lizard genes to humans so that he can regenerate his lost limbs. This stems from his experience as a military doctor when he was young. As a result, he saw too many soldiers who were disabled due to war. He himself also broke an arm while saving people. He is essentially a good person, hoping to restore the limbs of his former comrades, and he also longs for sound limbs, which makes him place too much trust in this research and become fanatical. In the end, he became a lizard man, which can only be said to be a fate. Gwen was a little distracted, so Peter could only speak first. "Doctor, can you tell us? It's a genius idea to transfer lizard genes to humans." Connors glanced at Peter. He didn't expect this young man could actually be so calm at this time. To be precise, this research project is called cross-species gene transfer, and lizards are just one of its branches. The goal is to give people the ability to regenerate their severed limbs. Connors waved his broken right hand mockingly. The ultimate goal of this project is to enable humans to selectively transplant genes from animals to repair and improve themselves without any defects. If this research project is successful, many diseases will no longer be a problem. "Spider," Peter said suddenly. "You are very keen, kid." Connors was finally a little surprised this time. Spiders are also one of the branches of this project. He looked at Peter seriously. Peter's insight was undoubtedly amazing by analyzing this result from just such a few clues. When doing research, in addition to having a rich knowledge base, sometimes this kind of insight is one of the important reasons for the rapid breakthrough of the project. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. He cherished his talents. So, he quickly explained some more in-depth things to Peter. But what surprised him even more was that from Peter's feedback, it was obvious that he had a certain grasp of these things, and his thinking and acumen were far beyond his own. How old is Peter? He is just a high school student, and now he can actually have a heated discussion with himself, an authoritative expert in the field of biology. Connors was in a daze. What kind of freak is this? Had he inadvertently discovered a super genius? But this did not discourage Connors, but instead aroused his fighting spirit. He simply brought out the contents of the cross-species gene transfer project to discuss with Peter, and even shared some of the difficulties he encountered in his research. The result completely shocked Connors. Peter's knowledge base was completely beyond his expectations. Apart from having less experimental experience, he didn't look like a high school student at all. He is also quick thinking, and many ideas can bring him a lot of inspiration. Even if he is sometimes stumped by some questions, he can give the correct answer after a short period of thinking. This made Connors both excited and bitter. Peter glanced at the biology mastery on his panel. He still posted this entry in the past few days. In addition, with his supervision turned on, he can collect information from the entire office and even the laboratory. With these bonuses, he was able to deal with Connors with ease just now. Moreover, although his biology is only at the proficient level, his brain power with the blessing of the super brain has already surpassed Connors by an unknown amount, so that he can always think of answers quickly and even give Connors inspiration. What made Peter even more delighted was that he found that during such intense discussions and thinking, he felt that his biological proficiency was changing at a rapid speed. With just an opportunity, he might be able to reach the next level. Floors. Gwen was also listening fascinated, her eyes bright, of course, mainly focused on Peter. In the end, all problems still return to the original point. The formula. Connors can't find the formula. Peter's brain was thinking rapidly, and the information from the entire laboratory group became his nourishment, gestating and sprouting in his brain. In the Supernatural movie, Peter Parker helps Connors through a formula left behind by his father. But Peter himself confirmed that in this world, his deceased parents were just ordinary people and left nothing for him. The protagonist of this world is Gwen, not Peter Parker. Connors also looked at Peter with some expectancy. Maybe, this child can bring him another surprise today? At this moment. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, not far from here. No, it should be said on a certain floor of the Osborne building. Peter and Gwen's spider senses went off at the same time, and a crazy, high-pitched laugh appeared in their minds. "Oh Peter, I have to leave for a while." Gwen quickly recovered and gave Peter one last look. "Go ahead, Dr. Connors and I are waiting here for you to come back," Peter said. "What happened, Gwen?" Connors asked with some confusion after Gwen left. "It's probably just a little trouble, otherwise the alarm should be raised by now," Peter smiled and said. As for Gwen, girls always need some private space, Dr. Connors, shall we continue? Connors spirited. He was shocked and said, of course. He had fully recognized Peter's ability as a scientific researcher. Now, the two of them are working together to conquer the final formula. I originally wanted to code the next chapter at night, but my colleague went home because of something, and I had to work on his shift that night, so it was a bit late. Outside the Osborne building, a figure hovered in the air. Wearing a high-tech green armor, a devil mask on his face, and a bat-winged aircraft at his feet, he is none other than the classic villain in Spider-Man, the Green Goblin. As we all know, the identity behind the Green Goblin mask is Norman Osborn, the chairman of the Osborne Group. His family suffers from a rare genetic disease that is difficult to cure. Every generation of Osborne will die young due to this disease. As the chairman of the most powerful biotechnology company in the United States, Norman Osborne was certainly unwilling to accept this result. He attempted to use cross-species gene transfer technology to extend life. But this project will always get stuck at a certain step and cannot advance due to some technical or other reasons. The most typical one is Connor's lizard serum. Because of a set of formulas, the entire laboratory has been stagnant for several years. Norman was not reconciled. He settled for the next best thing and tried to develop a mechanical life support device to maintain his body functions. Even if he can't leave this device for the rest of his life. However, although the device was researched and it was a set of armor, the effect was not enough. It can heal injuries to the human body, maintain the functional life of the human body, and even give the wearer powerful power, but it cannot save his life. Failure after failure made Norman Osborne physically weaker and weaker. He was bedridden for a time, and when he was dying, he could only recall his son Harry Osborne, who was studying abroad. Until a month ago, the Spider genetically modified project, which had great hopes but ultimately failed, had an accident for unknown reasons. The genetically modified spiders escaped from the cage and became a mess. But blessings and misfortunes depend on each other. When the researchers were sorting it out afterwards, they found that a certain problem that had been stuck before had actually been solved by itself. The entire laboratory was restarted, but Norman Osborn couldn't wait any longer. He could only forcefully conduct human experiments when the spider serum was not yet mature. The results were tragic. All the injected people died from the toxins in the spider serum, and this problem was not solved until the end. Norman Osborn was directly injected with immature spider serum. He should have also died from the toxins in the serum, but he just happened to develop a life-sustaining armor that could heal physical injuries and maintain body functions. In this way, two imperfect things came together to give birth to a more perfect and powerful existence, the Green Goblin. He clenched his fists, feeling the powerful vitality in his body that he had not seen for a long time, and exhaled with satisfaction. I am reborn, as a more perfect and powerful existence. Once he was liberated from long-term pain and suffering, he added, catalyzed by the biological battle armor, endless desire for destruction burst out in his heart. An evil spirit from hell is being born. He turned the direction of the aircraft and aimed two small bombs at the crowd who were looking curiously below. Hello. Goodbye. Ha 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 ha. The Green Goblin laughed wildly and fired the bombs at the crowd. But the expected art explosion did not appear. An agile white figure swung out from the high-rise building, accurately shot the spider silk from his hand, wrapped the bomb, and then turned around in a gorgeous 360 degrees, throwing the bomb into the sky. Boom. Boom. Two large fireworks went off one after another. The Green Goblin stared at the figure that ruined his good deeds. For some reason, he almost instinctively felt disgusted with this figure. The visitor was naturally Gwen, who came non-stop. Fortunately, she finally caught up. Hey. Do you know what you are doing? You almost killed them. Gwen accused. Of course, I'm very sorry for this, I couldn't succeed. The Green Goblin stared at Gwen and said, Who are you? Gwen was stunned. Even for her, such completely antisocial beings are rare. A guy who impressed her deeply was the dead Vulture. Having said that, the armor on this person is very similar to that of a vulture, almost coming from the same source. Me? I'm Spiderwoman, what's your relationship with the Vulture? Gwen said. Vulture? Don't compare me with that shoddy thief. The Green Goblin shouted loudly. I am the Green Goblin. A sharp knife was drawn on the aircraft, and the Green Goblin drove it and crashed into Gwen. But Gwen is no longer the fledgling Gwen she was a month ago. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. She quickly swung the spider silk to dodge, but this vulture-like move obviously had no effect on her. One of them was riding a flying machine, the other was swinging on a spider's silk, and they chased each other over New York and got into a fight. Gwen is an agile player. Although she is slightly weaker in strength, her exquisite movements make it difficult for the Green Goblin to guard against. Compared to a month ago, her fighting skills have matured a lot, and she is even more versatile in the use of spider silk. She seized the opportunity and jammed a spider bomb directly into the propeller of the aircraft, almost causing the Green Goblin to fall from the air. Or use spider silk to connect the aircraft to the building, destroying the balance of the aircraft. But the Green Goblin was equipped with enough explosives to make Gwen very anxious. She had never encountered such an opponent before. He was completely unscrupulous. The explosives in his hands were not even directed at her, but at the surrounding crowd. But this only made her more exhausted. Seeing that more and more people were attracted, and police helicopters began to arrive at the scene, the Green Goblin gradually became impatient. He dropped a handful of bombs, threw Gwen away, swooped down, grabbed the little girl, and used the remaining explosives on his body to blow up the train track beside him, then flew forward to the side of the speeding train. Destroy the brake engine. All this happened in a flash, and when Gwen caught up after handling the bomb, it was too late to stop it. The Green Goblin stood on the out-of-control train, his evil ghost mask flashing with light. Ignoring the terrified screams of the girl in his arms, he looked at Gwen and said, "Make a choice, Spider-Woman. Want this girl's life, or save the entire train?" Osborne Tower, Connor's experimental group. In the office, Peter and Connors were having an intense brainstorming session. In other words, Peter is mobilizing his super brain, and at this time Connors can no longer keep up with his rhythm. He had reached the end of the process, and Connors could only sit obediently aside, looking at him expectantly. Finally. "Dr. Connors, I think the formula is like this." Peter wrote down the formula. At this moment, a message came from the system. Acquired skill, biology master. Connors is still a little unbelievable. The problem that has troubled him for so many years was solved in such a short time. Like a pilgrim, he tremblingly picked up the piece of paper that carried the formula and his lifelong wish, as if it was the most precious thing in the world. "Peter, oh, Peter, I really don't know how to thank you." He no longer dared to treat the young man in front of him as a junior. He was impressed by his terrifying talent and understood that he would never be able to hope for it in his life. The top of its back. "You're welcome, I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants," Peter said. If it hadn't been for Connors's years of data and an entire laboratory's data, he might not have been able to figure it out. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. It was really fun to earn points. Moreover, Dr. Connors, the formula can only give you a correct direction. You still need to conduct a lot of tests and experiments before you can actually apply it to the human body. Even if Peter writes the formula, the experiment cannot be completed overnight. Connors still needs to make countless adaptations and adjustments before he can truly come up with a version that can be used clinically. Anything great is built on countless trials and errors. I understand. The next step is the physical work, and I will complete it," Connors said excitedly and couldn't help but start trying. Peter smiled slightly and stepped back unconsciously, leaving space for Connors alone. Looking at Connors, who was busy in front of the experimental table, he murmured to himself, "So, what will you choose, Connors?" He turned around and left completely, heading to another battlefield. This wave of tribute should not be too stiff, right? Okay, I admit it's very stiff, but unfortunately I didn't save the manuscript and didn't have more time to think about polishing it. Newcomers and new books, please pay attention, don't lose your collection as soon as it is updated. The heart is not good and cannot with inside the runaway train. Hundreds of passengers realized later that they were in danger, screamed in panic, and the whole train was in chaos. Help! Who can save us? In the carriage, Gwen faced the choice given by the Green Goblin. Between the lives of one person and hundreds of people, is there still a need to choose? Of course she wanted them all. The Green Goblin threw the girl in his arms in the opposite direction of the train. Perhaps due to the explosion of his potential under the crisis, and being familiar with the Green Goblin's fighting style, Gwen used the spider silk to eject, caught the girl, and at the same time used the spider to silk temporarily block the Green Goblin's actions. But she knows the challenge is just beginning. The train that was destroyed by braking at full speed made her scalp tingle, and her spider sense was screaming loudly from the beginning. She did not have strong physical strength to force the train to stop. All she could rely on was the spider silk in her hand. She kept shuffling around the carriages, launching spider webs to stick to the train and the buildings on both sides. The spider silk breaks quickly, and then new spider silk is shot out, and so on. For the first time, Gwen was so focused and her adrenaline was highly secreted. At this moment, she performed some actions that she could not do in the past. Soon, the spider silk was not breaking as fast as it was weaving. The spider silk shoots out and connects one after another, which can be called gorgeous. The entire train track and the streets on both sides are like entering a silk hole. It is a vast white area with only a pair of blue ballet shoes blooming in it. No. The Green Goblin escaped, looked at the scene, and said, I won't let you destroy my masterpiece again, Spider-Woman. He hit Gwen. He was also a little anxious at this time, because if this continues, Spider-Man might really succeed. In that case, wouldn't he become a joke? He would never allow it. He struggled with Gwen and tried his best to block Gwen with his body. Asshole, get out of the way. Gwen yelled. Absolutely impossible. The train moved forward unimpeded again, and the people on the train shouted for help, and then drove into the abyss. No. Gwen shouted desperately, her heart full of powerlessness. She had tried her best. Ha 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 ha, the Green Devil laughed loudly. His desire for destruction was greatly satisfied, and the evil spirit in his heart was completely formed at this moment. Then. Whoa, the passengers in the car shouted in surprise. Huh. The Green Goblin was stunned. This sound is wrong. Where is the explosion? Where's the scream? Where is my art? Gwen was also stunned, and the two people with different emotions looked at each other. I saw that the car that rushed into the gap and fell off the viaduct slowly suspended again, and even the train speeding behind seemed to be stopped by an invisible force. Then, people saw a black figure lifting up the carriage slowly. It's Black Superman. Black Superman is here. It was Peter who came from Connors. At this moment, everyone present felt relieved. Although the citizens of New York say they want to boycott Black Superman, they still honestly believe in Black Superman's unparalleled power. Except for the Green Goblin. His eyes were split open, and his body was shaking slightly with anger. He flew in front of Peter and asked, do you know what you did? You ruined my masterpiece. Peter frowned and looked at him. Why are we all such lunatics? He looked again. Gwen took a look and felt relieved after making sure she wasn't seriously injured. This act of disregard completely angered the Green Goblin. He controlled the aircraft to draw a sharp knife and hit it. In his opinion, it is undoubtedly the best time to deal with the Black Superman when he is holding the train and needs to protect the people on the train. This is indeed true in common sense. But his opponent is Superman. The Black Superman who has gotten rid of the shackles of his motherland and is completely otherworldly and superior to the world. He also made the same mistake as the Vulture, which was poor information. It is impossible for a dying chairman of a biological group to pay too much attention to other things. Peter stretched out his hand, grabbed the Green Goblin's neck, and pulled him off the aircraft. But being caught in Superman's hand, the Green Goblin not only didn't panic, but actually laughed wildly. Gwen also exclaimed and warned. Be careful. The Green Goblin's aircraft circled in the air and turned around, with two sharp knives in front, and hit Peter again. Go to hell. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Boom. The aircraft collided with Peter's body, causing explosion smoke, but it was not the person who was destroyed, but the aircraft. In fact, Peter's dark figure floated in midair without being shaken in the slightest. The Green Goblin's eyes widened, unable to recover. Noisy. Black Superman's deep voice was heard, and then the Green Goblin felt an irresistible huge force coming and threw him out. Boom. The Green Goblin was casually thrown to the roadside by Peter, the ground cracked, and he fainted. Gwen looked at all this blankly. Is this solved? In just a few seconds, since the appearance of Black Superman, the whole thing has stopped making waves? Compared to Black Superman, she looks like a child. Next, she saw Black Superman slowly positioning the carriage and then flew to the Green Goblin. In front of everyone, Black Superman's eyes lit up with scarlet light, and he was unscrupulous, ready to execute the Green Goblin in public. At this moment, everyone was looking at this place, but no one came out to stop it. Because everyone has personally experienced the madness of the Green Goblin. He endangered the lives of almost everyone present. Many people even began to reflect on the fact that although the actions of Black Superman in the past were a bit cruel, weren't they better protecting them? No. Only one person stood up and said. It's Gwen. She stood in front of Peter. Peter looked at her, the scarlet in his eyes faded, and asked in a deep voice similar to Batman's. What's wrong? You can't kill him. Gwen said, it's up to the police and the law to sentence him. No matter what. In other words, as George's daughter, she must have some ideas that are similar to George's subconsciously. One of the things that most Spider-Man insists on is that they will not kill unless they have to. Instead, it is left to judicial proceedings. Although Peter found it troublesome, he didn't sneer at it. Every guy who can be called a hero will have a set of principles that he will defend to the death and implement to the end. Even anti-heroes are no exception. The only difference is whether their principles can be accepted by the public. The most famous one is a madman in Gotham who tries to intimidate others with fear while also thanklessly adhering to the no-kill principle. Those who cannot abide by principles will either become heroes or degenerate into villains. Therefore, many times, there is actually only a thin line between heroes and villains, and they often just need a choice. Peter took a look at the crowd around him. The New York police gradually caught up with them, and the police helicopter began to hover in the sky. He could also see George in it. He found that people generally stopped insisting on execution after the police arrived, and they were more inclined to hand it over to the police. Compared to Black Superman, people still trust familiar police officers more. Peter laughed in a deep voice. He floated in the air, looked down at Gwen from a high position, and said, "So, if he does evil again, can you be responsible for the people who were injured?" "What?" Gwen was stunned. She didn't expect Black Superman to ask. "Say this." Facing a being who was extremely powerful, mysterious, and moody, Gwen said it was impossible not to be nervous. She has been worried about what she would do if Black Superman said no. She didn't know. Unexpectedly, Black Superman just asked this question. "No, he won't have the chance to do evil again. The law will punish him," Gwen said confidently without thinking too much. She believed in her father and she also believed in Peter. If Peter were here, he would definitely agree with his choice. Peter. He took a deep look at Gwen, and through the mask, he saw her youthful and cute face, looking at him firmly, with some pity in his heart. "But I hope it's true as you said," he just replied. Boom. A sonic boom sounded, and he burst out of the air and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Black Superman left, the atmosphere on the field relaxed, and everyone tensed up because of him. He looked very much like the head teacher, after the leader finally left. So, now. Everyone turned their attention to the fainted Green Goblin. They all gnashed their teeth and wanted to know who was the culprit that caused today's unusual turmoil. Gwen is no exception. "Anyway, if you hand it over to the police, your identity must be disclosed." She stepped forward, took off the Green Goblin's evil mask, and was stunned. She suddenly regretted it. She realized that something really big had happened this time. Under the evil ghost mask, Norman Osborn's face was revealed to the public. "Mr. Osborne, regarding the New York Police's terrorist attack on you, harming citizens, and forced human experiments on veterans, causing many deaths and injuries, causing serious adverse social impacts, etc. Do you have any objection to the accusation?" On TV, Norman Osborne was sitting in the dock, undergoing trial in court. Although he was still wearing his biological life support device, his whole body was in a mess and he looked a little depressed. 2 weeks have passed since the Green Goblin attack. The impact of this incident can be said to have shocked the country. As one of the most successful businessmen in the United States, the billionaire Norman Osborne, the head of the Osborne Group, is actually a supercriminal. Whether it was the destructive nature of the incident or the gossip nature, it was enough to ignite the entire United States in an instant. As for the Black Superman and Spider-Woman who captured him, they were even pushed to the forefront after the incident. Gwen received countless compliments every day, which gave her great satisfaction. As an 18-year-old beautiful girl and a fledgling new hero, these compliments are very useful to her. Of course, more is the condemnation of Norman Osborne. Countless people are paying attention to this lawsuit and hope that he will be punished as he deserves. Before the trial, this voice reached its peak. But in the court, "Mr. Judge, before that, my client needs to provide a certificate." Norman Osborne's lawyer took a step forward and handed over a document. "My client, Norman Osborne." Mr. Osborne was diagnosed by the psychiatrist department of Presbyterian Hospital as suffering from schizophrenia. The whole thing was done by another personality and was not caused by Mr. Osborne's subjective will. He does not even have any memory. In fact, Mr. Osborne promoted cross-species genetic modification technology to benefit all mankind. His other personality is also a byproduct of his contribution to the cause. He motioned to Osborne. "Kind Mr. Osborne, he is also a victim. During this period of time, he has been tortured by another personality." Snap. Gwen angrily turned off the replay of the Osborne lawsuit. She asked, "Dad, is there really no way out?" George sighed and said, "Yes. Norman Osborne will be imprisoned in a medical institution for treatment and will never be able to come out for the rest of his life. This lawsuit, although it is not yet completely over, the tone of the outcome has been set. Although they didn't lose, they didn't win either. Why is this happening? If the evildoers cannot be punished as they deserve, then what's the point of the law?" Gwen frowned. Even prisons can be developed into a complete industrial chain to provide special services to the rich, let alone a medical institution. Basically, this leaves Norman Osborne to retire in peace. Moreover, after the lawsuit was over, various whitewashings of Norman Osborne appeared on the internet and in the media, as well as doubts and smears against Black Superman and Spider-Woman. Among them, because Black Superman is too powerful, most people choose to target Spider-Woman with doubts and even abuse. A lot of praise was followed by a lot of slander. Amid the ups and downs, Gwen has not been having an easy time recently. Everyone is emo. Gwen, society is much more complicated than the ivory tower of school. No matter how you say it, Osborne is a billionaire. To be able to do this is already the limit. In fact, except for Norman Osborne himself, who is a billionaire, in addition to being a billionaire and a financial backer of countless politicians, he was able to achieve this result more because of his personal interests. Although the side effects are huge, whether it is cross-species gene transfer or biological armor, they are extremely coveted and have huge benefits. Thanks to these two things, he was able to escape unscathed. No. Dad. Gwen said angrily. Even a billionaire can't almost kill a car of people and let countless veterans die under his experiments. And he can still enjoy it safely. The rest of our lives. But sometimes, we need to compromise. George touched Gwen's head. Okay, dear, let's stop this matter, okay. This result is enough to satisfy everyone. But I can't be satisfied, Dad, Gwen said to herself. If she were a normal person, she might just accept it. But she's not. She is Spider-Man. It was she who stopped the Black Superman with her own hands, vowing that the Green Goblin would be punished as he deserved. But now it seems like a joke. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. She felt confused once again. If the law could not make the evildoers get the punishment they deserve, then what was the point of her persistence? At the same time, various smears and doubts in the internet and media made her doubt herself. Am I qualified to be Spider-Man? Am I capable of taking on this responsibility? In the past 2 days, she couldn't help but recall what Black Superman asked her that day. If he does evil again, can you be responsible for the people who were injured? This sentence circled in her mind like a nightmare, lingering. No, no way. He will be locked up in a medical institution in his next life, and there is no way he can come out. Gwen? Gwen. Peter's voice rang in his ears, what can't come out? Gwen said. He quickly came back to his senses and remembered that she was already at school. It's nothing, I'm just a little distracted. You've always been like this lately, and you can't even answer the teacher's questions in the morning. Peter walked side by side with her, said. If you have any questions, you can tell me. It's nothing, Gwen opened her mouth and was suddenly interrupted by a burst of noise. Not far away, a group of people gathered together, shouting, look, the little Green Goblin is coming. I didn't expect that. My father is a Green Goblin and my son is also a Green Goblin. Your family is all bad. The two said to each other. They glanced at each other and understood each other's meaning. In the crowd. FXXK. Get out of my way, you bastards. Harry yelled angrily. He was stuck in the middle of the crowd and couldn't leave. The ridicule in his ears hurt his self-esteem like never before. Once, he was proud of the title Green Goblin, which represented the Green Franklin, and everyone respected him and fawned over him. But now, everything has reversed, after Spider-Woman took off the Green Goblin's hood. His father, whom he was once proud of, turned out to be a super criminal and nearly killed countless people. This was something he couldn't accept, and he was also looked down upon and bullied by others. As if the father is a bad seed, the son should also be born a bad seed. At this time, someone shouted. Principal. The principal is coming this way. The students were startled and scattered away like mice seeing a cat. Harry gritted his teeth and watched the group of people escape. It wasn't until he saw Peter and Gwen in the crowd that he understood what was happening. He smiled bitterly and said. Thank you. No, I should. Gwen said somewhat complicatedly. She knew in her heart that if it hadn't been for her, Harry would still be the glorious Mr. Osborne, and he wouldn't have suffered what he was experiencing today. Unexpectedly, Harry looked directly at Peter. Thank you, Peter, I was right about you, you are a good brother. Gwen? She stared at Peter with wide eyes, as if asking, when did you become so good? Why don't I know? Peter shrugged, chatted with Harry for a while, and then let him go. He probably wasn't in much of a mood to chat with people at this time. As Gwen looked at Harry leaving, she suddenly thought of herself. In fact, the Green Goblin incident also brought a fear to Gwen. That is, what will happen if one day her identity is exposed? What would her parents and friends think of her? How will others view yourself and your parents? Harry's lesson was right in front of him, and there was no room for Gwen to be careless. Now there are many people on the internet who are criticizing her, calling her ugly under the mask. So angry. As for Peter, hey, he is very reassuring. If he knew that he was Spider-Woman, he would be crazy with joy. And then, Gwen couldn't help but think about it for a moment, blushing for some reason. This should be regarded as the only piece of news that can reassure her in the near future. Suddenly, there was another sharp and harsh voice in her mind. The damn spider sense has triggered again. This time it smelled strongly of a predator, extremely dangerous, and very close, Right at school. Before Gwen could take precautions, she suddenly heard a bang and the wall of the corridor not far ahead collapsed. A huge, 2-meter-high green monster rushed out of it. Roar. The monster roared, and the remaining students in the corridor screamed in surprise, turned around in panic, and ran away. The scattered dust dispersed, and Gwen finally saw what the monster looked like. It has sharp claws, sharp teeth, huge jaws, and a long tail. It is a large lizard that has been genetically mutated to the point that even my grandma's family doesn't recognize it. It was Dr. Connors who became a lizard man. Oh, damn, why is it green again? Gwen couldn't help complaining. Connor's new look left Gwen confused. Why is there such a monster in my school? But now is not the time to explore this. This big guy is very dangerous at first sight and needs. It's time for Spiderwoman to appear. As for why Connors turned into a lizard man and appeared in school, we have to talk about it after the Green Goblin incident. The exposure of Norman Osborn's identity directly caused the entire Osborne Group's stock price to plummet, and the entire company was thrown into chaos. Among them, the cross-species gene transfer project left by Norman Osborne has undoubtedly received great attention and many parties. Fortunately, Connors also worked out the genetic formula that had been stagnant for many years at this time, and suddenly became the center of the whirlpool. In this kind of transaction of money and power, without enough strength, the brighter the person, the faster he will die. That's what Connors is, a big shot in biology and an authority on genetic engineering. These identities don't give him any weight. He was quickly kicked out and used his previous connections to temporarily find a job at Midtown Technology High School. But at this point, the success of the lizard serum is imminent. How can you make Connors willing to give up? He spent all his savings over the years and continued his research, finally producing the first version of the serum and successfully restoring the severed limbs of the mice. This attracted the attention of the Osborne Group, which was still somewhat disconnected. They quickly came to the door, and gave two options in an extremely arrogant and domineering manner. Step up commercialization and save the company's stock, otherwise they would ban further research. Some people may ask, why does Osborne prohibit others from doing research? In fact, it really can. Connors worked for Osborne over the years and left too many patents and copyrights behind, and he couldn't get around these if he wanted to continue. Therefore, Connors, who had just taken a step towards his life goal, found that his road was blocked again. The funny thing is that these things that are blocking him are all developed by him with great pains. Grief, powerlessness, and anger were tormenting him. Moreover, his savings were almost exhausted and he could no longer hold on. In desperation, Connors had no choice but to fight his last and personally, become the first experimenter of the lizard serum. He fainted, and when he woke up, he found that his right hand, which had been disabled for many years, had grown back. How beautiful and cute it is, with skin as pink and sensitive as a baby's. Connors was lost in thought and looked at his right hand tenderly. Then he felt hungry. This is normal. After all, energy cannot be generated out of thin air. It must have taken a huge amount of energy to grow this arm. Connors didn't take it seriously and just rummaged through the refrigerator for something to eat. Milk, cereal, meat, and fruit, and meat. Where's the meat? Why did it disappear so quickly? Why can't I eat enough? Connors punched the refrigerator in anger, smashing it to pieces. A huge lizard stood up from the remains of the refrigerator, its eyes completely filled with animality. The predator's instinct took control of his body. Food. I need to hunt. Lizardman Connors stretched out his huge and sharp claws and tore apart the lockers in the corridor. His bright yellow vertical pupils were staring at the student in front of him, Gordon. He was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground, unable to escape in time. You, don't come over. Gordon yelled in panic. Prey, the lizard man distinguished it in his mind. He opened a huge kiss, revealing sharp teeth and stringy saliva, and bit down on Gordon. Gwen, who had transformed into Spiderwoman, finally appeared. At the last moment, the spider silk pulled Gordon away, and the lizard man bit him in vain. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Hey. Eating people is uncivilized, big guy. As soon as the lizard man came out, she pulled Peter and ran to a safe place so that she could deal with the lizard monster with peace of mind. Then, he sent Peter away on the pretext of informing the teacher and returned alone. The lizard man's eye membranes opened and closed, and he said, Prey, enemy. What? Gwen was stunned. The lizard man had already pounced on him, and Gwen quickly dodged. In the eyes of the lizard man, the spider, also a predator, had just snatched his prey. He is now defending his prey and chasing away other predators. The two were chasing each other through the corridors of the school. Gwen's scalp was numb. Unlike the two agility players she had encountered before, the reptilian lizard man was too powerful, and he also had deadly sharp claws, and the sharp teeth can easily tear her skin. Must not be touched. However, the next second, as soon as she tied the lizard man with the spider silk, the lizard man broke free with his backhand and swung his tail. His whole body was slapped away, and he fell to the ground and rolled twice. Gwen clutched her abdomen and struggled to get up, but the huge force knocked her out briefly. The lizard man had stepped on the wall and rushed over, opening a huge kiss and biting down. Despicable thief, die. At the critical moment, Gwen could only hold the lizard man's upper and lower jaws with both hands. Barely resisted. Hey. Guys, your bad breath is really bad. Roar. Gwen's words seemed to anger the lizard man, and his bite became even more powerful. Her arms were trembling, supporting her as she slowly bit down the huge sharp teeth. Suddenly, there was a bang. The lizard man's head was smashed to make a good sound, and this sound directly interrupted his attack. He turned around and saw in the shadows, the thin Gordon was raising his head and holding a bottle of fire extinguisher in fear. You, don't come over. Gordon shouted. Even the lizard man was a little confused at this time. What? Wasn't it your kid who attacked me secretly? You want me not to go there? Roar. The lizard man roared angrily. He stretched out his big green claws and wanted to slap this bastard to death. Call out. Call out. 2 spider threads wrapped around his hand at the same time. A figure ran out from the corner and pulled Gordon away again. Gwen also took this opportunity to complete a famous scene, firing spider silk to circle the lizard man, completely wrapping it into a cocoon. Gordon was still panting heavily from the exciting scene just now, and his heart was beating fast. Why did you go up just now, Gordon? Peter's voice came to his ears. Gordon looked at Peter, who had just saved him again, and tried to calm his heartbeat, saying, I don't know. I should have run, I was scared, but, if I didn't do something at that time, Spiderwoman, maybe it's dangerous. I think I can finally live up to myself once. Peter was a little surprised, but he quickly smiled and said, you'd better not have another chance. I can't guarantee that I can save you next time. I won't dare next time. You did a good job, Gordon, you made an unexpected choice. I didn't expect you to be the first one. Now, run away. It's very dangerous here. Oh, okay. What about you? Aren't you going to run? Me? No, I have to stay and help her, otherwise I may lose miserably this time. A little confused, in the end, I avoided it by using some tricks. Peter. Why are you here? This is my school, what do you think? Peter had already come into contact with Spider-Man's identity last time when he healed Gwen. Gwen. She obviously meant for Peter to find the teacher and meet him in a safe place. Why did he come back again? But she couldn't say these words, so she could only make mistakes. That's a coincidence, but it's very dangerous here. You have to leave as soon as possible. But I feel that you need help. With this sentence again, Gwen expressed her dissatisfaction. He gestured with his hand, me? No need. Look, I've subdued this big guy. Well. I don't think so. Huh. Gwen looked back. I saw that the lizard man's claws actually scratched the spider silk, and the whole person was breaking out of the spider cocoon. Run. Gwen shouted, and the spider silk was already dragging the lizard people together. Gwen was agile, fast and elusive, but when faced with a lizardman who was stronger, had stronger defense, could even climb walls, and was not much weaker in agility, he had no way of making a move. She was unable to cause effective damage to the lizard, but the lizard could kill her with one move. The extent of her ability development is sufficient to deal with small bodies such as ordinary people and green goblins, but it is difficult to deal with large creatures such as lizard men. In the corridors, chemistry labs, and libraries, Gwen fought and fled, and everything along the way was in a mess. Finally, the lizard man caught Gwen's mistake and caught him with a flick of his tail. The huge force oppressed Gwen's slender body, suffocating her. Gwen struggled hard, but to no avail. Spider, die, the lizard man who lost his mind roared. Gradually, Gwen felt that her body was getting weaker and weaker, and the desperate suffocation lingered around her. She even felt that this was the end. Stop. Connors. Until a roar interrupted the lizard man. Gwen felt the giant claws holding her loosen, and she hit the ground with a thud. But before she could take a breath, she stood up desperately and walked around in front of Peter to block the lizard man. Her hands were still shaking slightly, and she said anxiously, Peter. Why haven't you left yet? This time, she might not be able to protect Peter, which made her feel a little guilty. Unexpectedly, the lizard man opposite suddenly stopped. Peter, the lizard man whispered hoarsely. The sound of Connors seemed to help him regain some of his sanity. Connors. I didn't help you just to make you look like this. Peter said. Wait. Dr. Connors. Peter, what did you say? Is this lizard monster Connors? Gwen's eyes widened. Peter nodded and continued to look at the lizard man. Lizardman Connors's mind gradually became clearer, but he would rather not recover after becoming clearer. What did I do? He said dryly, looking at his huge hands in horror. He actually looked like this and even attacked his own students. Connors couldn't accept it for a moment, and Peter's gaze made him extremely ashamed, so he turned around and fled from here. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief, and fell to the ground as if she had lost all strength, and was caught by Peter. Gwen was held in her arms, and her first reaction was nothing else but said, "Well, Peter, you know, Dr. Connors is very famous, Of course, I understand, you just came from a certain I've seen him in newspapers or documents." Gwen didn't know for a moment whether it was good or bad for Peter to be so cooperative. How did he become like this? Speaking of which, it's my fault. Peter said. If I hadn't given those formulas, he wouldn't be like this. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. I wrote the formula, and I am very familiar with it. Peter briefly explained the reasons why Connors turned into a lizard man. Some Gwen knew, and some she didn't know. Osborne, still Osborne. Gwen said angrily. Only then did she finally realize that she seemed to have been lying in Peter's arms, which made her jump up like a scalded rabbit. Are you okay? Peter asked. I'm fine. Gwen stopped again and again. You saved me again, thank you. I told you, you need help. If you don't say this, you will die. Gwen gave Peter another go-ahead, but more frustratingly, Peter was right. Her performance today was so bad that she was no match for Dr. Lizard. Connors. Sorry. Gwen lowered her head and said, I should have done better. Peter heard this and immediately cheered her up. You held off Dr. Connors and saved everyone in the school. You good enough. A person's power is limited, everyone needs help, right? Look, we work together to defeat Dr. Connors, This is my line of cooperation with superheroes. Are you here? Gwen burst into laughter and said with a smile, you want to be my partner? Peter blinked, I wish you could. When Peter walked out of the school, the outside had been blocked by the police. He quickly found some people he knew in the crowd. My classmates and teachers are all in peace. Gordon seemed to have been caught by lightning and the others again. Peter originally wanted to help him out, but suddenly stopped and laughed and said, I'm superfluous. Lightning hugged Gordon and said, Hey, Gordon, I finally found you. Gordon shrank subconsciously, what do you want to do? Can you let me go today? What did you say? Lightning glared at him, turned around and said to the others, I'm telling you, he must be fine. Are you okay, Peter? George also came, and when he saw Peter, he hurried forward. I'm fine, Uncle. Where's Gwen? Have you seen her? George looked anxious, and what happened here today? Peter sighed inwardly, it seems that he had to wipe Gwen's butt for the first time and said. Gwen is fine. He straightened his face and said, but, there is something more serious. George was stunned, what? You know the Osborne group cross-species gene transfer technology? I suspect a new victim has appeared, a lizard man. Wait, you mean the kind of lizard man in novels and comics? Are you sure? Of course. Peter nodded. I have discussed it with Osborne's biologist, Dr. Connors, and it is indeed possible that it may cause genetic mutation. Wait, you can still discuss it with Connors? Then an authority on reptiles. Yes, just the weekend before, remember. Dr. Connors also said that I was a rare genius. In this way, George's attention was deflected further and further by Peter. And in another part of the school, there is a classroom approved by the school for Connors' research. After leaving contact information with Peter and having her first informant, Gwen rushed here. Sure enough, Connors was gone, the laboratory was in a mess, and the direction Connors escaped from, seemed to be the sewer. Gwen glanced at the vandalized toilet to make sure that the people had completely left. She turned around and looked through the classroom, mostly filled with information. The only thing that disappeared seemed to be the remaining lizard serum on the table. Something bad happened. I forgot about it before, but now I will reply in a unified manner. Thank you Cytocock for the 1,500 starting coin reward. Thanks to Byte, Fire for the 500 starting coin reward. Thanks to Aodo X Ling Tianlin Jianting Tao Tail number 5306 for the 100 starting coin reward. This plot should now enter its final stage. If I pace myself well. At night, in the bedroom. Gwen sat in front of the computer and sent a friend request to Peter using her newly minted trumpet. The other party has approved your friend request, you can start chatting. Reply in seconds. During the day today, Gwen, as Spiderwoman, made an appointment with Peter to contact him. As for Gwen, all she needs to do is get a brand new trumpet and make sure it doesn't have anything to do with Gwen Stacy. She hummed, feeling happy, and typed. Hello. The person on the other side also responded very quickly. Hello, Spiderwoman. Gwen looked at the screen and giggled. Don't call me that here. Then what should I call you? Gwen is also a little embarrassed. What should Peter call herself? Peter sent another message. Remember the first time we met? Certainly. Can I call you Cat? Or Catwoman? Ah. Gwen remembered that Peter told Aunt May that she was a little wildcat in front of her. It's really too much. This seems a bit similar to the title of a superhero. Gwen replied. Of course, then you can call me Bateman. Gwen. Peter, you said you didn't flirt with other girls. Isn't this very good? Gwen was a little angry. After all, Peter still flirted with girls behind her back, but she didn't seem to have any position to accuse Peter. Right? They are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Moreover, it was herself that Peter was flirting with behind her back. This weird feeling made Gwen's mind twist into a knot, as if it was touched by everything but not by anything. This is so strange. So, do you want to accept it? Gwen didn't realize it, but she wasn't thinking about rejection at all. Instead, she was thinking about superheroes and her fellow informants like Superman and Lois. Well, Peter must be thinking so. When Peter discovers her true identity one day, his expression will be very interesting. However, this dessert was just a sideshow after all, and Gwen never forgot her purpose in the first place. After a brief chat, Gwen brought up the matter of Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors escaped into the sewers. The underground system in New York is so complex that it will be difficult for me to track him down. Moreover, he also took away the remaining lizard serum. Peter replied. This is a good thing. It proves one of my guesses that the effect of the lizard serum may not be permanent. As for the sewer, wait, I will send you a document. Good. Is this a blueprint of New York's underground sewer system? Peter, how could you have such a thing? Peter glanced at the new hacking skills such as computer proficiency and software engineering proficiency on his panel. I taught myself some hacking skills, and then hacked in. Well, you understand? It's quite difficult, after all, I'm not that great. Being able to hack into the city government system is not that powerful. Gwen asked and didn't know what to say. She thought Peter was more magical than her. Perhaps Dr. Connors was right, Peter was a genius. Not only did Gwen not have any jealousy in her heart, she was actually proud of Peter from the bottom of her heart, and then typed. Isn't this bad? We are saving the people of New York. Okay, you convinced me. Superheroes are just kind-hearted, not stupid. Sometimes they also know how to act in a hurry. In this way, the first cooperation between Spider-Woman and her informant was completed very smoothly and somewhat ambiguously. Underground waterway, in a temporary stronghold. Connors, who had returned to his human form, struggled to get up from the ground and almost fell. After returning to his human form, his arms also returned to their broken state. Connors' eyes widened, looking at his broken arm in disbelief and anger. Why, he roared incompetently and furiously. He once thought he had succeeded, but God seemed to have made a joke on him. Mutating into a giant lizard had already caused him to lose his dignity as a human being, but now, it had even taken away his only comfort. Connors used his remaining arm to install a bracket and camera to record his current state and inner monologue. Although he regained his human form under the lens, half of his skin was permanently stained with the color and scales of a lizard. Even one pupil turned a reptilian bright yellow. I didn't expect it to be like this. Oh, yes, I failed Peter. Connors scratched his hair in pain and grabbed a handful. He gave me the formula, but I messed things up. Like this. Why? I just want to create a world without flaws. A strong race. No one will be discriminated against or excluded. He slammed his arm on the table, lowered his head, and gritted his teeth, but, I failed. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Why? Human beings are fragile, pathetic creatures. They are low-level, slow, and short-sighted. They engage in meaningless intrigues all day long. He. He raised his head suddenly, even the normal bird his eyes were gradually replaced by madness. So, why do you want to be human? We have a better choice now, don't we? Connors stood up and picked up the lizard serum on the table with some trembling. While saying, we will become faster, stronger, and smarter. He injected the serum into his blood vessels, veins popped up all over his body, but his eyes were still fixed on the camera. Let everyone usher in a glorious evolution. Oh, no. Gwen covered her mouth and watched the video playback in disbelief. With the help of the sewer map Peter gave her, she had found Connor's stronghold here, but she seemed to be late again. In the stronghold, she only found this recorded video. Connors has gone completely over the edge, intent on turning everyone into genetically mutated monsters. She didn't understand why the once respected and humorous Dr. Connors became like this. She had to find Dr. Connors quickly, before he made an unpredictable mistake. Presbyterian Nursing Home. Harry passed through the layers of surveillance and protection and reached the deepest part. In a small visiting room, through the window and iron bars, he met his father, Norman Osborne, again. Harry had mixed feelings. My father's face became very pale, with strange green veins, and his eyes were bloodshot and very cloudy. His mental state still didn't look good, he was a little nervous, he was wearing a biological armor, and his hands were shackled. Completely different from the coercive, wise, and high-spirited man in my impression. Father, Harry said. Harry, Norman stretched out his hand and looked out with wide eyes, you finally came to see me. Harry nodded and said, are everything they said true? What? What the outside world said, they framed you, right? Harry said with some hope. He, Norman Osborne laughed lowly twice, no, I did, kid, and even worse. Harry looked at this strange yet familiar man and asked, why? I don't understand why you would do this. Norman Osborne stared at Harry and said, I guess I haven't told you yet. What? Do you remember your grandfather? No, didn't he die before I was born? Yes, that day will always be engraved in my mind, Norman Osborne narrowed his eyes and said. I don't want to be with him. He, too, will not be able to see the day my grandson is born. Harry was stunned by Norman Osborne's words, Father, what do you mean? Norman explained, our Osborne family suffers from a disease. Genetic disease. Every Osborne will die from this disease in his prime. They all struggled, but in the end they died, just like my father and grandfather. Only me. Norman Osborne suddenly he grabbed the iron railing and squeezed his face out, looking a bit ferocious. I am the only one who survived. Even if I become like this, I still survive, right? No, Harry couldn't accept it. You're lying to me. During this period, he seemed to have fallen from the clouds to the ground. Everything around him changed drastically because of the Green Goblin. Everyone looked at him with strange eyes, and everyone looked at him with strange eyes. People are ostracizing him, which is enough to make people breathless. And now, Norman Osborne's words have sent him directly to hell and accepted the judgment of Satan. His father's today seems to be his future, and his life seems to be entangled with the Green Goblin. Kid, ha 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 ha, Norman grinned wildly, looked straight at the lost Harry, and said. Sooner or later, this is the fate you should accept. Harry collapsed and murmured as if he had lost all strength. Said to himself, what should I do? Norman Osborne looked at Harry. Perhaps it was his responsibility as a father, or perhaps it was a sign of the last trace of humanity dissipating. Before leaving, he still said. Spider, go find Spiderwoman. Harry raised his head and looked at him in confusion. Norman Osborne said, she is the only perfect cross-species gene transferer so far. I can feel that when I met her, the genes in my body were boiling and I wanted to devour her. Now, too. Only she can save you. Watching Harry leave in a daze, Norman also lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. It wasn't until a nurse came in and was about to take him back that he suddenly became violent and tore off the handcuffs with a wave of his hand. Immediately afterwards, the alarm sounded throughout the Presbyterian nursing home. In the apartment, Peter was lying on the sofa, listening to the short passage of the piano music playing to the end, and was about to reach the final climax. On TV, the news media were all urgently broadcasting a piece of news. Mr. Stark, the chairman of the Stark Group, a billionaire and a playboy, was attacked by terrorists when he was testing weapons with the US military in Afghanistan not long ago. The attack, the current whereabouts are unknown. The military has sent out troops for rescue, and there is no news yet. The Stark Group's stock price plummeted today. As the developer of many Stark weapons, Tony Stark said the role of Stark Group is self-evident. Ding. Get the mission, save Tony Stark. When you need help, you can call my name. Useful. Maybe. Mission goal, respond to Tony Stark's call before his life is exhausted. Rescue him. Mission reward, 6,000 points. Who am I? Where am I? Oh yes, I am Tony Stark. Waking up from a coma, Tony gradually regained consciousness. He saw the wires connected to his body and the mechanical device on his chest. Although he was still confused, he already remembered more. After receiving the commission from Superman, he was excited and couldn't wait to start researching and transforming Suit 3. I really don't know where Superman got this set of gadgets. Although it is roughly the same as human technology, there are also many new and interesting things developed in it. Tony was greatly inspired and bursting with inspiration. Unfortunately, his uncle, Obadiah Stana, came to the door and asked him to go to Afghanistan with the army to test the power of the Jericho missile in order to open up sales for this weapon. It's normal, it's always been like this, Tony makes it and Obadiah runs it. So although Tony felt it was a pity, he still went. It would only last a day or two, and he still had a lot of time to study. But, he can't go back. He was attacked by terrorists and hit by a weapon produced by himself. Before he fell into coma, he knew that such an injury would not survive without emergency treatment. Where in the hell is there any medical equipment in Afghanistan? However, he was still alive now, and he had to figure out why. So he looked at the man on the side and asked, "What did you do to me?" "I saved your life. I removed a lot of shrapnel, but I'm sorry, there are still many that can't be taken out. I used the electromagnet is connected to the car battery, and it can temporarily prevent the shrapnel from entering your heart. You still have a week." The man, a doctor named Ethan, said a lot. "Well, it turns out I only have a week left to live." Then, the terrorists burst in, and the bearded leader asked him to build missiles for them. "No," Tony replied. Then he endured inhuman torture, beatings, and water pouring. It was a dark memory. But Tony never let go. He always believed that his weapons were used to protect more people and the country. Until, he saw Stark weapons in the terrorist camp, a lot of Stark weapons. Tony collapsed, the faith he had held onto collapsed. It turns out that he is not a guardian, but a cruel executioner. He was depressed and closed himself off until Ethan said to him, "This last week is crucial to you, isn't it?" "Great Mr. Stark." Tony agreed to the terrorist's request. Of course, this is just a temporary measure. The suit Superman gave him popped into his mind, as well as many of his usual thoughts. Maybe he could try and actually do something. Be a true guardian. Clang. 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 The rhythmic sound of blacksmithing echoed in the cave cell. Outside the monitor, the leader of the terrorists was watching all this, and Tony's little moves couldn't be hidden from him. "Boss, should we?" his subordinates reminded him in a low voice. "No, no need." The leader said with a very relaxed look, "Let our Mr. Stark continue, let him think he is successful, and then despair in the end." He looked to the other side, where there was a quiet battle armor. The leader stroked his armor and said, "Our Mr. Kingpin in New York has sent us a big gift. Oh, these damn Americans. New York." Since that day, Gwen has found no news about Dr. Connors. However, she has no interest in finding Connors now. She was worried about something else. Black Superman's words actually came true, and the Green Goblin really escaped. And it has caused several explosive crimes of a bad nature, resulting in many casualties. Gwen felt guilty about this. If he does evil again, can you be responsible for the people who were injured? Black Superman's words seemed to echo in his ears. Those who were hurt by this were all because of her to some extent, if she hadn't stopped Black Superman in the first place. What should I do? Gwen asked herself. She seemed to be at a crossroads in life. Maybe, ask Peter? Gwen thought. But before she could act, the communicator suddenly received the message. This is a gadget she and Peter made together during this period. It can hack into the police communication network and help her reach some crime scenes faster. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. This was something Spider-Man developed when he became an adult, and with Peter's help, she is now using it. Alert! Alert! There is a sudden attack on the Osborne building, and the attacker is a huge lizard monster. The opponent has strong physical strength and self-healing ability, and carries a poisonous gas. Many police officers have been infected. Danger! Danger! Latest news, all police officers who inhaled the poisonous gas have suffered varying degrees of symptoms. Mutation. Report. Report. The lizard monster has climbed into the Osborne building. George's voice even appeared on the communicator. All police officers gather, go to the Osborne building. Oh, damn, it's Dr. Connors. Gwen remembered Connors' plan to transform other humans into lizardmen. Now it seems that he has succeeded, and only the last step is to spread. Laboratory. Gwen suddenly thought of the key. Connors needs more serum, enough to expand a wider range of serum, and these are available in the laboratory in the Osborne building. I have to go there quickly. She swung her thread and rushed to the Osborne building. On the way, she met many police officers who were also gathering towards the Osborne building. Police cars on the ground and helicopters in the sky. The officers pointed their guns at her. Hey, I'm from your side. Gwen said anxiously. The lizard man is in Osborne. He is trying to transform everyone into monsters like him. Connor's plan is imminent, and she doesn't want to be with him. Police waste time. George was also on the police force at this time, on the helicopter. He looked at Spider-Woman and suddenly remembered what Peter said. One time was at home, which changed his view of Spider-Woman a lot. At least she was not an irredeemable outlaw like Black Superman. Once at school, he learned about the existence of lizardmen, which was ridiculous, but now the monster is attacking the Osborne building. He even, also tried to turn other humans into monsters, if Spider-Woman wasn't lying. After comprehensive consideration, he still asked the police officers to put down their guns. "Come up, Spider-Woman," George said, "we will take you for a ride." Gwen was very surprised. She didn't expect that her father, who used to be very rigid in the past, was so easy to talk to today. "Okay. Dad, Mr. Police." With the helicopter, Gwen's speed was undoubtedly much faster. Familiar with the Osborne building, she quickly found the location of the laboratory and saw Dr. Connors outside the window. She jumped in. "You shouldn't have come," Connors said when he saw Gwen. "I have to come and stop you, Dr. Connors." Gwen landed and said, "Stop." Connors took out the extra-large lizard serum he had just made from the instrument behind him. "I'm stronger and smarter than you. Why do you stop me?" "Spider-Woman." "Stop it, Dr. Connors, humans do not need any evolution. Have you seen the video I left? Then you should understand me better. I just want to create a world without defects. Let everyone genetically mutate into another monster." Gwen said. "Monster? No, it's a more powerful race." "Peter won't agree." "That's enough." Connors seemed to be stirred up and interrupted angrily, "Peter will understand me." "Definitely." He turned around and jumped out of the building, then climbed up. "I will launch and detonate the serum from the top of the Osborne building, projecting it to all of New York, so that everyone can usher in a glorious evolution." "You won't success." Gwen had no choice but to catch up, and the two of them climbed rocks and walls, chasing all the way to the top of the building. Connors placed the lizard serum on the top spire and set a good time to launch it. Countdown, 10 o'clock. Gwen rushed up and shot out spider silk to stop her, but was pulled back by Connors and held in his hand. "This time, no one can save you." Bang. Boom. 2 gunshots rang out, interrupting him again. Gwen took the opportunity to break away, and the two of them looked over and saw George holding a gun and appearing on the top of the building. "Monster, don't forget, there is the New York police." At the same time, several police helicopters were surrounding the building. "Come over. I'll give it a try and come up with another chapter. It's really annoying to read only one chapter a day." Connors passed away peacefully. The entire rooftop became a little quiet because of George's words. Without him, in this world where superheroes are the protagonists, the police are indeed a group that is often ignored and forgotten. They often arrive at the scene to finish things off after the heroes have finished handling the matter. Just like the world of a certain Shinigami elementary school student, he became a victim to foil the protagonists. However, they played an adequate role tonight. Poor Connors was soon met by a father-daughter hybrid tag team fight between Spider-Woman and the New York Police Commissioner, Gwen, and George. The lizard man has the ability to heal and regenerate itself, but that doesn't mean he's completely immune to firearms. Especially a mid-to-close-range shotgun. He was beaten back and forth. Gwen's dexterity and webbing are annoying enough, the only problem is that she doesn't have enough firepower to effectively kill the lizardman. Now, this is made up for by George. Whenever the lizard man tried to deal with Gwen, George would always send him 2 cannonballs accurately, causing his flesh and blood to explode. Whenever the lizard man was about to attack George, Gwen would appear to stop him, and then let him take 2 more bullets. We all know what happens to a fighter when he can't cut into the back row. The lizard man was stretched so hard that his blood pressure rose. Finally, he was driven into a horizontal ditch by 2 people, and Gwen fired spider silk to control the lizard man again. "Spider-Woman," George said with some difficulty, "you go up and dismantle the lizard man's device, and we will hold him here." "You." Gwen was a little worried about her father. "Is there no problem? I don't want to something happen to you." Although George wondered why Spider-Woman cared so much about him, he could not allow anyone to insult the police in front of him now. Just in time, the lizard man was about to break free from the shackles of the spider silk at this time, and Gwen felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. George smiled coldly, waved his hand, and ordered, "Fire." In the sky, the police-armed helicopter that had been prepared for a long time burst into flames instantly. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Several machine guns fired at the same time, and the bullets flooded the horizontal ditch where the lizard man was. Gwen secretly swallowed under the mask and said, I'm going to remove the lizard serum right now." If this hit her, she wouldn't even be able to find a human form, and the lizard man's blood is thick and durable. Not dead yet. However, before Gwen could take off, a sharp laugh came from the air. It was the Green Goblin that Gwen had been looking for a long time. He suddenly appeared on his new aircraft, and several bombs stole the helicopters in the air, causing them to crash. The firepower suppressing the lizardman was also interrupted. George was stunned. The colleagues and subordinates who came with him just now and were joking not long ago were all killed by the Green Goblin in just a moment. In this intertwining of blood and fire, the Green Goblin appears again. He said, "I brought you a big gift, Spiderwoman." On the other side, Tony Stark's Mk1 suit has reached the final stage of debugging. He stood in his armor, and Ethan was operating the computer under his command. Perhaps because there were no terrorists to disturb him, his progress was surprisingly smooth, much faster than the original timeline. Tony couldn't help but wonder if the other party did it on purpose. But what if it was intentional? This was his only hope of escape. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. By the way, Superman really just blew it casually. When he needed help, he would call him by his name. He has been kidnapped for so long, and there is no trace of him. Sure enough, at the critical moment, he still had to rely on himself, Tony Stark. With this suit of armor, he can kill everyone and escape. Ethan, when it's done, we'll proceed as planned, Tony said. Of course, Mr. Stark, I also want to go back and see my family. Ethan replied. Tony was silent for a while and said, "You will." Boom. When everything was ready, Tony wore Mk1 and blasted open the door to his cell. Outside the cell door, the terrorists had been waiting for a long time with various firearms. I knew it. Tony couldn't care about that much anymore. He opened up his body with full firepower, facing the hail of bullets, micromissiles, explosives, and flame jets. Finally, he rushed into the crowd, punching one after another, clumsily but efficiently dispatching the enemies. It's really breathtaking, Mr. Stark. Ethan walked out of the corner and couldn't help but admire. He was really impressed by Tony's talent. In such a harsh environment, he could actually create such a set of Tin Man and kill everyone. Tony was somewhat proud of being praised by Ethan. The two of them have been through thick and thin together during this period. Without Ethan, it would be difficult for him to persevere. It was Ethan who saved him. Therefore, he must take Ethan out. Let's get out, Ethan, without further ado. Okay, Mr. Stark. The two of them headed towards the exit of the cave. The moment they walked out of the cave, Tony couldn't help but feel a little alienated from his world. After being imprisoned for so long, they finally escaped and saw the light of day again. But before he could rejoice, he heard the sound of pop, pop, pop. He followed the sound and saw that the leader of the terrorists was already waiting for him outside. Tony's eyes widened because he saw that the leader was also wearing a heavy armor. FXXK. How could you have such a thing? Tony couldn't help but said. He couldn't help but doubt himself a little. Could it be that he was behind the times? I worked so hard to build a battle armor, but suddenly I found that the enemy already had a more sophisticated version. This made Tony, who had always been proud, a bit depressed. In fact, the reason for this is not only because this is a hodgepodge world, but also because of Peter's reasons. After the crime rate in New York was hit to the lowest level in history by Peter, the underground kingpin fell into huge trouble. His assets have shrunk significantly. In order not to break the capital chain, he could only develop new businesses. There is a black Superman in New York. It is impossible for him to do anything in New York, otherwise he will go bankrupt. Therefore, he can only look far away, even to the other side of the earth. It just so happened that the information left by the Vulture also needed to be slowly mastered and updated, so he simply took out the eliminated experimental armor and sold them. Anyway, these backward, war-torn countries need weapons and can make enough money. Not bad, isn't it? The leader opened his hand to show off his armor and said. As expected of Tony Stark, he can really escape from it, but that's the end of it. Ethan synchronized for Tony. Translation. If you go back now and help me make missiles, how about I pretend that nothing happened? No, Tony refused without thinking. He raised his arm and fired the remaining micro-missile, but since it was a micro-missile, its power was indeed limited, and it was easily blocked by the leader. The Vulture's armor does not have the design of long-range weapons, so most of the armors developed by Kingpin are focused on melee combat, especially this version, which abandons all healing abilities and agility, especially to amplify defense and strength. The leader rushed forward, but Mk1 was equally clumsy and could not avoid the leader's attack. Boom. 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 The two ironclad monsters could only fight head-on, making a heart-wrenching metal collision sound. Tony didn't expect that his first battle would be so exciting. Obviously he expected that he should be more agile and good at long-range attacks. Moreover, The Mk1 does not have the same tough features as the steel monster. Of course, this is not to say that Tony's armor is weaker than Osborne's biological armor. It is because the Mk1 creation environment is too crude. In the end, it was the leader who removed a piece of Mk1 armor first. Then, it was a defeat step by step. The poor Mk1 was completely beaten to the point of collapse, and ultimately could not escape the fate of disintegration. The leader was very satisfied with this. With this suit of armor and Stark's missiles, I will become the king of this land. He asked Ethan to translate again and let Tony work for him. No, Tony still replied. This completely exhausted the leader's patience, and he roared, "If you don't want it, just die." "No. You can't do this." Ethan quickly said, "If Mr. Stark dies, you will get nothing. It doesn't matter, I already have the suit of armor anyway." Seeing that the leader had made up his mind, Ethan realized that something was wrong and shouted to Tony, "Mr. Stark, start the final plan and run." "What?" Tony was stunned. "Run. I'm holding him back for you." Ethan stood in front of the leader, using his flesh and blood to delay time for Tony. "No, we agreed to go back together, as planned. You still have family." Halfway through Tony's words, the leader had already grabbed Ethan and slammed him to the ground. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you doing? Your family is still waiting for you. Didn't you say you have a lovely daughter?" Tony went a little crazy. "You can't let her lose her father since she was a child." "Ahem," Ethan said. He coughed up blood and said, "Mr. Stark, this is my plan." He smiled miserably. "My family has long been dead, in a turbulent attack, including my daughter. I want to see them." "No. Run, Mr. Stark, I'll hold him off for you." The leader looked at the two of them indifferently, and raised the iron fist in his hand again, this time aiming at the target is Tony. "Damn it!" Tony gritted his teeth, but his expression was frighteningly calm. The muscles on his face twitched, and he said suppressedly, "Superman. Where's Superman? You said you would come to save people. Come on. Are you calling me?" "Yes." Tony was stunned. He looked up suddenly. I saw the dark Superman grabbing one of the leader's iron arms and looking down at him. He turned against the sun, letting everything be shrouded in its shadow, leaving only its refracted light. Tony's lips trembled slightly before he said, "Help." "As you wish." The leader obviously hadn't reacted yet. He didn't understand why in the blink of an eye, someone appeared next to him and held him. Arm. What's even more frightening is that his arms are unable to move as a result, and he is completely unable to break away from the opponent's power. "Who are you?" The leader asked as if facing a formidable enemy, and the next second, he lost consciousness. After getting rid of the terrorists, Peter glanced at Ethan. Under the perspective, he could instantly see his injuries. "Don't worry, we can still be saved," he said. He found some first aid tools in the terrorist camp and helped Ethan stabilize his injuries on the spot. It didn't even take much time to do it all in one piece. What really takes time is finding people. It has to be said that these terrorists are really good at hiding. Peter's mission system only gave him a vague location, showing that they were here in Afghanistan. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. There are also plenty of crime in progress reminders. Taking advantage of the school suspension these days, he conducted a carpet search, turning over many terrorist organizations one after another, and earned a lot of points. Seeing that Ethan was finally out of danger, Tony breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, you are really here, Superman. I really don't know how to thank you." "No, your suit hasn't been finished for me yet," Peter said in a deep voice. This made Tony's mouth twitch uncontrollably. The emotions that had finally been brewing were suddenly interrupted. "Emotionally, I am just a tool for you to make the suit, right? Tired, destroy it." He had no choice but to change the subject. "So, how are you going to take us back now?" "Take you back? Did you misunderstand something, Mr. Stark?" Peter said. "What?" Tony was stunned. "I've already cleaned up the area for you. The rest is up to you. I have urgent matters in New York. Ah. Goodbye." The next second, Superman disappeared from sight. Ethan Yo-Yo woke up and saw Stark's stinky face. He said, "Mr. Stark, have you come to heaven too?" Stark rolled his eyes. "Sen, wake up, you are not dead yet. Get ready, we have to go back on our own." New York, Osborne Tower. The arrival of the Green Goblin suddenly broke the situation. All foreign aid was wiped out, leaving only Gwen and George. The lizardman also crawled out of the ditch. He looked very miserable at this time, with bullet marks and wounds everywhere on his body. He could only barely make out his human shape, and he looked more like a monster. The granulations at the wound were still squirming and recovering on their own, watching the sanity plummet. Damn, it hurts. Oh, Connors, I didn't expect you to look like this. The Green Goblin approached on the aircraft and said. Look, we share the same disease, so why don't we work together to save Spider-Woman? Take it. On the other side, seeing the two villains gathering together and losing their own troops, both Gwen and George felt bad. One lizard man is already too much to deal with, but one more will be even worse. Their scalps were numb, and there would be a fierce battle next. Unexpectedly, the lizard man actually grabbed the Green Goblin with his backhand, tore it off the aircraft and slammed it to the ground. Osborne, damn it, he roared. Gwen and George were both stunned by this scene. They didn't expect that things would take a turn, and the two enemies would actually start fighting among themselves. In fact, the Green Goblin and the Lizard Man have never been together, and Osborne and Connors have never been together. It can even be said that it was Osborne who brought Connors to this point. He resented Osborne more than Spider-Woman. The Green Goblin didn't expect this. He was severely hit by the Lizard Man's sneak attack. Even with his extraordinary physique and biological armor, it took him 2 breaths to recover. When he saw the Lizard Man opening his smelly giant kiss and about to bite it, he was startled. He quickly controlled the aircraft to hit it, knocking the Lizard Man away. He also grabbed the aircraft and escaped. Damn it! Connors, has your brain turned into a reptile? After escaping, the Green Goblin yelled. The Lizard Man shouted back without showing any signs of weakness, Osborne, if it weren't for you, nothing would be like this. The Green Goblin spat, seeing that the Lizard Man had no hope and could only rely on himself. He looked at Gwen and George who were watching the show and said, Spider-Woman, I've given you a big gift. I can't bear it, Gwen said. No, don't refuse in a hurry. I've been very busy these past 2 days for this gift. The Green Goblin took out a remote control, activated it, and said in astonishment. I'm in every corner of the city. There are dozens of bombs placed in the corner, how many specifically? Hee, to be honest, I can't remember how many I placed. Now, I activated them. The Green Goblin waved the remote control in his hand. Said, in 10 minutes, bang. The whole city will set off fireworks. Damn it, are you crazy? George yelled, what good will this do to you? Good thing. Just having fun. The benefits I want. The Green Goblin laughed, and then his tone suddenly deepened, and he said. If you want me to disable the bomb, hand over Spider-Woman. No. Before Gwen could speak, George was the first to refuse. This made Gwen a little touched, and her father was indeed his father. This was nothing for George to hesitate about. No matter how much he dislikes these street heroes, after all, he is still a policeman. There were some things he couldn't compromise on. If he sacrifices others at will because of this, what is the difference between him and those guys? As a result, the field suddenly entered a stalemate. The Green Goblin, Lizard Man, Gwen, and George form a tripartite lineup, and as we all know, the triangle is the strongest relationship. But Gwen and George couldn't let things drag on like this. Whether it's dozens of bombs that will explode in 10 minutes, or the lizard serum that will be launched into the sky in less than 10 minutes. Gwen suddenly felt that the responsibility on her shoulders was extremely heavy. If she failed, all human lives in New York would be at risk. In fact, she has to bear some responsibility for the situation that has developed to this point. After all, she was the one who stopped Black Superman. Black Superman is right, she should be responsible for this, and the Green Goblin must be stopped. This was her responsibility, and she was determined to do it even if it cost her everything. Gwen took the lead in starting the chaos. 3 meta-humans grappled together, each having to deal with the other 2 at the same time. Gwen is agile, the Green Goblin can fly, and the Lizard Man has rough skin and thick flesh. Each has its own characteristics and strengths. The Green Goblin can attack 2 people at the same time in the air. Then the Lizard Man resists the Green Goblin's attack and chases Gwen. Gwen used his strength to target the Green Goblin again. The scene can be said to be dazzling. The 3 of them also have their own purposes. Gwen must first remove the lizard serum and then find a way to deal with the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin's target is Gwen. Lizardman. The Lizardman's goal is to hit whoever they have. Divert the disaster to the east, surround Wei, and rescue Zhao, join forces vertically and horizontally, and the unseen intrigues are even more dangerous. George, who was holding a shotgun to the side but didn't know who to aim at, suddenly looked a little like an outsider. He doesn't even have the ability to protect himself. After confirming again and again, he could only climb to the top of the tower himself and try to remove the serum. This scene was seen by the Lizard Man, who rushed to stop him, but Gwen stopped him. The Green Goblin finally saw an opening, escaped briefly, and flew over to grab George. Okay, now I have one more wait. The Green Goblin said. An ordinary person shouldn't be allowed to enter the dance tonight, right? Let him go. Green Goblin. Gwen seeing his father fall into the hands of the Green Goblin, he felt infinite anxiety. This is a war between us. Do you think it's possible, Spider-Woman? The Green Goblin laughed and said, listen, this is just for you. A lesson. As he said that, he let go of his hand. George was hit by a sense of weightlessness, and his whole body fell from the sky. At this moment, his mood was unexpectedly calm. Ever since he became a police detective and was on the front line, he had thought that such a day would come. But he didn't expect that he would die in the hands of a supercriminal. Maybe, Peter is right. Only superpowers can deal with superpowers. The only pity is his family. His wife, daughter, son. He could no longer accompany them. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Gwen must be very sad, Peter, brat. You must take good care of her. George had already begun to wait for the moment of death. Unexpectedly, he heard a voice at this time. Dad. He must have been hallucinating. He actually heard Gwen calling her at this time. Wait, Gwen. Temperature. Why is she here? George came to his senses just in time to see Spider-Woman rushing down to save him regardless of her own safety. At the last moment, Gwen finally called George uncontrollably. It was a blessing to his soul. At this moment, George understood something, and some details from the past gradually emerged in his mind. No wonder Gwen argued with him many times about superheroes. No wonder Spider-Woman cares about him so much. It turns out that Spider-Woman is his daughter. George's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw behind Gwen, the Green Goblin also rushed over, the sharp knife on the aircraft aimed at Gwen. No. Behind you. He shook his head wildly, telling Gwen to avoid it. Gwen's spider sense also screamed loudly at this time, and her body instinct made her want to dodge, but she restrained herself. Because once she hid, George would never be able to save her again. At the critical moment, the lizard man suddenly appeared in George's field of vision. He flashed past and hugged the Green Goblin who rushed over, and the two of them smashed into the building together. What are you doing? Connors. The Green Goblin was suppressed and roared unbearably. This reptile had ruined his affairs more than once. Gwen, is she Gwen? The lizard man just muttered to himself in a daze. What did I do? I almost caused Gwen to lose her father, He hugged her in pain. Human nature and animal nature were fighting each other in his mind. What did I do tonight? The Green Goblin got up, looked at the lizard man curled up in pain, and cursed, madman. He stepped on it again, got on the aircraft and rushed out. Outside the building. Just as he was about to land, Gwen, who finally got close enough, fired a spider silk at George. The thread caught George. However, because of the toughness of the spider silk material, George did not stop falling in time. At this last moment, Gwen only felt a black shadow passing by her side. Peter hugged George and said, promise me not to use spider silk to save people again, okay? Gwen fell to the ground blankly, looking at George being held in Princess Peter's arms, and she shed uncontrollable tears. It was just a matter of seconds that George would die. She never thought that her father would be in danger or receive death threats because of her. If the consequences were irreparable, she would regret it for the rest of her life. At this time, George had understood that Spider-Woman was Gwen, and he felt very distressed when he saw Spider-Woman crying. But he looked around at the police who were controlling the scene and some onlookers, and finally resisted the urge to recognize Gwen. He looked at Black Superman, can you put me down? He was actually held in the arms of the princess. Although this person is Black Superman, God knows what his subordinates will think of him when he returns. He could already feel the strange looks from the police detectives around him. The hearts of the people are not ancient, and the majesty of the New York police chief has been wiped out. Of course. Peter said in a deep bat voice. George finally felt down to earth again, feeling relieved, and then looked at Black Superman again. The masked hero he had been tracking and resisting for so long was now in front of him, but he didn't know how to speak for a moment. Fortunately, he reacted in time and said quickly, there is lizard serum on the roof and a Green Goblin bomb. I know. Peter interrupted, I'm about to deal with it. From the air, he saw after killing Superman, the Green Goblin, who immediately chose to escape, suddenly felt his scalp numb, as if he was being targeted by some terrifying entity. The next chapter is a bit confusing, I'm not sure if my method of handling it is good or not. The Green Goblin passed away peacefully. He was caught up by Peter, and in a blink of an eye he was hit on the roof of the Osborne building. By the way, Peter also opened a lizard serum. The Green Goblin had stars in his eyes and finally regained his consciousness. Gwen also returned to the top of the building. Although she had stabilized her mood, Her eyes were still slightly red. Peter retracted his perspective and looked expressionlessly at the Green Goblin who was stepped on the ground. Black Superman, Green Goblin has planted dozens of bombs in New York. They will be detonated soon. We must stop him. Gwen said quickly from the side. Oh. Peter responded, and then said to the Green Goblin, so, how to stop them? Let me go. The Green Goblin felt the strength of Black Superman's step on him gradually increasing, and said quickly, let me go, and I will stop the bomb. Ahem, otherwise, bang. Let's finish playing together. You. Gwen looked at the Green Goblin angrily, why are these guys so unrestrained? This often hamstrung her. Ha, the Green Goblin gasped, you only have less than 5 minutes. Gwen frowned. Faced with this desperate situation, she really had no particularly good way to do it. In other words, most heroes have nothing to do before the protagonist's halo arrives. Do you really want to let him go again? Do you need me to teach you how to deal with this kind of person? Black Superman, Peter said with a curl of his lips. Gwen looked at Black Superman in confusion, how to deal with it? It's very simple. Peter used precise force with his feet, directly crushing the healing system of the Green Goblin's biological armor. Just be more immoral than him. Warm, sigma, degree. The Green Goblin had been relying on the healing system of the armor to maintain his life. When it was destroyed by Peter, the toxins from the spider serum quickly invaded his body. The Green Goblin made a painful sound and gritted his teeth, if you do this, all the lives lost in the explosion will be on your head. Black Superman. Gwen heard this and stared at Peter closely. She wanted to know how Black Superman solved this problem. Then, she heard Black Superman say. You like to threaten people, don't you, Norman Osborn? I'm just giving you a choice. You don't deserve it. I also give you a choice. Either stop, or. I remember you have a son named Harry Osborne. The Green Goblin showed no change on his face, and just said, want to threaten me with my son? Then you're wrong, I don't care anymore, as long as I can survive. Then why do you want Spider-Woman? The Green Goblin then showed a look of disbelief, why, how do you know? Peter ignored his shock, but continued to use a deep bat voice. So, how do you choose? The Green Goblin finally turned pale and said, no, it can't be stopped. The bomb will start from the moment it is activated. I can't stop. Gwen was still in shock, why did Black Superman threaten people more like a villain than a villain? Compared with him, the Green Goblin completely lost in terms of momentum. If Black Superman is the final boss, then Green Goblin is just an elite monster at best. She was horrified until she heard the Green Goblin's last words. If the bomb couldn't be stopped, wouldn't it mean? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. She felt numb when she thought about the consequences. Then, he heard Black Superman sigh, is that really true? I originally wanted to save some money. Huh? What's the meaning? Gwen looked at Black Superman in surprise, do you have a solution? Peter shrugged. Do you want to spend 50,000 points to upgrade the skill, Spider Sense LV2? Upgraded successfully, congratulations on acquiring the skill, Spider Sense Level 3. Points, 397,540. Originally, he wanted to save 500,000 first. In an instant, the super senses and upgraded spider sense were fully unleashed, covering the entire city. After being promoted to the cosmic level, Peter's super senses were released, and the range was enough to easily cover the entire New York, but he usually did not do this. This will not bring him any special help. He is not a voyeur with a strong desire for control. Instead, he has to spend part of his energy dealing with the noise of the entire city. However, all this plus the spider sense of level 3 is different. This ability to sense danger and predict disaster allows Peter's sensory tentacles to extend into every corner of New York. At this moment, he could sense not only what was happening, but also the dangers and disasters that were about to happen. It can be said that at this moment, every inch of the entire city is under his control, just like God controls his kingdom. Give me a moment, he said. What? Gwen was stunned, and then saw Black Superman take off with a bang. It is completely inconsistent with common sense of physics to be able to land smoothly at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. She could only watch the Black Superman traveling back and forth across New York. She seemed to realize something, and she covered her mouth in surprise, no way, can you even do this kind of thing? The Green Goblin, who was lying on the ground struggling, looked at the scene in disbelief. Until the end, in the sky above Osborne Tower, all the bombs gathered together to erupt into an unprecedented, huge, and brilliant fireworks. Even the Green Goblin looked a little distracted. So beautiful. Tisk. A red laser flashed and he died the same way as the Vulture. Gwen stood aside and stared blankly at the Green Goblin's body, not knowing what he was thinking. Recently, Tony Stark, a billionaire who escaped from terrorists, announced the complete closure of Stark Industries' largest cash cow, the arms department. As the largest weapons manufacturing company in the new century, Stark Industries' move is nothing more than cutting off its limbs, and its stock has plummeted recently. We still haven't been able to figure out what Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries and a billionaire, is thinking. Maybe. Is there too much money to spend? You know, our playboy is famous for being ridiculous. We may be able to witness the fall of a giant. Gwen and Peter sat on the sofa, watching TV together. News about the latest big deal, Tony Stark. At this time, more than half a month had passed since the Green Goblin incident, and what happened that night did briefly attract a lot of attention, whether it was the death of the Green Goblin or the bomb that was rumored to be turned into a huge firework by the Black Superman. At the same time, the New York police also severely slapped the face. Nothing else, because the New York police announced a message. After a period of review, starting from today, we will start a certain degree of cooperation with the hero of New York, Spiderwoman. Spiderwoman played an extremely important role in this incident. Character. It was she who worked with the New York police to stop the supercriminal Green Goblin and the Lizard Man, and protected New York. At the same time, she also heroically saved the lives of many police officers. For this, we will award her an honor. The title of police officer. She is our best partner. In future operations, we will consider working with Spiderwoman to solve cases when needed. At the same time, every New York police officer will also be her backing, provide her with help. After Peter read the news, he could only complain to George crazily in his heart. Spiderwoman is a lawless person if she is someone else, but your own daughter is an honorary police officer. It's a double standard, right? Of course, whether it is the Green Goblin or the new honorary police officer Spiderwoman, all these attentions have been diverted after Tony Stark's high-profile return. I have to say that when it comes to making headlines, Tony is quite good at it. I think we can get some Stark Industries stock. Peter suddenly said. Gwen was stunned. Didn't you hear what was said on TV just now? Stark's future is uncertain, and everyone is not optimistic about it. It's precisely because of this that we have the opportunity to get it, isn't it? Peter, when did you start paying attention to this? I just have confidence in Stark. Are you serious? Of course. Buying some Stark stock was also Peter's temporary idea. Of course, it's not that he is short of money. In fact, even if the Stark Industries stock plummets, with the current funds of Peter's family, it is impossible to buy in large quantities. If he wanted money, he could have as much as he wanted as Black Superman. In the final analysis, wealth is nothing but the comprehensive expression of the strength, power, and influence of a person or a collective. And he is one of the most powerful people on earth. To him, money is just a number. Money can buy many things, but there are also more things that money alone cannot buy. I am already a Superman, but I still want to make money and be a slave of capital. Isn't it shameful? More than anything, Peter just wanted to improve the lives of Uncle Ben and Aunt May in a more ordinary way. It doesn't take much, just make them live more comfortable and have less worries. The two old men had lived for most of their lives and had already established a lifestyle of their own, and Peter did not want to change them rashly. That's why he wears a mask. What is an ancestor? Black Superman? Peter felt that no one could force him to do something he didn't want to do except himself. Seeing that Peter didn't seem to be joking, Gwen thought for a while, moved closer, and said, I can sponsor you privately. Peter glanced at her. It seems that Miss Gwen's little treasury is quite good. Rich. Hey. Rich lady, are you hungry? Peter also took the opportunity to get close and said. Let's go. Gwen cursed with a smile, but did not refuse. Night. Gwen, wearing a hooded suit, opened the window, and honorary police officer Spiderwoman returned to New York. In fact, in New York today, under the deterrence of the Black Superman, crime has been reduced a lot, and supervillains like the Lizard Man and the Green Goblin are unlikely to exist every day. What she does now is more to check for deficiencies and fill them up. Sometimes she even helps children on the roadside pick up balloons that fell from trees and helps an old lady cross the road. Gwen was not dissatisfied with this. This is not a game. Fighting supercriminals all day long is tiring and dangerous, right? She would rather never have crazy people like the Green Goblin and the Lizard Man again. Gwen is smart enough not to get lost in the overwhelming power that comes with her superpowers. She still remembers that at first, she just wanted to help more people and not let Peter down. This is already better than countless people, including some heroes who have been famous for many years. Suddenly, a message came from the spider sense, and Gwen's spider silk swayed and changed direction. In the alley. A blond man was forced into a corner, looking at the black figure in front of him in fear. His body couldn't help but tremble. "Let me go, let me go. I didn't do anything. I just came out to buy some things tonight." Gwen also arrived at this time and fell in front of the man. "Hey. I didn't expect that someone would dare to commit such a blatant crime in New York. Are you not afraid of Black Superman?" Black Superman. Only the black shadow chest was visible. The former iconic golden ring and a bat-like hood. Who is Superman if not black? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Gwen didn't expect that the man who had forced the man to tremble in a corner and was about to commit atrocities was actually Black Superman himself. How does this work? Black Superman, is what he said true? Gwen looked at the man, then at Black Superman, and asked. Is there some misunderstanding? Black Superman dismantled all the bombs like a miracle and saved the world. The scene in New York was still vivid in her mind, and she didn't want to believe that the Black Superman would commit crimes at will. But Black Superman has had a bad reputation in the past, so, it doesn't seem impossible. Gwen hopes this is just a misunderstanding, otherwise, this will be the biggest disaster in history. Unexpectedly, Black Superman really replied, there is no misunderstanding, everything he said is true. Gwen was stunned, like a bolt from the blue. Black Superman, Peter played with the taste, so, Miss Honorary Police Officer, what do you want to do? Gwen took a deep breath and said, I know that I am not your opponent, but I can't let an innocent person be harmed. Hurt, so, no matter what. He is a murderer. A few years ago, he broke into a house and killed a family of 4, and then fled in fear of crime. To this day, his information is in the police file. Peter suddenly interrupted. Gwen, who was still trying to prepare herself mentally just a second ago, could not be afraid of a strong enemy, even if the opponent was Black Superman. 5 minutes later, the New York Police Department successfully rushed to the alley and took him away. A blond man with an ashen face. Thank you. Spiderwoman, I didn't expect you to be able to catch a murderer who has been lurking for several years. As expected of you, the policeman said with admiration. Ah, well, it's nothing. Gwen blushed a little. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask at this time, otherwise she would have been too embarrassed to see anyone. After the police left, she climbed to the top of the building, where Black Superman was standing on top, looking from a distance. Why don't you stand up yourself? This is your credit. Gwen asked. I don't want to waste time dealing with them. It's better to leave this kind of thing to you, Miss Honorary Police Officer. Gwen felt that her whole face was getting hot, and she wanted to find a piece of ground to bury it in. Stop talking, I didn't recognize it at all, and almost made a big mistake. She asked curiously, why do you know? Peter just nodded his head with his finger, it's all in my head. Okay, this sentence the topic was dropped in an instant and the atmosphere in the room cooled down. Gwen also didn't know what to say. After all, she and Black Superman were not familiar with each other. In the end, Gwen gritted her teeth and plucked up the courage to say, thank you before, Black Superman. Black Superman did not look back and was still looking into the distance, but Gwen knew he was listening. Gwen said, I will take responsibility, the question you asked me before. I will take responsibility for those who were hurt because of my willfulness. Maybe I haven't done a good enough job now, but I will try to do better again, and try not to let others get hurt. So, this may be stupid, it may be selfish, but if I encounter that situation next time, I will still not change my choice. Gwen said seriously, I don't think everyone is the Green Goblin. This will be difficult, Miss Spider. Black Superman finally said. Gwen said, I know, but I have a reason for doing it. She recalled the time when she and Peter helped Gordon, but were blamed by Gordon. At that time, even she felt that their efforts were in vain and should not be unnecessary. Only Peter was still gentle and considerate of Gordon, and did not abandon Gordon because of this. It turns out that Peter was right. When the lizards attacked the school, Gordon bravely stood up and helped her. She can't just wipe out a person's possibility. Peter. He didn't say much, he just took off and left here. But Gwen was not discouraged. On the contrary, she was in high spirits because she expressed her inner thoughts. She was so excited that she even shouted, also, Black Superman, I don't like your behavior very much. It's too dark. Peter is better. She added in her mind. It doesn't matter whether Black Superman heard it or not, he probably didn't hear it, right? Gwen also left the scene feeling a little guilty, then slapped her forehead and recalled that she hadn't asked Dr. Connors about the last time. It's a bit stuck, this chapter is difficult to write. Peter did not leave immediately, but stood on the clouds and watched Gwen leave with his own eyes. Naturally, he also heard the last words Gwen shouted into the air. He didn't have much idea, But he felt like my Gwen is so cute. Moreover, have you really made this choice? Is it inevitable for Spider-Man? Peter murmured, looking back at the uninvited guest behind him. Wearing a red and gold steel armor, he had seen it countless times on the big screen, and he couldn't be more familiar with it. It was Tony who had just come back from tinkering with the Mk3 and causing a scene at the Air Force Base. You had a great time today, Peter said. Tony immediately understood that Black Superman had seen his actions today. He couldn't help but said, is there anything else you don't know? There always is. I don't know everything. Tony rolled his eyes. Of course, he was really happy. Because of the vibranium suit, the Mk3 he was wearing at this time was much better than the original version, so that even 2 fighter jets would not cause him a lot of trouble during the day. But before he was happy for a few seconds, he heard Superman ask, can I hear why you closed the arms department? Tony's smile disappeared instantly and he became somewhat silent. To be honest, I doubt your ability to read minds, he said. Peter chuckled in a low voice, his voice like the devil's temptation, and said, I'm just a little interested in your current thoughts. It's nothing special, just a man who survived and found a little meaning in life. Under the steel mask, Tony's expression was a little complicated. Without you, I should have died in that cave. But since I survived, I should do something right and do something for those who died because of me and because of Stark. People who were harmed. At this time, he happened to discover the secret smuggling relationship between Stark Industries and those terrorists. He even knew that the person who had always betrayed him was his most trusted uncle, Obadiah Stane, one of the Stark elders. This was a big blow to Tony. You know, because his parents passed away early, he grew up alone, and he has been a bit lacking in love since he was a child. Obadiah has a very special status. He is a friend and business partner of the Howards. After the death of the Howards, he took on the role of Tony's mentor and half-father. Now, Obadiah has betrayed Tony. If it hadn't been for me, without me inventing those weapons, without Stark Industries selling these murderous things, those people might not have suffered these injuries. Tony said. It was uncomfortable to have these worries in his heart. Now that he had the opportunity to speak out, it was in front of Black Superman, which made him feel more relaxed. But he didn't expect that Black Superman's next words would make him even more heartbroken. Maybe you're just too self-aware, Peter said. Without you, without Stark, there would be people like shit and food. The world does not revolve around you, and their pain is doomed. Hey, brother, someone said that you are too is it dark? Tony couldn't help complaining. Iron Man is Iron Man after all. Even after taking off his armor, he is still a billionaire and a genius scientist. He was not as confused as Gwen, but said seriously. But I should do something. I can do better and protect more people, so why not do it? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. This is, after that. He immediately changed the subject. By the way, the guy you threw at me last time, was named Connors, right? What are you going to do with him? Do you want to keep throwing him at me? Isn't this bad? Of course. You don't even look at what he looks like now. Half of his body is genetically mutated, and he can't even see anyone. You can do better and help more. Isn't that human? Tony Stark. Aha. Is this the reason why you use me as a spare tire? Don't put it in such a bad way, Tony. Half a month ago, I dealt with the things left by the Green Goblin. After the mess, Gwen soon discovered that the Lizard Man was missing. He took advantage of the chaos and fled the scene. Of course, Gwen couldn't just sit back and watch the lizard people disappear again. Whether it was the Lizardman threatening the city, or the Lizardman just stopping the Green Goblin at the last minute, saving her and George's lives? At this moment, Peter said to her, leave the Lizard Man to me. What do you want to do? The Lizard Man is not, unlike the Green Goblin, he just saved me. Gwen said nervously. He will be dealt with as he deserves. When Peter found Connors, he was in his stronghold in the sewers. He broke a tube of glass reagent and pointed the sharp glass shard at his neck while trembling. Reminder, this thing cannot kill you immediately. In the next 3 long minutes, you will slowly feel the pain of suffocation, pain, and slow blood loss to death, Peter said. When Connors heard the voice, his arms dropped as if they had lost their strength. He became very decadent and laughed at himself. I'm such a waste, I can't even commit suicide. He raised his head, half of his face, and his body was completely transformed into a lizard. The genes mutated more and more. Most people would have died long ago, but Connors was still alive and well. His bright yellow lizard pupils looked at the dark figure in front of him and said, just in time, Black Superman, you are here, can you help me kill me? If I live, I will only cause disaster to others. You have other options. Peter's voice was low. No, I don't have it anymore. Connors took a deep breath. I once wanted to create a world without shortcomings, for those who were excluded and suffered deeply because of their disabilities, and for myself. But, I failed, I became a monster, and I hurt the people who trusted me and loved me. Connors hit his head in pain. At this moment, I can feel that my brain is not working. The pain is constantly being released, and another cold, cruel instinct has been trying to replace me. Black Superman, you are a hero, kill me, please, eliminate harm for the people, otherwise I will lose control sooner or later. This is a problem originating from the genetic level. Connors was injected with so much lizard serum that it became inseparable from him. The biological instinct from another species will continue to impact Connors' humanity until he is completely transformed, or... Peter just looked at Connors, who was curled up on the ground holding his head and struggling, and said calmly. It's very. Unfortunately, I am not a hero. He picked up the last serum on the side, stepped forward, and grabbed Connors. You, what are you doing? Connors' eyes widened and he watched in horror as Black Superman inserted the serum needle into his body again. No, Black Superman. You can't do this, you bastard. I'm going to eat you. This is from last night. I was a little late in the afternoon because I had something to do. By the way, I would like to recommend a book written by a friend, Tokyo Girlfriend illustrated book. Connors has changed into a lizard man again, and at the same time, wildness has once again replaced his reason. He only remembered the pain and anger in the last moments when Peter forcibly injected him with the lizard serum, which made him rush towards Peter like a wild dog with red eyes. Boom. Peter punched him into the wall. This punch was enough to seriously injure the lizard man, but to him with the ability to heal and regenerate, serious injury was nothing. After recovering from his injuries, the lizard man charged forward again. Boom. One punch and he was seriously injured again, then he recovered and pounced again. Boom. Seriously injured, recover, pounce. Boom. 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 Peter coldly punched the lizard man one after another. Each punch smashed the lizard man into pieces of flesh and blood, leaving his life hanging by a thread. Then he waited for the lizard man to recover and charge forward before he smashed him down again, and the cycle continued. Since the lizard man's wild nature is hard to control and his instincts are so difficult to control, he simply asked the lizard man to recall the most primitive and powerful instinct of all creatures. Fear. He will build fear into a cage, completely shutting in the lizard man's wild instincts. Speaking of which, I have to thank the purple sweet potato demon Thanos for this. Peter also found inspiration in his approach to dealing with the Hulk. As he bombarded again and again, the ground shook again and again. Gradually, the lizard man's recovery speed became slower and slower, and the interval between each attack became longer and longer. It's not that the lizard man is exhausted, but that he simply begins to resist and doesn't want to recover. Even a fool will have a long memory after being hit with the same punch hundreds or thousands of times, not to mention that the lizard man Connors mutated into has a high IQ. In the end, he even gave up the attack and stood up, like a tamed dog, looking over with an aggrieved look. He quit. Seeing this, Peter took the initiative to step forward and beat him violently, causing the lizard man. No, it should be Connors now. He was so frightened that he retreated to the corner and begged. No, no, Black Superman, that's enough, I can feel it, he's scared. I think it's safer to give him another beating. No. He and I are one, and I can feel the pain and fear. Okay. Peter clicked his tongue regretfully. He said, there are not many sandbags that are as durable as this. Connors. He smiled bitterly, what's the point of doing this? I've become like this, and it's impossible to return to society. Why do you want to return to society? What? As you said, you have become stronger, faster, smarter, and become a more powerful race. Why do you still want to go back to the past? Alive. Peter said. It's hard to get the formula, and now you have solved the problem of the wild lizard. Shouldn't you seize the opportunity, work harder to realize your dream, and successfully apply the lizard serum to those who need it? Yes. I should indeed be like this, but with my current appearance, who can accept me and let me continue my research? Wait. Connors was suddenly stunned and looked at Peter in surprise. Who are you and why do you know so much? It's me, Dr. Connors, Peter said in his original voice. Peter. Connors was stunned and said in disbelief, it's really you. In this case, everything makes sense. No wonder Black Superman is willing to spend so much effort to save him. Connors, his face darkened. So, it was Peter who beat him like a dog just now. Although he did not regard Peter as a junior student because of Peter's knowledge, he still wanted to be decent after all, right? This was his last stubbornness and self-esteem as a researcher, but at this moment, These were shattered to pieces. Black Superman is Peter, and Peter is Black Superman. This is really unexpected. Connor sighed a little, and suddenly thought of something, and said, "Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Wait, if I remember correctly, Spider-Woman, is it Gwen? You too." Even though Connors is still in the form of a lizard man at this moment, the expression on his face is wonderful. He couldn't help but curse once. FXXK. I'm sorry that he never escaped from their hands from the beginning to the end, and they deceived his feelings again and again. That is to say, Black Superman is in front of him, otherwise he may lose control and run away again. Gwen doesn't know. Peter explained, not paying attention to Connor's complicated mood, and said, "I think I know a place that can accept you." Back to the present. Tony protested and complained to Peter, but after being ruthlessly rejected by Peter, he could only continue to raise Connors. In fact, when Connors successfully develops the complete version of the lizard serum, this technology will bring him a lot of wealth, as long as he can resolve the patent issue with Osborne. Overall, Tony still has something to gain. The brief interlude passed, and everyone returned to their own lives. Iron Man is busy confronting his uncle. While Gwen was doing her best, she used the spider trumpet to chat with Peter from time to time. She was extremely grateful at this time that she had contacted Peter as Spider-Woman. Peter's joining completely freed her from the situation of fighting alone. Although she was still alone on the frontal battlefield, Peter did an excellent job in the areas that could not be seen, such as intelligence, logistical supplies, making plans, etc. This made her work much faster and more relaxed during this period. The most important thing is that the words that she usually can only hold in her heart can finally be said through Spider-Woman's mouth. Peter's existence gave her another place where she could talk and communicate. Well, although George also knew her identity now, there were some things that she was always embarrassed to tell her parents, right? But Peter is different. There is a saying that he is submissive in reality, but punches hard online. This is what Gwen is like at this time. Through the veil of the web and the identity of Spider-Woman, she sometimes even says some bold words to Peter that cross the line. This is an atmosphere that is difficult for them to achieve in reality. The feeling of online dating makes Gwen secretly feel a little excited, but also a little troubled. Spider-Woman and Peter are moving forward so quickly, what will she do? Peter, on the other hand, was much simpler, at least to him. In addition to playing role-playing with Gwen, he used Gwen's small treasury to make 2 waves in the stock market. After making a little more capital, he turned around and used it all to buy Stark stock, which had fallen by more than half. At the same time, the identity of Black Superman is not idle either. At this point, he wants to get a lot of points in a short period of time, which is no longer as simple as it was at the beginning. Not every city is New York. He needs to travel abroad from time to many other countries, often causing diplomatic disputes with the United States. But what does this have to do with Peter Parker? In this way, his points are infinitely close to 500,000. The reason why it has not been fully achieved is because he recently spent some points to upgrade the 2 talents self-healing and super speed regeneration obtained from Connors to LV2. The cost is the same as Spider Sense, which is 5k for level 1 and 1W for level 2. Unfortunately, Peter wanted to try out the effects of his talent, but found that it was too difficult to get hurt. Until that day, when Peter turned on the TV, all the media in the United States were broadcasting the same news like crazy. "I am Iron Man." At the press conference, Tony announced his identity. As for Spider-Woman and Peter's daily driving routine, although I really want to write about it, the overall rhythm does not allow it, so I can only briefly touch on it, and I will touch on it later when I have some ideas. I found that my ideas couldn't keep up with the output, Omega, and the subsequent plot still needs to be sorted out, which is difficult to handle. Also, thank you Sido Cock for the 1,500 starting coin reward. Thanks to NRZSDSSN for the 200 starting coin reward. Thanks to Zingi Iliotal Dibear, Ackerman Fake Home SSS for the 100 starting coin reward. Newcomers and new books, please pay attention, vote, and follow up. Tony Stark officially announced that he is Iron Man. This has had a lot of impact on a lot of people. The media has a new hot topic, and the people who eat melons have a new melon. The masked heroes seem to see a new path, and the world has officially entered a new era. There have been many changes, but for Peter now, the most direct impact on him is that Stark Industries stock has risen. Not only is Iron Man's identity a hot topic, but his armor technology and energy technology are what many people care about and can really make a lot of money. This caused Stark Industries stock to skyrocket, setting new records every day. Ah! Peter, we are rich. Gwen looked at the green on the screen and grabbed Peter in excitement. What is this? Peter teased as Gwen shook him. Does a windfall make our Miss Gwen so excited? It's different, this is the first money we have earned personally. We Of course. Gwen sniffed. In the beginning, I was the one who invested in you, Peter. Okay, okay. Hee, Gwen patted Peter, of course, you are still very capable, come on, make more money for us. Peter rolled his eyes. Gwen didn't take away her hand from Peter's shoulder, pressing it uneasily. It's been too long, and the relationship between the two has become a little strange since the last time they were on the roof. She is not stupid, on the contrary, she is very sensitive. She could feel that she and Peter seemed to be getting closer, but it didn't seem like they were getting closer. It always felt like something was missing. It wasn't until she communicated with Peter as Spider-Woman that she realized that it was because the two of them were so familiar that it was difficult to have any impulses. But after putting on the mask, Gwen felt that she was more relaxed, and felt that she could also see Peter in front of other people that she could not usually see. This sense of freshness and excitement made her feel itchy, and she couldn't stop. Of course, it's not without its worries. That's great feedback from Peter facing Spider-Woman. Alright. Gwen knew that Peter had always liked Spider-Woman, and it was normal for him to give Spider-Woman good feedback. But, what should she do? Gwen was a little worried about gains and losses. Could it be that Peter is interested in Spider-Woman and only views Gwen as a friend and childhood sweetheart? If I act rashly, will things become awkward? Maybe she could test it out first? Such a good atmosphere now cannot be wasted. So, Gwen rolled her eyes and said, should we celebrate? Celebrate? Peter said, you mean buy some snacks and have a party? No, how do you say it? We just made a lot of money, why don't we go out? Just the two of us. Gwen was a little nervous, yes, just the two of us. Peter thought for a while, okay, it's rare that Miss Gwen is willing. Give me money to reward me. Hey. Who said I want to? Huh. Peter looked at her with a smile. Okay, for the sake of you making so much money for me. Damn Peter, he actually blackmailed me. With the Green Goblin incident over, Peter's school has long since reopened. The buildings destroyed by the lizardmen have been renovated and restored, exactly as they were in the past. However, some things are destined to never go back. Harry lost everything he had been admired by the stars, lost the glorious future he could have inherited from Osborne, and lost his father. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. I haven't lost you yet, have I? Peter. Harry looked at Peter sincerely and said. Of course. Peter replied. At this time, Harry had long lost his previous high spirits and looked a little gloomy. The surrounding environment and people were very unfriendly to him. He is a terrorist, the descendant of the supervillain Green Goblin, and is ostracized by everyone. He still has a lot of money and inherited a lot of Osborne shares. He once thought that money could buy everything, but now he feels wrong. Although he was still rich, he had nothing. Peter, I have something to ask you. This matter is very important to me. Only you can help me. Harry said. Peter raised his eyebrows, what? I heard that you seem to know Spider-Woman. Who did you hear that from? It was rumored in the school that on the day the lizards attacked the school, you stayed with Spider-Woman. We defeated him together. Peter didn't hide it either, yes, I had some small contact with her, after that day. That's great. Harry was a little excited, can you help me contact her? I want to meet her. What do you want? I can pay a lot of money, and I can give you whatever you want. He said a little humbly. Peter frowned slightly, Harry, there are some things that money can't buy. Harry was stunned, but I only have money. You are leaving me too, right? Harry, don't think about it. Too much, you are too sensitive, you need to rest. Peter patted him on the shoulder. I mean, you don't need to buy my friendship with money, I don't value your money. Then I should pay what? Nothing is needed. The key is how you choose. Choice. Nothing. Peter shook his head, can you tell me why you want to see Spider-Woman? Holly opened his mouth, but the words seemed to be stuck in his throat and he couldn't spit them out. What to say, how to say it, will he become a lunatic like his father in the future? Peter, can I believe you? Of course. Harry sighed and said, my family has always inherited a hereditary disease. So, only Spider-Woman can save me. All I need is a small tube of her blood, I have no other intention, I just want to live, he explained. Hope was at hand, and he chose to believe in Peter, just as Peter had not abandoned him. No, Spider-Woman can't save you. However, Peter's faint voice was like Satan's claws, grabbing him back to hell. Why? Why are you so sure? Harry frowned. Do you know Connors? Peter said. Harry nodded, of course, Osborne, the former chief authority on cross-species gene transfer, had a huge breakthrough some time ago, but he suddenly disappeared for some reason. The formula for his huge breakthrough was given to him by me. Peter said calmly. Harry was just stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. Stop kidding, Peter, how is this possible? Are you serious? His eyes widened, and he looked at Peter in shock. Of course. Peter said, today's understanding of cross-species gene transfer, I say second, no one dares to say first. No, Peter, it's not that I don't want to believe you, it's just that. Is it too outrageous? Yes, it's outrageous. You are the same age as me. Harry felt like he was living like a dog. Then do you believe it? Harry certainly didn't believe it. But he looked at Peter's calm eyes. From the beginning, Peter's eyes had not fluctuated, like a cold pool, so deep and unpredictable. Okay, but, what do you mean Spider-Woman can't save me? Harry trembled. Literally. The appearance of Spider-Woman is just an accident, or in other words, it is a destiny. Nothing can be learned from her. No, it can't be like this. Harry was distracted and didn't want to believe it. Murmured. After dealing with official duties for a day, George drove home exhausted physically and mentally. When he reached middle age and experienced a life and death crisis, he cherished everything he had now even more. Whether it's his career or his family. Of course, it is inevitable that every middle-aged man will sit quietly in the car after get off work, enjoy the peace of mind, and then think about life. George sighed deeply, frowning a little. More than half a month ago, he discovered that his excellent, well-behaved, and sensible daughter was actually the masked vigilante Spider-Woman whom he had been denouncing and boycotting. The New York police chief's mentality collapsed on the spot. The wrong thoughts about Spider-Woman were instantly deleted from his mind, leaving only the old father's thoughts of oh my god, why is she so messed up? Seeing his daughter crying for him made him feel so sad that he almost melted. George does a lot of things these days. The first thing is to use their authority to unify the police department's attitude towards Spider-Woman from top to bottom, issue the Medal of Honor, provide a lot of support, etc. But that didn't allay his worries. Because he had fought face to face with these superhuman criminals and fought side by side with his own daughter, George deeply understood the dangers of this profession. Whether it is the danger caused by confronting these superhuman criminals, or the hidden dangers it brings to family and friends around you. Not to mention the impact on her future work, love, and marriage. George began to worry that his daughter would not be able to get married. Damn it, Gwen was obviously so outstanding and lovely. I heard that even Stark's tens of billions had recently announced that they would become heroes. George pressed his temples with confusion in his eyes. What happened to this world? Is he old? Or the world is changing too fast? I remember that when he was young, he would always rush to the front lines to battle wits and courage with gangsters, but I don't know when everyone started to become popular with superheroes and villains. Thinking that life must have an end, George finally got out of the car and went home. His virtuous wife Helen opened the door for him, and his two sons were playing in the living room. Everything was fine. Where's Gwen? George asked. She's still in the room. Helen's expression was a bit off. George, who had preconceived ideas, suddenly became nervous. What's wrong? Is she injured? What did you say? Helen gave George a strange look. Gwen is fine, why should she be injured? Then she is. Helen pursed her lips and said, come here. Putting on his slippers, George followed Helen to the outside of Gwen's room. Only inside the room. Gwen was picking out the clothes in the closet on a rare occasion, and she still couldn't make up her mind. Helen said, she's been like this for an hour. George's expression was wonderful. Well, his daughter was fine, but to a certain extent, it seemed that there was something bigger. He felt even more congested. Dad, which one do you think looks good? Gwen asked when George came back. Ahem, George cleared his throat, everything looks good in whatever you wear, my dear. Gwen frowned, okay, let me take another look. George. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. The more Gwen got interested, the more jealous he became, as if something beautiful in his heart was about to be tarnished. He asked. Tell me, who is that brat, Gwen? Ah, Dad, is it so obvious? X2. George and Helen looked at each other. Yes, my daughter is really going to be raped this time. George, who was worried about his daughter not getting married a moment ago, began to worry again. Damn it, what a bastard. Gwen smiled sweetly, a little embarrassed. Peter and I made an appointment to go out this weekend. Of course, it's just a normal outing. It was Peter. It was like a big stone fell in his heart, and George relaxed. One breath. Both he and Helen automatically blocked the sentence after Gwen. There had been no news about Peter and Gwen for so long. He thought there was nothing going on with the two children. Now it seemed that at least it was not the worst outcome. Of course, George couldn't help but squint his eyes. Haha, from now on, Peter is not only half his son, but also half his enemy. Finally, he found an opportunity to call Gwen into the study. Peter, does he know? George asked. Gwen knew George was asking Peter if he knew about her being Spider-Woman. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. She shook her head. I haven't told him yet. George breathed out and said. Peter is a very smart kid with a bright future, and we know him well. He is the most suitable candidate. I know, Dad. So, don't involve him. Gwen was stunned for a moment, and then she heard George continue, Gwen, I'm not against you being with Peter. I'm just saying, you are special, you with your thoughts, I can't stop you, and I have no reason to stop you. As a father, all I can do for you is to fully support you and protect you. George said earnestly. But Peter is different. He is just an ordinary person. Man, if he was involved, it would only be a disaster. Like me, I almost died from this. But he was already involved. Gwen said to herself. After being reminded by George, she was finally shocked and remembered the scene when her father fell from a tall building that night. If it weren't for the Black Superman, I'm afraid what she and her mother would be encountering now would be a different scene, right? Gwen was unwilling from the bottom of her heart to let Peter experience this scene. But now, what can she do? Gwen left the study with deep thoughts. Osborne Tower. The Osborne group has been in trouble recently. First there was the Green Goblin thing, and then there was the lizard attack, and several superhuman heroes were having a brawl on the rooftop. Not to mention the fluctuations in people's hearts, the most important thing is that their market value and wealth have shrunk by more than half in this short period of time. This made Osborne's shareholders grit their teeth in distress. Especially when they saw that the market value of Stark Industries, which was originally evenly matched next door, has soared recently. It was even more uncomfortable than them losing money. Oh, they were already losing a lot of money and their mentality was broken. Therefore, the culprit of all this, Norman Osborn, was hated by them. After Norman's death, these hatreds were transferred to Harry. Even if Harry theoretically inherited all of Norman Osborn's shares, he was still excluded from Osborn's core circle. They have even started operations and are preparing to take over Harry's equity. So, they said they have destroyed all the projects left by father? Felicia? Harry asked, sitting at his father's desk. Yes, Mr. Osborne, at least on the surface that's the case. The statement is to restore the confidence of investors and to deal with those lawsuits, Felicia said. She was Norman Osborn's secretary during his lifetime, and she was also the only person Harry could trust in Osborne now. What about behind the scenes? I accidentally heard, the new chairman Mencken and the security director said that they were transferred to a place, a secret department, but I'm sorry, Mr. Osborne, I didn't. The authority knows. Oh, okay, Felicia, you go down first. Harry sat alone at the desk with a sinister look in his eyes. Why don't you wait? He recalled the last words Peter said to him in school. Research on cross-species gene transfer is still going on. Although it cannot solve your problem now, it can always be done in the future. Are you sure? He asked. I promise, Peter said. I'm sorry, Peter, I really want to believe you, but this, and, the muscles on Harry's face twitched due to tension. I can't wait any longer. I can't let those thieves steal everything my father left behind. He took a long breath, opened the Osborne Group's internal network, and searched for the entry secret project. Sorry, the item cannot be detected. Log in, Harry Osborne. The account has been logged in. Search secret project. A total of files have been searched for you. Harry closed his eyes in pain. He knew that this was the last gift his father would give him. He clicked on these files, and as the contents of each document were exposed to him, even though he was prepared, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils and look shocked. Cross-species gene transfer project. Spiders, lizards, electric eels, black cats. Biological armor technology. Vultures, green monsters, octopuses, scorpions. Codename 713, Max Dillon. What? What is it? Max Dillon is an electrical engineer. Growing up in a single-parent family made him sensitive, irritable, extremely introverted, and has low self-esteem. He had a pretty good mind, otherwise he wouldn't have become an engineer and entered Osborne. But his personality makes it difficult for him to integrate into the group. He is often excluded and isolated, and office violence is a common occurrence at home. Obviously he participated in the design of another major Osborne project, the power grid, and could even be said to have completed the most important design and core architecture. However, in the end, all the credit went to someone else, and this person is now him. Immediate boss. Such a life made him feel depressed and miserable. He felt that his talents were overflowing and his enthusiasm was suppressed by the world. "I'm sorry, Mom." He even had the idea of committing suicide to see his mother who died of illness. At this time, Spider-Woman appeared. These superheroes and villains who came and went, Max once felt that they were extremely far away from him. How could those dazzling beings from above lower their heads and care about the bugs on the ground? Spider-Woman will. "Hey. Man, what's wrong with you? Want to jump off the building? No, don't, no matter how bad it is, don't lose hope of living. Also, even if you jump, I will use spider silk to hold you back. You saved me. Yes, I will not give up on you." Spider-Woman has a voice like nature, like an angel, encouraging him and giving him the courage to continue living. It turns out that there are people who care about themselves and will not give up on themselves. At that moment, he was captured by Spider-Woman and vowed to give everything for her. But, that's all. Life goes on, just as bad and painful. He had no chance to see Spider-Woman again, and could only learn about her activities through news on TV and the media. He searched for Spider-Woman like crazy every day, trying to understand every bit of her. The house is even covered with her posters. Only in this way can his soul get a moment of satisfaction and comfort. Until that day, when the lizardmen attacked Osborne Tower. Max, who was blamed by his colleagues and had to work overtime to check the circuit, was affected by the damage caused by the lizard people and fell into the electric eel pool in the cross-species gene transfer project. Suffocation, drowning, and the bites of countless electric eels, the electric shock attacked him, making him feel the ultimate physical pain for a moment. In contrast, he seemed to hear Spider-Woman's voice at the last moment before falling. "It's an angel. Goddess. She's here too. Is she here to save me? She said she would never give up on me. She must be here to save me. I can't die. I want to live." Max had lost consciousness. He once wanted to understand himself, but at this moment he burst out with infinite power to survive. He was dead, but not quite dead. His body transformed into another form, capable of sensing electricity, storing electricity, and controlling electricity. But before he could escape, he was discovered by security personnel who were preparing to collect the body. Caught off guard, he was imprisoned. Osborne's people developed a set of facilities in time, cut off his power, and suppressed him at the bottom of the building. Harry finished watching the video record of Codename 713, Max Dillon. He slammed his fist on the table angrily. Damn it, what else have these guys done? Now it seems that the hands of these old guys are not clean, and they are no better than their father. But before he could do anything, 2 messages suddenly popped up. Warning, your access rights have been banned. You do not have permission to access this project. At the same time, the door to the office was also opened, and the new chairman Mencken walked in aggressively with the security department. "You can't go in, he's busy." Felicia tried to stop them, but she, a girl, obviously couldn't stop a group of big men in black. "Look at what you've done, Mencken." Harry asked. "It's a good thing you did." Mencken said. "What do you mean? You and your criminal father have seriously affected the interests of the company. After careful consideration, we have decided to hold a shareholders meeting tomorrow to discuss and vote on whether you are still eligible to exercise your rights." "No. Don't even think about it. This is the Osborne. This is not your Osborne anymore, freak." Mencken and the security department came and went in a hurry, and left quickly, leaving Harry alone. "Stand still. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." "Mr. Osborne." Felicia said. I'm fine." Harry swayed. "I won't let them succeed, you go ahead. I have something to give you. I have a friend who needs help today." "Yes." Harry was left alone in the office again. He broke the wine glass, held the table with one hand, and said through gritted teeth, "They will not succeed. Absolutely not. Alarm. Alert. There is an error in the safety measures, there is an error in the safety measures." Under the flashing red light and the rapid siren, Harry walked out of the prison facility with his head lowered and quickly left the bottom floor. "Max. I hope you won't disappoint me." "Peter, it's time for us to set off." "Okay. By the way, where are we going today?" Under the apartment, Peter and Gwen went out together, and Peter asked road. Gwen felt quite resentful about this. She complained, "So, you really don't ask questions at all and let me make the itinerary by myself. Isn't this good?" Peter smiled and said, "Give you more space to reward me." Gwen was so angry that she wanted to bite Peter. "Umph. If not." "If not what?" "No, let's go." Gwen shook off Peter and walked forward first. Peter could only follow behind with his pockets in his pockets and said, "Gwen, your clothes are very beautiful today." Gwen paused for a moment, he said in a casual tone, really? I just picked one at random. As expected of you, you look good in anything you wear. Humph. Peter walked up to her and asked, so, where is our first stop? Gwen rolled her eyes and said, let's go watch a movie first. Well, okay. It turns out that even Gwen, the honorary police officer Spiderwoman, can't escape the old age when she makes date plans. 3 things. Shopping, eating, and watching movies. Although it's old-fashioned, it works every time. Then, they watched a 120-minute love movie. After walking out, Peter took a breath and asked, where to go next? I want to have afternoon tea. Gwen said with nothing unusual on her face. Okay. Then, they enjoyed afternoon tea for half an hour in a couple's restaurant. At this time, even Gwen couldn't hold it any longer and took the lead in asking to leave. She said, don't you have any ideas? The movie is pretty good, and the snacks are delicious, but I'm a little underfed. Gwen was a little angry, but also a little discouraged. Okay, next come hang out with me, and then we'll go home. Huh? Isn't there still dinner? Peter asked. No more. She was disappointed. She has made it clear like this, why can't Peter still see it? Do you really want her to break the relationship and go straight to a? No, that won't work. Sometimes the better the relationship, the less easily she can break it. Because she was afraid that not only would the two of them not take any further steps, but they would not even be able to maintain their original relationship. Maybe, the only way left is to confess. Peter really prefers Spiderwoman to her. Well, it's weird that both of them are her, but it doesn't matter. Gwen remembered what her father told her again. Don't involve Peter. So, what should I do? Gwen was confused. At this time, she felt suddenly being pulled. She looked back and saw Peter. What's wrong? She asked listlessly. Peter said, I just made a reservation for dinner, and I have to ask you to accompany me tonight, Gwen. Gwen. Sigma. Hey. What do you mean by asking me? How could I really let you make the itinerary alone, Gwen? Okay, I was wrong. I'll do it next time. Let's discuss this with you in advance. This time, Peter finally managed to smooth down the little wildcat's fur. Gwen's mood was suddenly messed up by Peter, and she didn't know whether to be angry or happy. This bastard must have been laughing at himself from the beginning. But at the same time, she became nervous. So, what does Peter mean? Her completely unpredictable attitude made her worry about gains and losses again. It seems to work, but it seems not to work. Where are we going now? It was Gwen's turn to ask. Waiting for someone. Huh? There are others tonight. Gwen frowned. She's coming soon. Her. Gwen instantly became alert. When did Peter know other women? If I remember correctly, there were only 2 girls that Peter had contact with more often. One is her, the other is Spiderwoman, and it's also her. Now, who else? After a while, Gwen saw a black car parked on the side of the road, and a woman in a professional black suit stepped out of it. She greeted the 2 of them and said, Excuse me, is this Mr. Parker? Yes. Peter nodded. Felicia stretched out her hand to Peter. Hello, my name is Felicia, I am Mr. Osborne's secretary, and I will be responsible for your schedule tonight. Gwen was in a daze for a moment before she realized the Mr. Osborne in Felicia's mouth is Harry. She realized that she seemed to have misunderstood something, and lowered her head in embarrassment. She felt like she was really hopeless. How could she become so stupid? Of course, she also had a lot of questions, but in front of outsiders, Gwen just acted generous and decent and didn't say much. At Felicia's invitation, the 2 got in the car and came to a high-end dress shop. Due to time constraints, we didn't have time to order it, so we can only give it a try, Mr. Parker. Felicia apologized. It doesn't matter, just follow your arrangements. Peter said. Felicia went to deal with the clerk, and until then, the 2 of them had space alone. The ladylike Gwen, who was generous and decent a second ago, took a step forward and pulled Peter quickly to the corner. A series of questions came out of her mouth like a cannonball. Peter, what's going on? Why? Will there be Harry? When did you become so close to him? I didn't know yet. She almost forced Peter into the corner. I feel like you have hidden a lot of things from me, and Miss Felicia, she is so beautiful, do you like someone older than you? Wait, let's do it one by one, okay Gwen? Wait, what does it have to do with Felicia? Why do I like someone older than me? Oh. I'm sorry, I spilled the beans. No, I was just a little excited. You know, everything just happened was really. I understand. How should I put it? You also know Harry, he's been having a hard time recently because of his father, and I took advantage of him. Took advantage of him? Hey. Just kidding, remember the last time we met him in the aisle? Because we helped him, he has always been grateful. Oh, Peter, the words you just used are so evil. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Oh, and then Harry found me a few days ago, for some personal reasons. I hope I can introduce you to Spiderwoman. I asked him to help me with a little help. Wait, why is there something about Spiderwoman? Why was it originally just a date between me and you, but why did so many people suddenly come in? It doesn't matter, Gwen. This is important. Gwen puffed up her cheeks and stared at Peter. Peter said with a smile, what I'm more interested in right now is our date. A date, date. Gwen's momentum that she had finally built up was suddenly shattered. That's not what I meant. You just heard it wrong. Gwen, Peter pinched her face and said, we watched love movies and drank lovers' afternoon tea. You specially arranged this. I thought you were hinting at me. I didn't, wait, damn. Peter, you really know everything. Of course, I'm not a fool, you are so straightforward. Ah. Gwen's brain suddenly had a short circuit. If it were a comic book, then there must be steam coming out of her forehead at this time. She covered her blushing face with her 10 fingers, and her cool, watery eyes emerged from between her fingers, and she cursed. You bastard. You too, Felicia, who came back from the store clerk, was a little embarrassed. Looking at the two of them. Well, we can try on the dress. Peter helped Gwen take off the hand that was covering her face. She was so angry now that she didn't even dare to look over. Peter patted her head and said, okay, let's try on the dress first. I'm looking forward to it. Gwen felt that her brain had completely stopped, and like a doll, she blankly took the prepared dress. Followed the clerk to the fitting room. Your girlfriend is so cute. Felicia praised. Peter just glanced at her with a calm expression, thank you. In the fitting room. Gwen stared blankly at herself in the mirror for a while before finally coming back to her senses. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She couldn't calm down at all. So, what did Peter mean just now? This bastard knew everything and didn't stop me. Instead, he kept teasing me. It's so abominable. I thought you were a good person. Wait, now is not the time to care about that. So, Peter, has no objection? Gwen felt her heart pounding. After worrying about gains and losses for a long time, the answer suddenly fell in front of her. The big rise after the big fall made her feel a little dizzy, as if she had been knocked unconscious by happiness. No, he didn't agree to it himself. Gwen let out a breath and tried to calm down. She looked at the exquisite dress in her hand, and a smile appeared on her lips. Wait, I will shock you speechless. It's really surprising, Mr. Parker. Felicia looking at Peter, who came out after changing his suit. I can't tell you are in such good shape. She said with emotion. I originally thought that the girls were already outstanding enough, but I didn't expect that after the boys put on a well-fitting suit, they would be even more impressive. It is conceivable that if you wear 2 less clothes, it must be walking hormones. Nothing, is Harry okay? Peter said. Felicia frowned. She only knew that Peter and Harry were classmates, and the specific relationship was not clear. She could only consider. Mr. Osborne is encountering a little difficulty now, but I believe he will solve it soon. It seems to be a bit bad. Mr. Parker. Don't worry, I'm just asking casually. I hope he won't be too messy. Felicia couldn't figure out the meaning of Peter's words, so she could only say, I will tell you I brought it to Mr. Osborne. While the two were talking, Gwen finally changed into her dress and walked out of the fitting room. I got into the car early this morning to run some business. When I came back in the evening, I had to be the driver for the boss to see them off. I still had to make a report when I returned to the dormitory. Although N is exaggerated, please believe me, today is really I'm busy, and it's hard for me to use the spare time to code. My thoughts are too interrupted. Mr. Parker, Miss Stacy, you are such a perfect match. Felicia glanced at the back seat of the car, wearing a suit and dress, like a noble lady. General Peter and Gwen. Thank you. You can tell Harry later that we are very satisfied with you. Peter said. Just kidding, are we there? Well, we are here. Felicia got out of the car, opened the door for the two of them, and said. I'm sorry, tonight's charity gala, Mr. Ben may not be there. It doesn't matter, if he is also there, Gwen may be unhappy. Peter got out of the car, then blocked the upper part of the door with his hand, and the gentleman helped Gwen get out of the car. How can I not? Gwen naturally took Peter's hand and whispered beside him. Felicia covered her mouth and smiled softly, and said, "I hope you two have a good time tonight. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me at any time." Felicia left. Of course, she couldn't really leave, just make space for Peter and Gwen. "How do you feel, Miss Gwen?" Peter looked at Gwen and said, "All the upper-class people in New York are here." Gwen looked at the magnificent party in front of her, and she still couldn't recover. She only remembered putting on the dress, walking out of the fitting room with high spirits, looking for Peter. Then, she was disappointed. Before she could surprise Peter, she was surprised by Peter after putting on a suit. How can he be so good? Gwen felt that she suddenly became slimy, and then she was carried into the car by Peter in a daze and came here. She still couldn't believe that she was just hanging out with Peter, but how could she suddenly arrive at such a big occasion? There were big figures she knew and didn't know everywhere. Even her father, the police chief, was not powerful here. This made Gwen feel a little uneasy. "It's so strange, why is it like this?" Gwen pursed her lips and said, I want to know what you think." "All I think about is you, Gwen. You are like this, the sudden attack is so despicable." Gwen held Peter's hand tighter. "Are you like you, going to watch romantic movies and—" Okay, stop talking, I want to live on another planet." "That's not possible." Peter patted the back of her hand and reassured. "Don't think too much, we are just here to eat and drink. Let these adults visit their Vanity Fair, and we will fill our bellies." "Okay." At the party, some people also noticed Peter and Gwen. The upper-class circle is so large that it is difficult not to attract their attention with two mysterious new faces with outstanding appearance and temperament. Then, they discovered that these two people didn't pay any attention to others and only cared about eating and drinking. Hell, who comes to a party like this just to eat? Do you know who those two are? Someone found the organizer and asked. I checked and found it. It's from Osborne. Osborne? Is it their eldest son, Harry Osborne? Is Harry Osborne such a foodie? After a while, they saw that the two of them had eaten a lot of snacks, and the organizer could only ask someone to make up for it. Realizing that the two of them were introduced by Osborne, many people stopped trying to get to know each other. After all, everyone now knows about Osborne's plight, and they even feel a little pity for Osborne. If something like this happens, he will have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. Of course, this didn't stop them from taking the opportunity to tear off a piece of flesh from Osborne. Gwen, are you sure you don't want to keep up your appearance? Peter said, looking at Gwen, who was really working seriously. Gwen was in a state of elation, feeling extremely happy, and naturally had a great appetite. She swallowed the food in her mouth, without any consciousness of remaining elegant in front of her sweetheart, and said, You are not the same. By the way, will your food intake really increase so much after working out? It depends on your talent. Peter moved his own biceps. Maybe I have extraordinary talent. Gwen licked the food left on her lips and said with deep understanding, Indeed. At this time, there was a noise from the crowd. Gwen looked over and saw that these so-called upper-class people suddenly gathered together, or in other words, gathered toward one person. It is Tony Stark, who is now in full swing. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Tony, with a bit of laziness, was dealing with these guys easily. After it was announced that he was Iron Man, his career not only did not take a hit, but it actually improved. The side effects of the arc reactor have not yet appeared, and fame and fortune will continue to come to him. Although it will also bring some troubles, it is enough to cope with it. Although he became a hero, he was still not the Iron Man who devoted himself to the survival of the world. Hey. This is my contact information. Remember to call me when you get back. Tony casually dismissed a beautiful girl. Surrounded by everyone, he walked onto the platform and announced his sky-high donation. Most of the rich people in the United States are doing charity, but unlike others, Tony is serious at this time. After becoming Iron Man, nothing changed for him. As a hero, his qualifications are still a bit shallow, but as a billionaire, he is very comfortable. He is trying and groping how to help more people. Is this Tony Stark, Iron Man? Looking at Tony on the stage, who donated a large sum of money, Gwen couldn't help but sigh. He is so awesome. When he becomes a hero, he can not only announce his identity generously, but also help more people. Compared to him, we are nobodies. Gwen, you will be as great as him in the future. Don't say such things to make me happy. Gwen was happy, smiling, eyes twinkling. Tony Stark's current state on stage was simply what she had dreamed of. Of course, not the money and spotlight. She just thought, how great would it be if she could also tell everyone her identity generously, and tell Peter generously. Let's go back, Peter. Gwen suddenly said in a loss of interest. George's previous reminders were swirling in her mind, making tonight's happiness seem less happy. You two, can I arrange a car to take you back? Felicia said after walking out of the party and waiting for a long time. No, we can just go back by ourselves. Gwen said. After Felicia obtained Peter's consent, she no longer insisted. The two changed back into their regular clothes and walked on the street, passing by Times Square, the busiest place in Manhattan. Of course Peter noticed Gwen's moodiness and had more or less guesses about her troubles, but he did not interfere too much. Even if it is Gwen, he does not intend to interfere too much. This will only cause Gwen to lose her autonomy and gradually become his vassal, completely changing into his shape. Peter prefers to watch quietly, looking forward to Gwen's every choice and growth. Then, explain some of the mistakes she made. He was curious about what the Gwen before him would eventually become. Maybe this is the joy of nurturing? Peter shook his head, gently hugged Gwen's slender waist, and let her lean against him. What's wrong? Gwen. It's nothing. Gwen didn't know what to say to Peter, so she could only change the subject. Jokingly said. It's rare to see you take such initiative. Although the relationship between the two has just made decisive progress, because they are familiar with each other, they have directly entered the state of an old married couple for many years. Of course, there is nothing new. Gwen didn't expect that Peter said directly, of course. I've wanted to do this for a long time. This made her unable to control it. She was stuck for 2 seconds before she finally managed to say, then what else do you want to do? As soon as she said this, she secretly thought it was not good. Sure enough, Peter's eyes lit up, like a big bad wolf with fangs spread. I want to do a lot, Gwen. Hey. Don't mess around. Gwen refused weakly. Overall, there are many years of tacit understanding, and there is no lack of impulse to adjust. At the same time, Max, who had just escaped from the Osborne Tower, also relied on instinct to find the nearest power concentration area. Times Square. Wearing a tattered hooded coat, he was walking staggeringly, out of tune with the bustling surroundings, muttering. Spiderwoman, Spiderwoman. To make up for yesterday. For the rewards in the past 2 days. Thank you Tail number 9476 for the 1000 starting coin reward. Thanks to Yazidduxia for the 500 starting coin reward. Thanks to NRZSDSS and Lingfenyusha Tail number 9200 Tail number 9476 Tail number 8132 for the 100 starting coin reward. Through playing with Peter, Gwen suddenly froze and looked to the other side of the square. There were many people around, people coming and going, blocking her view, but the spider sense told her more. Peter, I suddenly have a stomachache and need to go to the bathroom. Stomachache? Did you eat bad food at night? Maybe. I was too happy and ate too much, so. She raised her head and looked at Peter's face. Wait here for me to come back. Of course, no problem, it's just that the sentence is weird. Before Peter could finish speaking, Gwen had turned around and disappeared into the sea of people. He shrugged. Okay, let's start counting from now on how long it took for her to go to the bathroom. On the other side, Max finally reached the side of the ditch where the cables were buried. He removed the upper iron grating, reached in with both hands, and grabbed a thick cable. The current entered the body, and Max cried out comfortably, bringing out some electric sparks at the same time. The police officers patrolling around to maintain order quickly discovered the anomaly. He began to evacuate people and at the same time turned on the intercom. Please send police officers to the south end of Times Square. I think we need support. Soon, the crowd was evacuated, and the surrounding area all the police officers were mobilized, and they warned. Sir. Please let go of the cable. Raise your hands. When they saw Max's different blue-skinned appearance, they were so frightened that they pulled out their guns. Max, who had just eaten a little full, finally regained his consciousness and was shocked to see a bunch of police officers surrounding him with guns drawn. He, who was originally just a transparent person in the workplace, had never encountered such a scene before, and subconsciously waved his hand. Boom. Electric energy surged out with shockwaves, knocking away vehicles and police officers on the roadside. Fortunately, the spider silk arrived at this moment and caught the flying man and the car that was about to hit the crowd. Gwen landed on a police car that was pulled back, looked at the center of the shock, and said with some anger. Okay, let me see who interrupted my date. Max also found out. Gwen didn't expect to see his idol, Angel, again so soon. He waved excitedly. Hey. Spider-Woman, it's me. Do you remember me? This made Gwen stunned. There's something wrong with this guy. Why does he seem a little nervous? You are. I'm Max. Don't you remember me? Max shouted. Discovering that his idol didn't remember him, he lost control of his emotions for a moment, and the electricity around him surged. I'm a fan of you. You said you wouldn't give up on me. My fan. Gwen. She blinked and was a little confused for a moment. When did she have such fans? Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't remember it. It's not as green as when she first debuted. She has experienced so much during this period, and Gwen has matured a lot. She responded accordingly, okay, Max, it's you, I remember you. I saved you once, right? Max was so excited that he almost shed tears and nodded frantically. She remembers me. She really remembers me. I am very blessed. Okay, I was right. Gwen swallowed and concentrated hard. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. She observed Max's every move and made sure that she had temporarily calmed Max down and would not go berserk the next second. The electrical energy surging around is also very dangerous, and will be transmitted everywhere along the iron grating on the ground. She could also see the surrounding crowds, the reporters filming, the positions of the police officers, and the snipers standing in the distance. Their expressions were all visible to her. This is the busiest time in New York. If it is not handled properly, it will cause a catastrophe. Gwen considered it for a moment and said, my fan, you don't look well. Can you tell me what's wrong with you? I don't know. Max looked at his hands with flashing lights. The lizard men attacked the building. I fell into the electric eel pool and became like this, imprisoned and tortured. I feel so angry. Okay. Max. I know. Gwen slapped her face with her hand, and it was Osborne's fault again. She was not surprised and even began to feel calm in her heart. She quickly comforted. You are also a victim, right? Osborne hurt you and made you like this. Okay, calm down now, I will help you, just don't move. Be careful of electrocuting other people. Yes, that's it, let's get out of here first, stay away from these people, and find a place where no one is around, okay? You can talk to your idol after hearing this. How could Max not agree to being alone? Okay, I'll go with you, tell them not to scare me. At this moment, there was a bang. A set of flashy red and gold battle armor suddenly fell from the sky. It was Tony Stark who was nearby, belatedly arriving. I heard that there was an accident here and someone attacked the crowd. Tony's voice came from the armor. Then, the next second, boom. His appearance gave Max, who was already a little emotionally unstable, a stress reaction, and he subconsciously threw electricity at him. Tony was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground. The steel armor flew in and out, fell to the ground, and rolled twice. He stood up while smoking, and looked at the armor showing 200% power, with a confused look on his face. Hey, what's going on? Gwen didn't expect that Iron Man would suddenly appear to disrupt the situation. Seeing that the electricity in Max's body began to surge uncontrollably again, bombarding the surrounding buildings and billboards, he subconsciously sent out spider threads to stop him. Unexpectedly, the electric current was transmitted along the spider silk, not only sending her flying to the side of Stark, but the spider silk launcher in her right hand was also broken. Gwen didn't have the protection of a steel armor, so she endured the pain on her body. She said, Mr. Stark, I almost comforted him. Tony also realized at this time that it was him who had done something bad, plus Black Superman. Having taken care of Spider-Woman, she felt a little unreasonable for a moment. Okay, mine. Forget it, Mr. Stark, let's protect the people around us first. Gwen sighed and said subconsciously. But this made Tony Stark choke. Because Gwen's tone sounded like a senior cleaning up the mess for some junior who had done something wrong. Who is he? He's Tony Stark. When had he ever been wronged like this? Although Spider-Girl has indeed been a hero longer than him. That's what I was about to say. So, Tony added stiffly. The two worked together to rescue nearby people. Seeing this scene, the onlookers began to cheer for Spider-Woman and Iron Man. The reporter who took the photo also broadcast the two people's faces to the advertising screens on nearby high-rise buildings. Max looked at the cheers and praises of the people, surrounded by Iron Man and Spider-Woman, and he seemed to be forgotten again. The most important thing is that even Spider-Woman looked away from him. No. You can't do this. He shouted excitedly, and the electric energy surged out again. From 9:30 to now. Max's electric energy shoots towards Tony again. In his opinion, all this is because of Iron Man, and it was his appearance that caused all this. His angel, Spider-Woman, can't go wrong. And Tony had already fallen victim to this trick once, so it was naturally impossible for him to fall victim to it again, let alone to coax Max. The 200% charged laser cannon that had been prepared was fired from his palm. This shot directly blew Max's whole body away and was embedded in the advertising screen of the building. This is courtesy, bastard. Max was hit very painfully, but he couldn't absorb the energy that had been converted into laser. If it weren't for his powerful physique and repair ability after mutation, he would have died. This made him surprisingly angry. Iron Man not only stole Spider-Woman's attention, but also made him feel the pain of falling into a pool of electric eels again. These people, this world, are always taking away what belongs to me. He grabbed the cable connected to the power supply inside the advertising screen, inserted it into his body, and said, "I want you and the world to feel it too. It hurts." As he roared, all the electricity in Times Square, the most prosperous area in New York, was absorbed by him. The street, which was originally a brightly lit building, instantly fell into darkness, and the sound fell silent. Tony looked at what happened suddenly and realized something was wrong. Sure enough, in the next second, a powerful electric energy surge centered on Max and spread to all directions, destroying many electrical appliances along the way. Tony's steel suit was also affected to some extent, and Jarvis fell into a short circuit. This caused the entire armor to be semi-paralyzed in an instant, and he could only quickly operate to wake up Jarvis. At the same time, Max was floating in the air, looking down at everything. Powerful electricity filled his body, and he felt unprecedented satisfaction. He looked at the steel armor that had to make an emergency landing and said, "Do you like charging? Then I'll charge you enough." As he said that, the powerful current in his hand rushed towards the steel armor. 100%, 200%, 300%. Tony soon saw that the power on the control panel was constantly soaring. This is not a good thing. This kind of charging itself will cause a lot of losses to the armor, not to mention that the amount of electricity that the armor itself can carry is also limited. If it exceeds this limit, then he and the armor will turn into a firework with a bang. But in his semi-paralyzed state, there was nothing he could do about it. Jarvis's awakening process and the overload charging process of electricity are like two tracks of life and death, determining his fate. Spider-Woman. Where is Spider-Woman? Quick. Defeat that freak. Kill him. At this moment, the onlookers and police officers all called out to another superhero present. This made Max even crazier. How could you be so cruel? You actually let Spider-Woman deal with me. She will not give up on me. He responded even more excitedly, and the electric shock followed. Following his shout, a new round of agitation began. At this time, Spider-Woman, Gwen, is with her lover. As Spider-Woman, of course. Peter. It's a coincidence that you are here too. It's very dangerous here. Leave quickly, right? Peter interrupted and said, "I'm sorry, but I promised someone that I would wait here for her to come back." He was there. Wait for yourself to come back. Well, Gwen had to admit that she was still a little happy at this moment. Then she heard Peter say, "I'm very distressed." She said she had a bad stomach and went to the bathroom, but now it's over. I haven't come back for a long time. Gwen suddenly felt bad. That's just an excuse, Peter. She didn't really hold it in the bathroom for so long. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. At this moment, she felt a sense of social death. Of course, the above was just a casual quarrel between the two when they were greeting each other, and it only lasted a few seconds. The topic was quickly brought back to the right track. How are you going to deal with Electro? Peter asked. Electric Man. Gwen reacted quickly, is that the nickname you gave Max? It's quite appropriate. She said. I'm still thinking. He seems to be able to absorb electricity and release it, which is very useful here. Tough. Sounds a bit like a battery, doesn't it? Peter reminded. What? Gwen was stunned. His ability is not to generate electricity, but to transport electricity, just like a battery. Peter said. Yes. Peter, you are such a genius. Gwen praised and said. I know how to deal with him. She hurriedly left with the only remaining spider silk launcher swinging the spider silk. Peter looked at Gwen, who left in a hurry, and thought for a moment, it's time to upgrade her equipment. The screen turned back to the center of the square. The armor on Tony's body was extremely full of energy at this time, and at the same time, it was also extremely dangerous, with electric sparks and black smoke constantly coming out. Fortunately, at the last moment, Jarvis woke up. Sir, I'm sorry that I was away for a while. Stop talking nonsense, Jarvis, activate the armor and turn up the firepower to the maximum. Sir, I can't. I don't have to remind you, the consequences of doing this are very dangerous. Do as I say. Tony converted all the energy he had stored into light cannons. Of course, his armor will definitely not be able to withstand it and will be scrapped altogether. In this way, Tony, who is locked in the armor, will become very dangerous at the same time. But Tony couldn't care less. He couldn't let the smurf in front of him continue to wreak havoc. If this guy can't be dealt with here, with his ability to absorb and control electricity, God knows how much trouble it will cause. This is a modern city. Everything needs electricity to run. But just when he was excited and ready to fight to the death, a water gun suddenly rushed out from the side and shot Max. The current in Max's body short-circuited instantly, and then he fell to the ground, and the electric energy surging around him disappeared. Tony was stunned, and his eyes quickly turned to the direction of the water gun. It was Spiderwoman. She didn't know when she had brought the fire truck, and together with the firefighters, they shot down the electro-optical man with a water gun. The crisis was resolved very suddenly. The crowd around who had not yet run cheered. However, Tony suddenly felt a little empty. He was almost at the top and ready to go. It's good now. Not only did he not get the head, he also had to find a way to vent his anger and consume the huge energy in his body that could go berserk at any time. Not to mention, it was his sudden appearance that made the situation complicated at the beginning. Poor Tony's first battle after the official announcement of Iron Man seemed a little too unsuccessful. Although he was not a weak-willed person, he felt somewhat depressed at this moment. He did try his best, but there were others who seemed to do it better than him. He looked at Gwen, who also walked towards him, stretched out her hand, and said sincerely, "Mr. Stark, are you okay? It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't been holding the Electro back, I may not even be able to make it in time." Tony's expression was a little complicated. He felt that from beginning to end, Spider-Woman had been acting out of the belief of helping and saving others. Although he is also helping and protecting others, Spider-Woman's belief seems to be much more pure and firm than his. He suddenly felt envious of Spider-Woman. He didn't know what kind of experience it would take to have such faith. Maybe he won't be able to have it in his life. Maybe, compared to Spider-Woman, his superhero is indeed slightly inferior. This is the word that Tony can barely accept. I have something to do in the afternoon. Of course, Tony will only keep these thoughts deep in his heart. He is Iron Man and there is no way he would expose his weak side. It's nothing, I'm very good. Is that guy called Electro? I think it's more appropriate to call him Charger. He complained in a very unethical manner and returned to his hippie playboy manner. His name is Max, Mr. Stark. Gwen corrected. He is actually also a victim of Osborne's genetic technology. Cross-species gene transfer, haha. Tony's own family is raising a gene as for the mutants, they naturally paid attention to Osborne's affairs. It's really interesting. He single-handedly supported all the heroes in New York. Gwen felt that Mr. Stark seemed to have said it accidentally. What truth? She shook her head, not ready to waste any more time. She had to go back quickly. If she doesn't go back, Peter won't know what to think of her anymore. Oh my gosh. She shouldn't use the bathroom as an excuse. She regrets it now. However, she still had something to deal with before going back. Let's go see Max? He said he was a fan of mine and I felt I needed to talk to him, Gwen said. Fans? I would rather not have such extreme black fans. Tony had no objection to this. After dealing with this matter, he had to rush to vent his anger on the armor. However, when they had just reached a consensus, there was a sudden exclamation from the police officers who surrounded Max. What's wrong? Gwen rushed over quickly. Fortunately, it seemed that no one was injured. A police officer pointed to the ground. Gwen and Tony, who arrived a beat later, looked at the place where Max originally fell. Now there was only a set of clothes left. Tony frowned. Where are the others? Don't tell me that such an old man ran away with his butt naked. Gwen thought about it for a while, and felt that the picture was so beautiful that it made her eyes dirty. That's not true, but he suddenly turned into electricity and ran away from the ground. The police officer said. Wait, turned into electricity? You mean he suddenly turned into electricity when he was so big? Tony's eyes widened when he heard this. It's not because of anything else, it's just that this change is so unscientific. It was simply challenging his worldview. This is directly expelled from the carbon-based biological family tree. Yes, Iron Man, the police officer replied. Okay. Now I'm really interested. What is this genetically modified technology? Gwen also looked surprised. She didn't know what species of genes could achieve such an effect. It's really too metaphysical. Both of them realized the seriousness of the matter. Now, the most worrying situation has happened. Max ran away. Originally, it was troublesome enough that he could absorb and manipulate electrical energy, but I didn't expect that he could actually turn into electricity now. This resulted in a huge improvement in his survivability. It can be said that in modern society, as long as he wants to escape, there is almost no way to catch him. At the same time, the damage he can do to the entire modern society is huge. After a brief silence, Tony spoke first. Well, instead of worrying here, let's go back early. He was always more generous when faced with this kind of thing. At least, before that guy comes back, do something so well prepared. That's all it can do. In this way, Peter finally got his Gwen back. Peter, I'm back. After being mentally prepared, Gwen finally mustered up the courage to face social death. She preemptively asked, what happened just now? All of a sudden there was a power outage. Spiderwoman just appeared. She and Iron Man fought against Electro. Peter cooperated very well with her performance. Is that so? Gwen took a deep breath, then looked at Peter and tried her best to argue. That's it, no wonder, this caused me to be trapped and wasted a lot of time in there, and now I'm back. Well yes, that's right. Peter felt funny in his heart and just said, as long as you're fine. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. It feels like Peter is unexpectedly innocent at times. Very nice. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Let's go home, Peter said. Yeah. Gwen nodded obediently. As long as she doesn't mention the bathroom, she can do anything. Moreover, she was a little tired after a night of fighting, and Max's escape made her even more worried. How should she prepare for Max's next attack? To be honest, she was no match for tonight's head-on battle. The two of them were on the same level. Although Mr. Stark was able to resist, he seemed a bit reluctant. The only one Gwen can think of to crush Max now is Black Superman. But Black Superman seemed to have disappeared, and he didn't show up all night. If he does this again next time, what should I do? Gwen was a little anxious. This time the enemy was too powerful, somewhat beyond her capabilities. We're home, Gwen. She didn't come back to her senses until she heard Peter's voice at the door of her home. Her eyes lit up. By the way, why not just discuss it with Peter? As Spider-Woman, Peter must have a solution. Gwen couldn't wait and wanted to go back and open the trumpet right away, but at this moment, Peter pulled her back and said, Wait, Gwen. Huh? What's wrong? Gwen looked back at Peter and asked. Did you forget something? Gwen frowned. Forgot something? Forgot something? Or is there something wrong? Probably not. She even handled the ending of Spider-Woman. She quickly saw Peter's smiling eyes, blinked, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. This is a little strange. Gwen. Mua. Gwen had already stood on tiptoes, kissed Peter hard on the cheek, then turned around and opened the door of her house with lightning speed and got in. Spider-Man's agility finally came into use at this moment. Let's do this time. She stuck her head out from behind the door and said goodbye. Good night, Gwen. You too. Bang. The door was slammed shut. Gwen leaned against the door, patting her bulging chest, her heart pounding. She touched her lips with her hand and couldn't help but smile. Then she raised her head and was startled. Dad, Mom. How long have you been here? George and Helen were sitting on the sofa nearby, staring at her intently. George's face was gloomy and he was speechless. Mother Helen, on the other hand, looked away in embarrassment and said, Gwen, you had a great time tonight. Gwen. At this moment, she rushed out and ran back to Peter, putting her head in his arms. Impulse. Of course, on the other side, Peter's situation wasn't much better. Uncle Ben and Aunt May have been waiting for a long time. Aunt May's face was full of smiles, and even Uncle Ben was unusually cheerful. Back from playing with Gwen? Uncle Ben asked. Peter had nothing to hide, so he said, yes. Don't worry, she must be your niece-in-law. Did Peter really say that? George said through gritted teeth. At this time, it was already late at night, and two middle-aged men, he and Uncle Ben, were enjoying the breeze on the rooftop. They have been friends for many years, and it is precisely because they get along so well that the relationship between the two families is so close. Of course, the two people's moods are very different at this time. Even I'm a little surprised. This kid Peter has a lot of potential. Uncle Ben said. Oh, it must be ambition. George said angrily. That's why you lured the wolf into the house, right? Uncle Ben laughed. Oh, shit. George became even more emo. New York, night. After parting ways with Spider-Woman, Tony took the armor to the sky to vent his extra energy. It wasn't until midnight that he returned to his mansion with his somewhat broken armor. The ground was divided into a platform, and several robotic arms removed the armor from his body in an orderly manner. Jarvis, for the record, I think we need to design a suit of armor that can be separated directly. Tony said. He thought about today's battle with Electro. If he could directly break away from the armor at the last moment, things would be much easier. Wait, Since they are all separated, why not make someone who can be controlled remotely after breaking away from him? Battle armor? He can even be summoned directly from a distance, and the armor will automatically go on his way. In this way, he doesn't have to carry the suit everywhere, and when an accident occurs, Iron Man can reach the scene faster. Oh. Tony, you are a genius. Tony was inspired and thought of a lot in an instant, and was ready to let Jarvis record them all. Sir. I have to remind you that you have a special visitor now. Jarvis's voice sounded. Tony was stunned. He remembered that he only had one special visitor assigned. Sure enough, he looked into the corner of the room, and standing there, no, to be precise, there was a black figure floating in the air. Black Superman. When did you arrive? Just now. Peter said in a deep voice. How long are you going to pretend to be Batman? Tony finally couldn't bear the complaint anymore. This is me. Tony broke away from the armor and pressed his temples with a headache. Okay, just be happy. Where were you today? Did you know that a little blue guy suddenly appeared in Times Square? Man, it's Osborne's work again, his abilities are a bit troublesome. I'm dating, Peter said. A date? Oh. That little blue man's ability is to absorb and control electricity. We have to figure out how to deal with him. Maybe the Connors you brought can have some good suggestions. Wait, a date? Tony was confused for a long time. Only then did he react, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Are you serious? Mad FXXK, which girl is so powerful that she can actually make Black Superman fall under her pomegranate skirt? We are working for the safety of all New York. After working so hard, you're actually dating. I've been watching, you guys solved it very well, didn't you? Yeah, thanks to your little spider. Because Spiderwoman was also present, Tony didn't think about his date for a while. Connect with Spiderwoman. So, what's the matter with your sudden visit tonight? Tony poured himself a cup of coffee and said. The suit I gave you before will come in handy. Okay, I've already finished the research anyway. No, I mean, it's possible, but I still have some functions that I haven't installed yet. Anyway, you can't do any better in a short time, right? Peter put it bluntly. Tony felt humiliated by being denied in the field he was best at. He said. Hey. You don't even look at the demands you made. How can you put so many things into one suit? Admit it, Tony, it can't be completed. Okay, then tell me, how can you integrate so many functions into a thin suit? Unless you have nanotechnology. Tony said excitedly. Don't you know? The problem is that thing is still in the theoretical stage now. Tony was stunned mid-sentence. As smart as he was, he quickly figured out what Black Superman meant and smiled bitterly. Hey, brother, do you think too highly of me? You will succeed. Of course. If there is anyone in this world who can realize nanotechnology, that person must be me. Tony said confidently. Being so excited by Black Superman, he actually had a lot of ideas about the combination of nanotechnology and armor. If one day he really does it? Tony looked at the Black Superman floating quietly in the air in front of him. Maybe he can really rival the gods. Tony took out the vibranium suit and began to introduce Black Superman. Now, I only added a smart butler to the original function of this suit. Of course, it cannot be as outstanding as Jarvis, but it is clean. He specifically explained that he did not leave a backdoor. Just kidding, leaving a backdoor for Black Superman's suit, does he think his life is too long? Even if he leaves a backdoor, Peter will check it beforehand. The smart butler hasn't given a name yet, you decide for yourself. It can assist in detection systems, networking, and some hacker gadgets. It depends on you. Tony shrugged and started to introduce the next function. The suit, there is really no extra space for the energy system, so I improved the suit's ability to absorb kinetic energy. Now it can absorb more energy and store it at the same time. As long as the energy is stored to a certain extent, you can start the overload mode. Tony operated and put the suit into the overload mode. The blue ballet shoes on his feet, his hands, and some patterns on his body all glowed, making it even more cool. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Of course, it is also more dangerous. In this mode, the suit can provide strength and speed. At the same time, it can also discharge electric shocks for damage or invasion. There are also some other small functions, such as infrared vision and gliders, which are quite simple. Many. I saw a thin film of spider silk pattern growing under the ribs of the vibranium suit. It's not bad. Peter said. Although the vibranium suit was much more emasculated than Peter's ideal appearance, it was enough for the time being. Hey, just be happy. I'm the only one in the world who can achieve this in such a short time. Tony didn't do much about the spider silk launcher. It's not that he can't make it. As long as he understands the principle of the transmitter, he can copy a more perfect version in minutes. But he is not Spider-Man after all, so it would be more appropriate for Spider-Woman to design this special skill herself. Only she knows what she needs most. Of course, Peter, who gets along closely, is also one of them. Then, next, you should find a way to give the suit to Spider-Woman. Peter said. Tony heard this and looked at Peter in disbelief. Wait, you said you want me to hand it over to her. Peter just looked at him quietly, as if he meant, do I need to say it again? No, why not you but me? What reason do I have to give her a priceless armor? You and her are comrades in arms against the Electro, aren't we? I'll leave it to you, Tony. Tony. There is only one thing he wants to say in his heart right now, FXXK. He drank the coffee in his hand in one breath, stretched his muscles and said. Okay. Then I should think about how to deal with the next attack of the little blue man. Unexpectedly, halfway through, because of the sudden dizziness, I almost fell down. He put one hand on the table and shook his head. Damn it, what's going on? He slowed down and wanted to move, but found that his body was a little weak. It looks like you need to let Jarvis give you a physical exam, Tony. Peter said. Under the X-ray, Tony's physical condition was clearly visible to him. Huh? What do you mean? Tony asked. How can it be possible to put a thing as big as a reactor into your body without any side effects? Tony. Sir, your health is not very good. My suggestion is to try not to use the armor again. The physical examination report that Wes gave Tony came out, and Tony watched in silence. The first version of the arc reactor would have caused palladium poisoning, but it was just too young to show symptoms before. Tonight, in order to deal with the Electro, he overclocked and overloaded the armor for a long time, especially the energy system, which caused the reactor pollution in his chest to intensify. Symptoms that originally took some time to appear now started to appear all at once. So, what are you going to do? The more Iron Man you have, the faster you will die. Peter said from the side. Can you please stop being so heart-wrenching at this time? Tony couldn't help but complain. He breathed out. It's just a little trouble. I just need to find a replacement element. Now, I still have to formulate a method to deal with the Electro. He didn't seem to take this matter to heart. Sir, my suggestion is that you'd better take a rest now, Jarvis said. Don't worry, Jarvis. I know my physical condition best, and the most important thing now is Electro. After his body recovered a little, Tony sat at the table and started to get busy. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next time seconds, he will come back at any time, and I must ensure that he will not cause too much damage then. Sir, there is the Black Superman. I know. But, I can do better, can't I? We can't just leave everything to Black Superman. Oh, by the way, the palladium poisoning was kept a secret from Pepper. Peter shrugged and said, I'm going to see Connors. This at that time, even if I told Tony about the new elements, he probably wouldn't listen very well. It is not easy for him to reconcile with his father, and he cannot give up easily. Of course, Peter will also wonder, will things be better this time with him in it? Well, it depends on his mood when the time comes. He is an ancestor. Osborne Tower. After the party, Felicia went to work the next day and reported her work to Harry. Harry was generally satisfied, but he was a little concerned about a few words Peter said. Is he okay? I hope he doesn't mess around. After hesitation, Harry decided to invite Peter to come to Osborne. Welcome, Peter. When Felicia brought Peter in, Harry stood up to greet her. I'm also curious as to why the eldest son of the Osborne family suddenly invited me. Peter teased with the corner of his mouth raised. Harry laughed at himself and said, maybe not soon. I don't think so, Peter encouraged. Felicia wisely stepped back into the corner, and Harry turned around to show Peter the office he inherited from his father. Then the two of them stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the most expensive area in New York. If the Electro had not escaped last night, and the media are now rushing to report on it, making them anxious, maybe I would have to accept their trial at the shareholders' meeting now. Harry said. This proves that you don't deserve to die, doesn't it? Haha. Harry smiled happily on his face, but silently added in his heart. Of course not. He was the one who released the Electro. To be honest, he didn't know whether it was right or wrong to do so. The Electro caused far more harm than he imagined. Who would have thought that a tube of genetic medicine can directly transform people into electricity, and the style of painting has changed, right? But Harry didn't regret it, and he couldn't regret it. He had no other cards, so he could only try his best to buy time, even if he could only survive. Before today, he could only keep these words in his heart and could not share any of them, not even Felicia. Until this point, Only Peter could tell a story. I'm not sure if what I'm doing is right or not, Harry said. For most people in the world, nothing is absolutely right or absolutely wrong. Yes, there is only one choice, as long as it is clear from your heart. Are you clear from your heart? Harry, he murmured, I don't know, but I have to keep Osborne. Peter didn't say anything else. Harry could only change the topic, smiled and said. Tell me, why did Black Superman not show up last night? Is the Lightning Man solved? He originally said it in a relaxed, joking tone, but everyone could understand the meaning behind his words. Dissatisfaction and resentment towards Black Superman. It seems that you are still very grateful for your father's affairs. Peter sighed. What else? Harry put his hand on the floor-to-ceiling window, pressing it tightly, and asked. For the person who killed my father, I used to regard him as an idol, but no longer, I can no longer look at him with the same eyes. Him. But your father deserves it, Harry. Peter said these extremely harsh words without any hesitation. Harry was also stunned by Peter's words. Logically, he should be angry now. But I don't know if it was because the person who said this was Peter. Not only was he not angry, but he felt as if a ball had been pierced by these sharp words, and his whole person became a little decadent. I know, Peter. My father is a wicked man, and he deserves what he deserves. But isn't that the saddest thing? He raised his head, looked at Peter, and said. He is my father after all, transcending all morals and laws, he created me and raised me, a father who is closely connected by blood. I am very entangled, conflicted, and painful. Black Superman killed my father. I should have hated him, and hated him. But I know that he is not to blame for everything, it was my father who chose all this. My conscience cannot allow me to completely stand on my father's side and be hostile to Black Superman, and my feelings cannot allow me to completely look away and understand. Forgive Black Superman, can you understand how I feel? Peter listened and suddenly thought of Tony. The same goes for Harry, and so does Tony. They are both smart and can understand many things, but sometimes, some things cannot be understood clearly. They can't pass their own test. This is almost unsolvable. The world cannot be changed, the only one who can change is yourself. Oh, but for some people, sometimes changing the world may be easier than reconciling with oneself. However, if Peter had to do it again, he would still choose to kill the Green Goblin. For these guys, Peter rarely directly sentences them to death. Like Connors. Even though he became a lizard man, he was still resisting and struggling. All he wanted was redemption. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. He begged others to kill him, but deep down he longed for someone to save him. For example, Kingpin. He is the king of the underground, and 80% of New York's reported crimes have something to do with him. But Peter didn't kill him either. Because he is also the creator of the rules and a member of the social operating program. To put it figuratively speaking, he is the one who disposes of garbage. The evil in him not only comes from him, but also is attached to him by the entire society. Without him, Peter was sure that New York would be in chaos several times in a short period of time until the next Kingpin appeared. Only the Green Goblin is completely outside the rules. His existence is for destruction and destruction. Wouldn't he kill this uncontrollable guy and keep him for the new year? Oh, in the United States, it should be Christmas. As for the Vulture, there's nothing to say, he deserves to die. Therefore, contradictions cannot be changed. The only thing that can be changed is people. Harry, whether you want to hate or let go, just give it a try. Peter said. Harry looked at him with some confusion. Peter looked at the blue sky and said, if you can't let go, then try to take revenge on Black Superman. Once, twice, keep going until you have a clear conscience. Haha, what a clear conscience. Harry smiled. Complained. Forget it, Peter, are you going to provoke Black Superman? I don't want to die so soon. Oh. You are quite self-aware. Harry. I shouldn't have come here specifically to find you. You came here to trouble me, right? He breathed out and said solemnly. Thank you, Peter, thank you very much. No. You helped me too, didn't you? I'm very satisfied with the dance. Harry shook his head, shaking his head. He turned around and walked towards the wine cabinet behind him filled with expensive and fine wines, picking and choosing. Want something to drink? He asked. If you can, give me a Coke with ice. Hey. Don't be kidding me. Which wine here is 10,000 times better without carbonated drinks? No, are you serious? You will definitely do it. I'm sorry, Felicia. Felicia in the corner. Okay, please wait a moment, boss. She rolled her eyes and left to find a Coke with ice. Pepsi, Peter added. Harry poured himself a glass of whiskey, brewed it for a while, and said, "Peter, I'm here to see you, there's one more thing." He looked a little embarrassed, "About the last time I asked you to invite Spiderwoman. You didn't give up. This is about life, Peter, it's not that I don't believe you. I understand." So, Harry looked at Peter expectantly. "I can't promise you, Harry." Harry was stunned. "Why, I thought. Didn't I say that the research is still going on and you will always be able to solve your problem in the future?" "Yes, I believe you. But I don't want to sit still and wait for death. Or do you still value Spiderwoman more than me?" Harry looked at Peter. At this moment, his gaze was a little too sharp, and only Peter's steel body could ignore it. "Harry, I have to confess something to you," he said. "What?" Harry swallowed. At this moment, he was surprisingly nervous. "Actually, I'm not a fan of Black Superman. I'm a fan of Spiderwoman." "Harry, what?" He looked at Peter in confusion. He smiled bitterly and said, "Peter, stop joking with me at this time. I'm not joking with you. This is very important. Sometimes, a tube of blood is enough to do a lot of things, isn't it?" Harry. He was a little disappointed that Peter finally didn't choose him. After Peter left, he was the only one left sitting alone in the spacious office. Until a blue current flowed out from the socket on the ground and gradually condensed into a human shape in the air. "Oh, poor Harry Osborne, you are alone again," Max said. "Harry Osborne, I know you were the one who let me go that night. I have always been grateful to you," Max said. "Coming here uninvited is not the way you would like to thank someone, Mr. Max." Harry didn't expect the wanted Electro everywhere to come to him. It's impossible to say that he didn't panic. Fortunately, his mental quality was acceptable and he calmed down quickly. "When did you get here?" Harry asked. "From the beginning." Max came over and said, "You don't have to be so wary of me. You let me out. I'm not your enemy. I will help you. We are on the same boat." Harry tilted his head, looked away, somewhat silent. "What's wrong?" Max asked. "I thought you might want to find something to wear first," Harry said. He felt like he was going blind. "Max. FXXK. It's impossible to electrify clothes with this ability," he said angrily with some embarrassment. "I still have 2 spares in my wardrobe," Harry said. When Max changed clothes and came out, Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Have you ever seen a big blue pendulum with electric sparks? Trust me, that's a nightmare. Max, maybe I should call you Electro now. We don't have much of a relationship. In other words, although I used you, you are free again and we don't owe each other anything." Harry worked very hard. He wanted to cut ties with Electro. "Now, your enemies should be Iron Man, Spiderwoman, Black Superman, and the heroes of New York. I don't think I can help you." But he didn't expect. "No. Spiderwoman is on my side. She was just deceived by those villains," Max said suddenly excitedly. That's right, even if he was defeated by Spiderwoman herself, Max did not blame him and resented Spiderwoman. Spiderwoman is perfect and an angel, how could she be wrong? Yes, she stopped me just because she didn't want to continue to conflict with me or give up on me. She still had me in her heart. If you want to blame, just blame the villains around him. For example, Iron Man, Tony Stark. It's all because of him that everything turned out so bad. This is what Max is thinking now. He looked at Harry, who was startled by him, and said, "We are on the same boat. You let me go. You don't want others to know about it, right? Harry Osborne." Sure enough, Harry's heart tightened, and the last thing he wanted to happen happened. The Electric Man threatened him with this matter. Sure enough, he was too impulsive before, but what can he do? What should come will come sooner or later, and he should always be responsible for what he does. Harry smiled bitterly inwardly. Max continued, "Don't be so gloomy, Harry Osborne. I don't mean any harm. Our cooperation is a win-win situation. I can help you get rid of those Osborne guys who are trying to seek power and usurp the throne. Help you get Osborne back, isn't this what you've always wanted?" He walked closer and held his hand, electric sparks flickering in his hand. "I can even help you deal with Black Superman." "Deal with Black Superman?" Harry's eyes flashed with emotion. He remembered what Peter said. If he couldn't let it go, he might as well try revenge. If he doesn't do this, he will never be able to feel at ease and face his father. "Yes. That's right. Deal with Black Superman," Max shouted. "What do you want?" Harry asked. "Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. The Power Grid. Osborne's Power Grid project," Max said. That's what should belong to me. Harry sneered in his heart. Sure enough, the electric man couldn't wait to show his flaws. But, what can he do? He understood that from the moment the Electro appeared in front of him, he did not have much choice. He is not here to negotiate at all. Harry was still hesitating, looking for a way to break the situation. At this time, the door to the office was opened and Felicia walked in. Mr. Osborne, there seems to be something inside you. Wait. Harry shouted. At the same time, a beam of electric shock shot past Felicia's hair. What's wrong? Harry Osborne. Max pointed at Felicia and asked. Harry breathed out heavily and said, let her go, I promise you. The city's wanted man for Electro is still going on, but there is no news yet. The Osborne group denied that Electro people are related to their cross-species gene transfer project. Changing genes can turn people into electric currents. This is completely impossible. The Osborne group accused Spider-Woman and Iron Man of falsely accusing them. New York police and Spider-Woman must have colluded. The New York police once again praised and affirmed Spider-Woman's merits, believing that she once again protected the citizens of New York and was a hero of New York. In a moment of crisis in New York, Iron Man and Spider-Woman joined forces while saving New York. Black Superman went missing. Spider-Woman and Iron Man are the real heroes. Black Superman is not worthy. Black Superman is the eternal god. Because the battle with Electro that night happened in the human world Times Square, which has the most traffic, has many witnesses, including Tony, who is best at grabbing headlines. This time, no one can stop the topic of Spider-Woman and Iron Man from becoming popular. Except for some clowns who want to gain attention for their role, the internet has received unanimous praise, which is also mixed with a lot of information about the New York police kneeling and licking Spider-Woman and Osborne's public relations. The popularity of Black Superman was suddenly overshadowed by these, as if he became a second-tier hero overnight. Of course, due to the diversity of the United States, Black Superman also has his own group of relatively loyal fans. They believe in the power of Black Superman, and they fight against each other all day long under the news of Spider-Woman and Iron Man, making their idols popular. It was very lively for a while. Gwen swiped her phone and watched the quarrel in the comment area. Spider-Woman is my wife, he. Iron Man? Black Superman is the invincible. A few things I have to say about Black Superman and Spider-Woman. What the hell is this? Gwen couldn't help but complain. What? Peter glanced at Gwen's phone and said, to be honest, I quite like this topic. Gwen. She looked at Peter with wide eyes, as if to say. Peter, something is wrong with you. Don't you like Spider-Woman the most? Gwen asked. Peter shook his head, no, she is no longer my favorite. Gwen instantly became nervous. What's the meaning? Peter no longer admires Spider-Woman? This is not okay. In a way, Peter was the reason why she insisted on becoming Spider-Woman in the first place. If one day Peter stops supporting Spider-Woman, Gwen will definitely be confused about it for a long time. Have you forgotten? Gwen. You are my favorite now. Peter said. He. Well, Gwen had to admit that she was so unsatisfied, she was always coaxed so easily by Peter. No. It should be said that Peter is too cunning. Oh my god, why didn't I realize he was so good at it before? This is different. Gwen shook her head and said, I remember you supported Spider-Woman before. Of course. I support it now, Peter said. That's right. Gwen just breathed a sigh of relief, and then she heard Peter continue. Similarly, this doesn't stop me from criticizing Superman and Spider-Woman, right? Her face froze again. Peter, how could you have such an idea? What's wrong? Peter looked at Gwen strangely. Gwen also realized that her reaction was a bit excessive, so she restrained herself and said. I mean, don't you like Spider-Woman? You actually have the idea of her being with other men. Otherwise. Could it be? Do I have the idea of possessing Spider-Woman? No. Peter touched Gwen's head and said. I already love Gwen. And, I think for Spider-Woman, Black Superman is a good candidate. Do you want me to have you while also plotting against Spider-Woman? He frowned. Well. I was ordered to please other girls, regardless of whether they agree or not. Gwen, I think you're doing this is a great test for me physically and mentally. No. How is that possible? Gwen quickly interrupted Peter's dangerous remarks and suddenly felt tired. It was over, she felt like she might not be able to explain what happened. Spider-Woman is her, and she certainly doesn't want Peter to see and discuss Spider-Woman's scandal. At the same time, she doesn't want Peter and Spider-Woman to get too close, otherwise, what will she do with Gwen Stacy? Hey. How strange this is. I don't care. Anyway, from now on you are not allowed to participate in the discussion of Spider-Woman's scandal. Umph. No one can make me do something I don't want to. Okay, okay. The two of them were walking after school. On the way, we are almost home. Gwen played with Peter's hand and said, by the way, how was your visit to Stark Industries 2 days ago? A few days ago, Peter suddenly received an invitation to visit Stark Industries, saying it was an invitation. New projects for talented people. Select a group of students with outstanding academic performance and potential to contact them in advance and give them some help and influence, so that they can work for Stark first after completing their studies. Those who are selected also receive scholarships. It's not bad. I also watched the Iron Man suit up close. Peter said. It's amazing. I not only saw it up close, but also fought together. Gwen added proudly in her heart. The two returned to the door of their house. Mua. After a simple kiss, they returned to their respective homes. Of course, things are far from that simple. As soon as Gwen changed her clothes and became Spider-Woman, she turned around and swung her spider silk to the bedside of Peter's bedroom. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Knock knock. Spider-Woman, you're finally here. Peter opened the window and let Gwen in. Ahem. Gwen cleared her throat. Of course, I've actually been waiting for you here for a while, and I finally waited until you and your girlfriend came back. Have you seen her? Of course. She is great. Yeah, of course, I know. Even Peter couldn't help laughing. He said. Okay, let's get down to business. He unfolded the electronic components on his desk and said. Because the spider silk launcher was broken last time we dealt with the electro-optical man, we discussed that we should upgrade the equipment. Gwen nodded and said, I think we should find a way to improve the anti-electricity ability of the spider silk. Don't you think we should add some tricks? Peter said suddenly. What? Gwen was stunned. Peter has continued, I have been observing for a long time, Spider-Woman, and I feel that the function of the spider silk launcher is too monotonous now. What do you mean you have been observing for a long time? How much have you secretly watched me? Gwen complained, said. Aren't we discussing improving the anti-electricity issue of spider silk now? Of course, I just think, why not take this opportunity to make a big upgrade? Well. Peter, of course I understand what you mean. I mean, but we don't have much time left. The electric man will be here at any time. I've already done it for you. We can't waste time when we can't use it temporarily. Wait, you've done it? Gwen looked at Peter in surprise. Of course, I have been studying the blueprint of the launcher since you gave me the blueprint of the launcher, and it took me a lot of effort. Peter took out the new spider silk launcher, threw it to Gwen, and said. Here, give it a try. Well, this is the first piece of equipment I made for you with my own hands. Gwen was so moved that she was speechless. Peter was so kind to her. Wait a minute. She is Spider-Woman now? Gwen felt bad again for a moment. What's wrong? Peter asked when he saw Gwen was stunned. No, thank you, Peter. Gwen suddenly felt a little heavy. She felt that she had to ask something clearly. Peter, why are you so nice to me? Does this need to be said? Peter said as he should. I am your partner. You are fighting on the front line to protect New York, and I should provide you with some logistical and technical support. It sounded like there was no problem, but Gwen felt that maybe she was thinking too much. She installed the new spider silk launcher, and Peter said on the side. Now, in addition to launching spider silk in normal mode, it also has spider web grenades, spider web traps, dispersion webs, and other spider web spray combinations. Of course, limited by my current rudimentary equipment, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Later, you can make improvements according to your own habits. Wow, isn't this a little too fancy? Gwen played with it. I took a look at the new spider silk launcher and couldn't put it down. Isn't this just right for you? Thank you, you really understand me, Peter. After solving the transmitter problem, it's time to solve another important problem. Next, we have to find new suit materials. If we can't effectively resist electricity, we won't be able to fight the Electro at all. Gwen said seriously. Peter, what do you think about this? I have a good choice of materials. Well, I think we already have a better choice. Peter sighed and said. What? Gwen asked curiously with Zuyu, the spider silk launcher, in front of her. Peter curled his lips, with a hint of disgust in his tone, and said. I went to Stark Tower 2 days ago, after Tony Stark received a new commission from Black Superman and gave the suit to Spider-Woman, he began to worry about how to make it both reasonable and natural. Hand over the suit? Of course, this little annoyance only bothered him for less than a minute. No matter what, he first had to be able to contact Spider-Woman. But unfortunately, he doesn't have Spider-Woman's contact information. That's right, and since meeting Black Superman for the first time and learning that there might be something that they had to talk about between them, he has never started investigating. Tony admitted that he was indeed curious about this matter. Black Superman also said that he wanted to investigate and went to investigate. However, Black Superman also added that the premise is not to disturb Spider-Woman. Being as smart as Tony, of course he quickly understood the meaning of Black Superman. Black Superman doesn't care if something is exposed, but he doesn't like someone interfering without authorization to affect certain people or things. Therefore, Tony restrained his desire to find out. After all, he was just an ordinary billionaire back then. But things are different now. He is Iron Man. Well, although it may not make any difference to Black Superman, he is at least a hero now. At the same time, this is also about the suit. So, Tony finally begins to investigate Spider-Woman's identity. You won't know if you don't check it. Even Tony's jaw dropped when he checked it. The places where Spider-Man often hangs out are counted, the range is defined, and the identity is matched. In the end, only 2 people match it. One is Peter Parker. One is Gwen Stacy. Well, of course, after adding gender, the result is self-evident. Spider-Woman's identity is actually just a girl who is still in high school. What makes a teenage girl who should be studying carefree in the ivory tower of school, chatting about cosmetics and handsome boys put on a mask and take to the streets to fight against criminals? Tony was a little silent. But then, the identity of Gwen Stacy made the expression on his face wonderful. Father is the city police chief. Well, Tony now knew where Spider-Woman's honorary police officer came from. He said that the New York police were a little too lenient with Spider-Woman, just like their own daughter. It turns out she is really her biological daughter. At the same time, other information about Gwen Stacy was gradually retrieved. Excellent both in character and academics, I went to Osborne for an internship during the summer vacation. Wait, Osborne. The internship mentor is Connors. Well, it all connected, and Spider-Woman seemed to show up not too long after this. Tony seems to know where Spider-Woman's abilities come from, and it seems that she is the first superhuman born as a result of genetic engineering. However, so far, he has not seen anyone similar to Black Superman. In fact, there is a biological force field. Unless Peter volunteers, no one on Earth can find out the connection between Black Superman and him. Of course, these had nothing to do with Tony's current mission. He just glanced at them and didn't take them too seriously. He quickly thought about how to deliver the suit to Gwen Stacy. First of all, it is unrealistic to directly wear steel armor and fall from the sky. Black Superman said that he could investigate but not interrupt. If he dared to do this, Black Superman would appear in front of him in the next second, and then there would be nothing more. Or contact him directly as a billionaire. No, it would directly affect her family. This situation should be avoided as much as possible. So, should we look for opportunities to invite them out, or can we just stay there? No, this doesn't look like Stark. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. At this moment, Tony noticed someone he had originally ignored. Gwen Stacy's childhood sweetheart, Peter Parker. Good guy, Peter Parental is still a fan of Spider-Woman. He once teamed up with Spider-Woman to defeat the Lizard Man, that is, Connors. Tony clicked his tongue and tasted it. I have to say that this seemed to be a good time. He thought with some gloating, and then he saw something even more beautiful. Peter Parker doesn't seem to know Spider-Woman's true identity. He seems to have established contact with Spider-Woman afterwards and helped Spider-Woman. Huh? Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker seem to be dating recently. Peter still doesn't know that the true identity of your girlfriend. Even Tony had to admire how well Spider-Woman played, and how she completely took control of her little boyfriend. She seemed to be in a good position. Fortunately, he thought at the time that there should be a relatively innocent girl under the Spider-Woman mask. It turns out that there are a lot of shady people. However, although it is a bit miserable, Peter Parker's identity can be used just right. Tony immediately formulated a plan, and the first step was to open a new project to support students with excellent academic performance. And soon after, Peter received an invitation letter from Stark. Even he was stunned when he received the invitation, and then he quickly asked his superbrain, what kind of trouble is Tony trying to do? The superbrain came up with only one result, most likely asking him to help notify Spider-Woman. The corner of Peter's mouth twitched. He left the matter to Tony, but Tony actually kicked the ball to him in the end. However, he seemed to have no reason to refuse. Just like that, on the day of the visit, he indeed ran into Tony Stark. Moreover, because he was in a good mood that day, he specially received the students who came to visit. And Peter was the one he focused on taking care of. In fact, Tony was also very surprised. Originally, he just wanted to deal with it on the surface, pretending to be optimistic about the child, and then find an opportunity to pull Peter Parker into the room to be alone and show off his cards. But I didn't expect that this kid seemed to have something really good. Barely 1% of his level as Tony Stark. Coupled with Spider-Woman's relationship, Tony started to have some love for Peter's talents. He put his arm around Peter's shoulders flirtatiously and said as he walked, "If you are free then, you can come to Stark Industries for an internship. Believe me, this place is 10,000 times better than Osborne." Peter listened to Tony boasting about himself, but in fact, he was a little arrogant and mixed with some favorable words about him, and he was unknowingly taken to an office. "Boy, let's show it off, do you know Spider-Woman?" Tony said. He did not choose to expose Gwen as Spider-Woman in front of Peter. How should I put it, let young people solve their own problems. It's just that whenever he thinks about this, he always looks at Peter with a little pity. And Peter naturally sensed the meaning in Tony's eyes, which made him a little depressed. Fortunately, his current character is Peter Parker instead of Black Superman, otherwise he would let you know what cruelty is. You know, right? Spider-Woman and I are dealing with Electro, and he is very difficult to deal with. So, when I was upgrading my armor, I prepared a suit for Spider-Woman. This suit can make her better resist the attacks of Electro. Now, I don't know where she is, and only you can contact her, so I would like to ask you to tell Spider-Woman for me and remember to come to me to get a suit. What else could Peter say? He had no reason to refuse. I will, Mr. Stark. Seeing that the matter was completed, Tony was in a very good mood. While taking Peter to visit, he actually let him take a closer look at the steel armor. That's it, Mr. Stark asked me to inform you. Peter said to Spider-Woman. Gwen didn't expect that things would be like this. Peter went to Stark Tower and so many things happened. I'm going to take a look now. She jumped to the window and said to Peter, "Thank you very much today, Peter. This is what I should do." Gwen hesitated, but did not leave immediately. Said, "Peter, I heard that you think Black Superman and I are a good match. Did you just hear that?" Yes, when you guys came back, I happened to overhear you chatting with your girlfriend," Gwen said. Then, she heard Peter explain, "Please don't worry, she really doesn't have that kind of hobby." Book. Gwen was stunned for a while before she realized what Peter was talking about, and she almost got angry. Achievement. Hey. I'm talking to you about business. What weird habit are you talking to me about? I wasn't okay in the first place. The emotions that had just been brewing were suddenly washed away. Gwen was angry and funny in her heart, and said, "Of course I know. I just want to say. I don't like Black Superman." "I understand." Peter looked at it. She asked. "I'm just a little curious. It has nothing to do with the relationship between men and women. What do you think of Black Superman?" "I don't know." Gwen didn't expect Peter to suddenly ask such a question, and pondered for a moment. I'm very grateful to Black Superman. He once helped me and saved New York. He is very powerful, but I think it is difficult for me to have any special affection for him. He is too powerful and too mysterious. I don't know what he is thinking, what kind of world he sees in his eyes, like bottomless darkness that can swallow people up at any time." Gwen smiled bitterly. "Maybe this is just my prejudice, because he is too powerful, so powerful that it scares most people, just like Superman in the comics, isn't it? Compared to this, I prefer," Gwen glanced at Peter mid-sentence, "but after all he didn't after all. She prefers Peter who can warm others." Gwen left, leaving Peter alone at the table. At night, Tony Stark's luxurious villa. Gwen came here as promised and knocked on the window. "Why don't any of you like to go through the door?" Soon, Tony, who came out of the room, saw Gwen and complained while opening the window to let Gwen in. "Mr. Stark, who else?" Gwen jumped in and asked curiously. "It's nothing." Tony knew that Black Superman didn't want to be exposed too much in front of Spider-Woman, so he changed the subject and said, "Did the boy inform you?" "Yes, he said that you made a suit for me by the way to fight against Electro." "It's very good." "Thanks." Tony shrugged and said, "It's nothing. I'm used to trying to do everything better, it's not a troublesome thing anyway." He lied and took out the vibranium file box. "It's right here, do you want to try it?" Gwen was relieved to hear that the suit was not troublesome. If it was too expensive, she would give up because she was too embarrassed to accept it. It would be better to go back and discuss making it with Peter. She preferred that feeling. Moreover, it was a bit weird to change the suit in other people's houses, so she replied, "No, I believe you, Mr. Stark." She hesitated, and then asked, "Do you know everything?" "What do you mean?" "My identity." "Of course, Gwen Stacy." "And then I noticed that guy, Peter Parker, is pretty good. Of course. He's the best. Hearing Peter being Tony praised, Gwen said very proudly. Tony can smell the sour smell of love emanating from the girl. He rolled his eyes. Gwen was a little embarrassed when she realized it. She exhaled and said, Mr. Stark, can I ask you a question? Tony, who had completed Black Superman's mission and was about to leave, stopped and thought for a moment. Said. You have 10 minutes. Thank you. So, you want to ask, should you confess your identity to your boy? Tony asked, leaning on the soft sofa at home. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Yes. Gwen put her legs together and sat on the sofa on the other side like a lady, saying. I became Spiderwoman because of Peter. It was Peter's kindness that always encouraged and supported me. It was he who made me find direction. Now that I have gained unique power, I should use it to help more people. But Peter is just an ordinary person. If he is involved in some incidents because of me, he will also face a lot unexpected dangerous situations make me very hesitant. She felt that Tony Stark, who revealed his identity to the public, should be able to give her some good advice. Unexpectedly, Tony just replied after hearing this, that's it? Well, this is very important to me. What's the hesitation about this? You are just afraid that your ability is not enough to protect him. So, shouldn't I confess to him? I don't know. What? I don't know. Tony stood up and said. No one can give you an opinion on this kind of thing. All I can say is, if it were me, I would definitely say it, because I am Tony Stark. Is that so? I asked, but it seemed like I didn't ask. It was indeed Tony Stark. In the end, Gwen could only leave with deeper doubts. Tony returned to the experimental bench and continued his experiment to test the replacement of palladium, and then failed again as expected. Sir, you lied, Jarvis said. What do you mean? You don't dare to confess. How is that possible? I'm Iron Man. But you didn't confess to Miss Pepper about the palladium poisoning, did you? Tony was stunned for a moment. Being choked by Jarvis, he was speechless. He could only say. Jarvis, I didn't create you just to destroy me. He was about to try a new arrangement and combination of elements, but Jarvis didn't expect it. I interrupted him again. Sir, there is something I think it is necessary to let you know. Tony put down the experiment angrily. What else is more important than my life now? About what you let me know. I'm monitoring the city's information, looking for clues about people with light and lightning. Okay, tell me. I found out some news. The military urgently blocked Culver University in the suburbs this afternoon. When I think of the military recently, Fang was increasing his efforts to force him to hand over the steel armor, and Tony didn't have a good look on his face. Okay, I don't know what bad ideas those guys are planning, but what does this have to do with Electro? Accurately. It seems that there are new superhuman criminals. Witnesses uploaded photos of the time, showing a huge green man over 2 meters dismantling several military tanks, but the news was quickly cleared. Javius, I said. I think this may be helpful to you. Tony couldn't help but frown when he heard this. The military, don't worry about it for the time being. Let's continue looking for Electro, Jarvis. Yes, sir. Just like that, undercurrents surged from all sides. The Electro held Harry hostage. Because of the Dark Superman, he was not 100% sure, so he kept dormant, like a predator in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Gwen got the new suit and told George about Electro. Naturally, George had no reason to believe 100% in his own daughter's words and prepared many emergency measures. Needless to say, Tony has asked Jarvis to monitor the news on the city's network, looking for any clues. He upgraded his armor and started experimenting with new elements that had not progressed, and he became increasingly anxious. Just like that, until one day, a green monster suddenly appeared on the streets of New York. Bronski is an elite special forces veteran with a brilliant resume. Even though he is nearly 40 years old, he still insists on fighting on the front line, enjoying being a soldier and letting his body move. Pleasure. He longs for power and fights. Not long ago, he received a mission from General Ross of the United States and went to Brazil to capture the fugitive Bruce Banner. This was supposed to be an easy mission for a weak scientist, or so he thought. Until he saw the Hulk with his own eyes, a huge monster over 2 meters tall. For the first time, he felt fear. This kind of inhuman monster was completely beyond the reach of humans. Incomparably powerful strength and physique, frightening and fascinating. Then, he learns that the Hulk is Banner. That weak scientist. Bransky was jealous, and he felt the injustice of fate. Why can such a cowardly guy gain such powerful power, but he can only grow old as he gets older? He was unwilling to give in and accepted General Ross's proposal without any hesitation to inject the super soldier serum created by Dr. Abraham Erskine during World War II. Even if it is just an imitation, the dosage is very small. He is stronger, runs faster, and his physical fitness has returned to its peak again. No, it is far stronger than it was at its peak. Then, he still lost, to the Hulk. He was vulnerable and bruised. If it hadn't been for the super serum, he might have been bedridden. This made him unwilling to give up, longing for more powerful power, longing for the power of the Hulk. Regardless of the danger, he injected the serum a second time and became even more powerful. But he understands that he is still far inferior to Hulk. Fortunately, God gave him a chance. He went to capture Banner again and accidentally found a scientist, Mr. Blue, Stern, who was treating Banner. Under his pressure, Stern had to inject him with the Hulk's blood containing gamma rays. Even though it was dangerous, he couldn't control it. In the end, a wonderful chemical reaction occurred between the super soldier serum and the Hulk's blood, and he finally gained what he had dreamed of, power more powerful than the Hulk. Even if he becomes a monster. Blinsky turned into Abomination and appeared on the streets of Harlem, New York. He ran rampant, declaring his unparalleled power. Hulk. Banner. Where are you? You coward, come out. He roared. Even in dire straits, major TV stations are still broadcasting hateful footage, and the indomitable nature of journalists is clearly evident at this moment. This undoubtedly touched the hearts of many people. Oh my God, what crime is New York guilty of? How many superhuman terrorist attacks have occurred in just a few months? Who can save us? My grandma lives here, Harlem. Where are the superheroes? Spiderwoman. And Iron Man. However, after seeing the news, the first person to act was not anyone else, but the long-dormant Electro. Osborne Tower. Harry, this is the moment I've been waiting for, Max killed the new chairman, Mencken, and said. While the green-skinned monster suddenly appeared to attract everyone's attention, occupy the space that should belong to me, New York's power supply system, the power grid, plunged the city into darkness. By then, with the power of all New York, I will be extremely powerful. Then what? I don't think you can defeat Black Superman with this. Behind him, Harry looked at him coldly and said. Although he has turned into an enemy, as a former fan, he still believes in the power of Black Superman. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. In the office, apart from Max, there were only him and Felicia, who was restricted and could only wait on the side. But he can't do anything to me. Max turned around, looked at Harry, and said. I've got the key to that place, come with me. The three of them walked all the way to the bottom floor of Osborne. On the way, Max said. Our primary goal is to kill two people quickly. Who? First, Iron Man, Tony Stark. Harry frowned, just because he stopped you once. Of course not. Max said, but it was him. He took away Spider-Woman's gaze and caused everything today. Harry was speechless. After getting along with each other for this period of time, he has understood that Max is Spider-Woman's senior liquor, the kind that is hopeless. Coupled with his low emotional intelligence and having been suppressed for too long, after suddenly gaining strength, he suddenly expanded infinitely. Where's the second person? He asked. The second one, he deserves to die even more. Peter Parker. What? Harry's pupils shrank and he couldn't help but utter a voice of surprise. Max smiled and said, it's all thanks to you, Harry. If you hadn't called him over that day, I wouldn't have known. He gritted his teeth, and arcs of electricity could not be suppressed from his body. I don't know, someone actually dares to be so close to Spider-Woman. Damn it. He must die. I am the only one besides Spider-Woman. No. You can't. Harry. Maxwell, he interrupted loudly and said. That bastard has given up on you, hasn't he? Now, we are on the same team. Harry was stunned and fell into silence. He refused to help you, Harry. I am the one who helped you. Max stared at him closely and said, now, it's time. For you to make a choice, don't let me down. After a long silence, Harry took a deep breath and finally said, I understand. He has already given up on me once. Very good, Harry. The three finally arrived at the target location, the laboratory. The door opened and three people walked in. Inside the laboratory, all of Osborne's cross-species gene transfer projects so far were laid out in separate sections, as well as biological warfare armor. What do you want to do here? Harry asked. It's natural that I'm not enough on my own. I should add some companions, right? Max said. Harry suddenly had a bad premonition, and sure enough, he saw Max walking straight to the spider area and picking up a spider serum. What do you want to do? Harry asked. Max handed the serum to Harry. Of course we have added companions. Don't you want to take revenge in person? No, Harry was about to refuse when he met Max's cold gaze, which made him understand that there was no room for rejection. Could it be that, like his father, he also wanted to become the Green Goblin, the existence he hated the most? After all the tangles in his heart, Harry finally closed his eyes in pain and said, I only have one request, let Felicia go. Do you think it's possible? Max picked up a black cat serum. Come out. I look forward to you, like me, becoming a being above ordinary people. In the laboratory. Max has already left to occupy the power grid. After being forced to inject the serum, Harry felt a burning sensation deep in his veins, as if the blood all over his body was boiling, and green poison was spreading under his skin in a network-like pattern. But he couldn't care about that much anymore. He looked aside and shouted, Felicia! Felicia! Felicia was also forced by Max to inject the black cat serum, but she seemed not so lucky. The black cat serum was far from ready for human experimentation. After the injection, Felicia quickly fell into a coma, and her breathing became increasingly shallow. This wasn't good news, but Harry couldn't save himself now. He endured the pain, took out his mobile phone and made a call, but the phone rang and the person on the other end did not answer. Damn it! Harry had no choice but to turn off the phone. After searching for a while, he finally found another phone number. Diddy. This time he was connected quickly. Harry shouted quickly, Gwen. Peter, where is Peter? What Peter? Harry, you don't sound well. Never mind this, listen. Harry interrupted. Electric Man has been staying with me since he escaped, but, I have been under surveillance and cannot deliver the message. Peter, he wants to kill Peter. Tell Peter quickly and hide. Don't let him find him. That's right. He never turned to Max. Perhaps when he heard that Max was preparing to deal with Superman, Harry was a little shaken and moved. But he had never agreed with Max's idea of wreaking havoc. No matter how crazy he is, he has never thought of killing innocent people wantonly. Rather than hating Black Superman, he hates Green Goblin even more. It's just that at that time, the man was a knife and a servant, and I was the fish and meat, so he had to compromise. Now, Max is finally gone. Although it's too late, he has to do something after all. Especially remind Peter to leave quickly. What? Gwen's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Harry continued, Electric Man knew about the relationship between Spiderwoman and Peter, and he went crazy. He has now gone to Osborne's power grid system, and he is preparing to occupy it and cut off the power to all New York. Wait, Gwen, are you listening? Damn it! The phone on the other side seemed to hit something, and there was no response. Harry had no choice but to put down the phone. His physical condition was not good, and the spider poison had spread to his neck. If this continued, he would definitely die. In desperation, he turned his attention to the biological armor on the other side. Green Goblin. On the other side. After hearing Harry's words, Gwen was so shocked that she even dropped her phone to the ground. She was extremely panicked. The most feared thing happened. Because of her, Peter was still implicated and suffered dangers far beyond his capabilities. These days, she has been hesitating and struggling, and now that something happened, she blamed herself even more. It must be stopped. Gwen rushed out quickly, ran to the opposite door, and slapped the door of Peter's house with her hand. What's wrong, Gwen? Aunt May opened the door and saw Gwen's anxious face, and asked quickly, what happened? Peter. Aunt May, is Peter at home? No. He just went out. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Oh no. What's wrong? Gwen, before Aunt May could finish her words, Gwen had disappeared. At this moment, Gwen, who had put on the vibranium spider suit, ran out in a hurry before even having time to experience the functions of the new suit. She walked through the streets and alleys, searching the area, but she could not find Peter alone, and she became more and more anxious. At this moment, all the lights on the streets and in the tall buildings suddenly disappeared, and the whole city fell into darkness. Of course, a sudden power outage brings more than just darkness. Without power, the transportation system became a mess. In just 10 seconds, countless car accidents occurred. In addition, hospitals, factories, remote communications, everything requires electricity. The prosperity of the entire modern city is based on electricity. Now, they have all collapsed. The whole of New York was in chaos. The infrared function has been turned on. A voice suddenly came from inside the suit. Gwen stopped, and the infrared scan of the suit's belt allowed her to see everything below clearly. There were fires everywhere, cars honking, people shouting curses, quarreling, and wailing. It was like purgatory on earth. This time, the scale of destruction caused by the Green Goblin and the Lizardman was much greater. All of this, she looked towards the distance, where the Osborne power grid was. Max, will never forgive. Stark's mansion. Sir, my surveillance found that it seems to be a monster who had a conflict with the military. He suddenly appeared in Harlem. Jarvis reported. Tony sat in front of the sofa with a sullen face. No, wait a minute. Sure enough, not long after, the entire New York fell into a blackout. To cause this effect, the power grid could only cut off New York's power supply system. Arrive. But the arrival of the blackout made Tony relieved. Sir, as you expected, do you want to start the plan now? Jarvis asked. Start it, Tony said. I have to remind you again, this will directly cost you tens of billions of dollars. So what? If I were still the tens of billions of people I used to be, I might feel distressed, but I am now a billionaire. Rich. Jarvis. I thought you would say you were Iron Man. Even Jarvis couldn't help complaining. He said. The power supply network we have laid out in advance will be very quickly take over New York's power supply system. Okay, now it's time for Iron Man to appear. Tony stood up and walked to a brand new model of steel armor. After the last inspiration, he fully upgraded the armor. He now has stronger firepower, stronger resistance to electricity, and a higher charge limit. At the same time, the palladium pollution is also more serious. Of course, the most epic-making thing is that he finally doesn't need the help of mechanical arms to put on and take off the armor. As soon as Tony raised his hands, the suit automatically opened and enveloped him. Sir, you are burning your life. Jarvis said inside the steel armor. But, I am Iron Man. The steel armor soared into the sky, streaking across the dark night sky like a shooting star. Harlem. With the abomination wreaking havoc, Banner finally couldn't sit still. He jumped from the captured helicopter and awakened the Hulk with death and pain. The two big green guys started fighting in the streets of New York, and it gradually reached a climax. The basic attributes of hatred born from the super soldier serum and the blood of the Hulk are undoubtedly superior to the Hulk, and the Hulk was beaten back and forth. Betty, Banner's girlfriend, watched with worry, praying hard for Hulk. God, save him. In the air, a dark figure was floating slowly, and the Black Superman looked down at the two monsters fighting from above. The cloak behind him was blown by the strong wind. Hatred after being washed in the police car by Hulk, he just said contemptuously. That's all you have. Boom. He kicked Hulk into the building. At this time, General Ross finally realized the seriousness of the matter. He ordered the machine gunner on the armed helicopter. Help him. Which one to help? The green one. Machine gunner. Hell, it's both. Isn't it green? Da-da-da-da-da-da. In the end, all the machine gun bullets were shot at the shit green abomination. Unfortunately, he was now invulnerable, and so were these bullets. However, it does get a little annoying. Abomination climbed to the top of the building, faced machine gun fire, seized the opportunity, and jumped towards the armed helicopter. Hulk, who had been kicked away, finally returned to the battlefield. When he saw the abomination attacking the helicopter, he also pounced on it. The three parties are about to fight together in the next moment, which is not good news for the ordinary people on the helicopter. Facing two rough green-skinned monsters, the helicopter also seemed extremely weak and would be torn apart in an instant. At this moment, Black Superman suddenly appeared. Before anyone could even react, he punched Hulk and Abomination back to the ground, creating a deep pit. Hulk climbed up from the pit and looked at Black Superman with an evil look. You wait first, I'll cook the other one first. Black Superman said. Just as Abomination regained consciousness and stood up, he was hit back into the pit by another even bigger impact. Black Superman stepped on him. Asshole. Abomination roared and wanted to fight back. Boom. Black Superman punched him again and made him dizzy. Even before he could recover, his scorching heat vision was shot down. Ah! Hatred cried out in pain. Boom. Fist. Heat vision. Boom. Fist. Heat vision. A set of combo punches landed unreasonably, and Hatred was completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? How come he had only been enjoying himself for a few seconds when an even more ridiculously powerful Black Superman came out? Seeing that the sandbag-sized fist was about to fall again, he quickly covered his head and begged for mercy. Let me go. Let me go. The combination of punches stopped, and Hatred breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could recover. Boom. Black Superman punched him again and knocked him out. Boring, Peter said. The imposter was indeed an imposter, and he didn't even warm up. He raised his head and set his sights on Hulk. It's your turn, Hulk, please me, let me see, where is your limit? Roar. Hulk roared, he thumped the ground and rushed towards Peter. Osborne power grid, with electricity pillars standing like a forest of steel. Gwen swayed with spider silk and rushed all the way, and finally arrived here. She landed on the ground and looked around. There was no light here, and it was unprecedentedly quiet. Gwen could even hear her own footsteps and heartbeat. She moved slowly and cautiously, as if she was walking in a dark forest. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Max. I'm here, where are you? Gwen shouted, but the only response was her own echo. At this moment, the spider sense suddenly alerted. Gwen jumped away quickly, and a blue current passed by her side. The electric current bounced on the electric pillar several times, and finally a human shape condensed in the air. Fortunately, Max was wearing fat this time. Oh, Spiderwoman, my partner, you are finally here. Gwen took a deep breath and said, Max, stop it. There's already a mess outside. Stop. No, this is just the beginning. I will control all the electricity and become the king of this world. No, you're just an electricity thief. Tony, driving a steel suit, finally arrived. It's you again. The enemy was extremely jealous when they met, and Max concentrated his power and blasted towards Tony. The steel armor was pushed back 2 meters, and then, was unscathed. I'm just waiting for this move from you. Tony, who was successfully charged, directly fired the light cannon back. Mr. Stark. Don't worry, I'm fine. Max rushed up again and fought with Tony. After upgrading, Max successfully helped Tony solve the power supply problem of the palladium battery arc reactor. When the electricity hits the steel armor, not only will it not cause much damage, but it will only make Tony's firepower stronger and fight back. Of course, Max has the ability to electrify, making it difficult for Tony to hit him. The two were in a stalemate for a while. That's it? You can't even deal with me? Tony said unforgivingly and provocatively. That's enough. Max turned into an electric current in anger, and his whole body crashed into the steel armor. This caused the steel armor to suddenly shut down, fall from the air, and hit the ground with a thud. Mr. Stark, are you okay? Gwen hurried over and asked. No, he's in trouble, he's finished. Max's voice actually came from inside the armor. Max? What did you do? Oh, I just invaded this armor briefly. All the machines are vulnerable to me. Now, he is mine. Boom. Max was suddenly blasted out of the body by the steel armor, and Tony also added 2 light cannons. That's it? It might have been useful last time. Since I was prepared, how could I not guard against this move of yours? Tony said. Ever since the last time Jarvis was temporarily out of contact due to electromagnetic damage, and since he saw that Max could become electrified, he has been on guard. While he was upgrading his armor, he also upgraded Jarvis's protection system to prevent him from being invaded just now. Now it seems that it is very effective. Max was disgraced, and after swearing in front of Spiderwoman, he was slapped in the face by Tony, which made him really uneasy and made him hate Tony even more. While angry, he directly absorbed more electricity on the spot. The electrical energy concentrated on him and began to be released uncontrollably, exploding everywhere. He is stronger than ever before, almost close to 100%. Gwen was accidentally hit by a beam of lightning, but when she reacted, not only did she not suffer any damage, but the voice inside the suit even told her. The charge is full, you can turn on the overload mode. What the hell is this? Gwen looked at it with surprise, it felt so high-tech. Haven't you tried it yet? Tony's voice also appeared in the suit. Mr. Stark, what are you? Gwen turned her head, and Iron Man was clearly fighting with Max in the air. Nothing, it's just a call function. Have you never tried the functions of the new suit? Not yet. Gwen said a little embarrassed. She was too anxious to find Peter, so she didn't have time to test the suit. Okay. Girl, now, just start the overload mode. Okay. The next second, Gwen found that her body was actually glowing like Mr. Stark. This guy's electric current will be completely blocked by the suit. He can't hurt you. He will only charge you. Don't worry. To some extent, the defensive ability of the vibranium suit is better than Tony's own. The armors are all strong, and the armor Peter prepared for Gwen completely surpassed the version. It was like being equipped with a level 60 divine outfit just after leaving the novice village at level 20. Gwen didn't expect the new suit to be so powerful, so she eagerly joined the battlefield. It's time to have breakfast. It's time to have breakfast. Good morning, workers. With the blessing of various equipment, the power of Electro's attacks has been greatly reduced, making it almost impossible to cause damage, and can even only charge the opponent. Of course, it would be difficult for the other two to hurt him. The speed and characteristics of the current made it difficult for Gwen and Tony to hit him. At present, it seems that the only way to win is to shut down the power grid system and cut off Max's power supply. However, the most difficult thing to deal with is that once one of Gwen or Tony goes to turn off the power grid and one person is responsible for stopping the Electro, what happens if Max refuses to fight and turns around to run away? One person can't hold him back. Once he escapes completely after acquiring a powerful charge, it will be a nightmare for the entire human society. The higher the degree of modernization, the greater the damage. And if the fight continues like this. Although Tony's armor has been upgraded, the upper limit of technology and materials is there, and it cannot be sustained indefinitely. Sooner or later it will be broken. Maybe I should prepare a few more sets of armors and replace them immediately. An idea suddenly popped into Tony's mind, but he quickly shook it off. Now was not the time to think about it. Damn it. Why isn't that Black Superman guy here yet? Sir, according to the information I searched on the internet, Black Superman is over in Harlem right now. He's dealing with those two green ones over there. Monster. Yes, but he seems to be playing. Tony was speechless and complained, I just know that Black Superman is unreliable. Fortunately, at this time, a turning point occurred. Gwen inadvertently used spider silk to stick to Electro in human form. Electro didn't care at all. It was just a little bit of spider silk and he could easily break free. His body decomposed again and transformed into an electric state. Every time he enters the state, his senses seem to have entered another dimension and he can perceive many things that humans cannot perceive. This feeling is very wonderful. At the same time, he also planned to break free from the spider thread. No matter how good the spider web is, it can't stop the current. Damn it, why can't I get out? Max suddenly found that he was suddenly unable to fully electrify. It seemed that, the part entangled in the spider web could not come out. He was forced to return to human form, and then he was instantly hit by two light cannons from Tony. He could only forcefully tear away the spider web stuck to his body before he could turn into electricity again and escape. Tony's eyes lit up, and the communication said, Spiderwoman, did you just see it? Yes, Mr. Stark, Max's galvanization seems to have been interrupted. It's spider silk. Not only did you let the spider silk has the ability to resist electricity and also allows them to intercept current? Well done. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, Peter helped me upgrade the spider silk. I think he should have done this. Gwen was also very surprised. Although Peter told her that the spider silk material had also been upgraded, he did not say that it had been upgraded by that much. Amazing. Little stars appeared in Gwen's eyes. Peter. At the same time, the appearance of a gentle boy with glasses also appeared in Tony's mind. He couldn't help but admired. Well, this kid is really a genius. He was a genius and extremely arrogant. For Tony, who is tough talking, just having him utter this compliment already means a lot. Tony also imagined using some insulating material to trap Electro to prevent him from escaping. But under the current technical conditions, how to transport these materials and allow electro-optical people to enter them has become a big problem. It's not that he has no backup means, and he even considered using his armor as a prison, but no matter what, the success rate was very low. After all, Electro is a person with a normal IQ, not an electronic character in the game. And now, Gwen's spider silk has become the best material to trap Electro. The most important thing is that these spider silks are easy to carry and can be used in large quantities. There are many more tricks. He became more and more optimistic about Peter, and even said, hey. This guy is much more reliable than Black Superman. Gwen felt honored and proud when she heard that Peter was so praised by Tony. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. After all, Tony, who has now created the steel armor, the arc reactor and other cross-era inventions, represents one of the upper limits of human genius and technology. Okay, now we should consider how to trap him bit by bit, Tony said, looking at the Electro. On the other side, Harlem, New York. After Peter cleaned up his hatred, Peter was angered, and Hulk, who had been eyeing him eagerly, rushed up. At this time, Hulk still has some thoughts of Banner defeating Abomination and saving others. But he is also angry and irrational. Peter was disdainful, and his easy gesture angered him. He also felt Peter's strength, and the fighting spirit in his heart was high. Hulk. Smash you. With a mountain-like momentum, Hulk punched down hard, and then he was held down gently by a hand, unable to move even an inch. The originally noisy environment seemed to have calmed down. Peter tilted his head and commented. It's a little ordinary, not as disgusting as it is. He pushed with his hand and punched the Hulk into the ground again, causing a loud roar. And shock waves can make onlookers feel as if their heartbeats have paused for a beat. No, Black Superman, Hulk is here to save people. Banner's girlfriend Betty shouted to Peter on the helicopter. Peter rarely looked back at her and responded, I know, but, so what? I haven't found such a handy toy in a long time. Betty was choked, she didn't expect that she would get such a reply. Obviously the biggest villain she hates has been solved, why does she feel like a stronger and more terrifying villain is coming at this moment? Banner, she began to worry about Banner. In just a moment, Hulk finally crawled out of the pit again, becoming angrier and more powerful. Roar. He punched Peter, but Peter caught it with one hand again. Well, this time it's a bit better, but it's not enough. Boom. He was kicked away by Peter again. In this way, Betty soon saw that Hulk was knocked down by Black Superman again and again, then got up, was knocked down again, and the cycle continued. Every attack of Black Superman seems to be stuck at Hulk's critical point. One less point is not enough stimulation, and 1 point too much will collapse again. Betty covered her mouth and kept shaking her head. Why? I don't understand why he did this. General Ross on the side stretched out his hand to pull Betty back into the helicopter and ordered, we retreat. No, Father, we can't, Banner, he's still. We must retreat. Can't you see? This is no longer something we can intervene in. When Black Superman leaves, we will come back and take a look. And on the field. After being hit once after getting up backwards, Hulk's power was finally strong enough to repel Black Superman, for a distance. For the first time, Peter felt the power from other people that could shake him. He was very happy, and excited. Finally I have a rival. It may be difficult for others to understand how lonely he has been since he obtained the template of the motherland and since he upgraded the Superman talent package. Loneliness in strength. Everything around him was too fragile in his eyes, and he had to protect it all carefully, for fear that it would collapse if he accidentally bumped into something. Only that time in Wakanda, he was able to let go more, but that was all. Those who faced him were just a group of ordinary people relying on vibranium. And now, he finally found someone who could let him go. Hulk. With seemingly unlimited power, an equally invulnerable body, and most importantly, a straightforward fighting style that won't retreat and give up, he is simply a perfect opponent. Although Peter's behavior at this time was somewhat similar to the last time he tamed the lizard man, the handling of some details and the purpose were completely different. Last time, he was trying to make the lizard people completely remember their fear. But this time, he was trying to inspire and squeeze out the Hulk's power. He is also curious, what is the upper limit of Hulk in this world? Boom 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 boom. On the street, two figures, one green and one black, were fighting with fists at extremely fast speed and power. Peter and Hulk, both sides have completely abandoned their skills, and all they have is pure body and strength. Every collision of their fists and bodies would stir up a shockwave that distorted the air and spread outward. However, although the two sides seem to be evenly matched, if you look closely, you can still see that. As Peter's attacks fall again and again, the ground under Hulk's feet has sunk deeper and deeper. Finally, after one of Peter's fists fell, Hulk, whose strength had strengthened to an extremely high state, was still defeated. He was knocked back into the pit. This time, Hulk waited for a while before getting up again. His expression was painful and he was still breathing heavily. Under Peter's persecution and oppression, he had reached a limit, a threshold. Peter could feel that Hulk's power stopped growing after reaching this threshold. The power of this threshold has probably reached the apex of Earth level, which is the state of the sub-universe. It is at the same strength as Peter's power before the upgrade. Of course, Peter has reached the all-round standard of strength, defense, speed, etc., while Hulk has only reached the standard of strength and physique. This is basically the upper limit of Hulk's performance in the MCU, and even if it exceeds it, it won't be much more. It's a little bit short after all, Peter said, a little disappointed. Even in this battle, Peter has been the most free-spirited. The rough-skinned and thick-bodied Hulk is very durable, so there is no need to worry too much about being damaged. But he is still a little disappointed that he missed this opportunity. It may be difficult for him to find a suitable opponent for a long time in the future. Roar. Hulk yelled at Peter, Hulk, never give up. However, the only response he had was, forget it, let's do it this time. The next second, Hulk didn't respond. Come over, and he was thrown into the sky. Peter followed closely behind, punching him higher into the sky like a kick. Followed by another punch. Followed by another punch, and finally, Peter was floating high in the air, looking at how quietly K fell like a meteorite and landed in the block, creating a real deep crater. Most of the block was destroyed, but fortunately people had basically evacuated. When the smoke dissipated, all that could be seen was Bruce Banner, shirtless, lying quietly in the middle of the crater. At the same time, high in the sky, Peter called out the system panel. You prevented a more harmful attack and received 5,000 points. Score an A and get an additional 4,000 points. Do you want to spend 500,000 points to upgrade your talent, Superman LV2? Upgraded successfully, congratulations on getting the talent, Superman LV3. Peter, who had already accumulated enough points, finally stopped waiting this time and chose to upgrade. Then it's time to deal with the other one. Osborne grid. Max found that unknowingly, he seemed to be surrounded and on a dead end. Those damn spider threads were able to intercept him for some reason. As a result, he could only carefully avoid the spider webs, and at the same time, he was careful not to rush in the direction of the spider webs. But the problem is, Spiderwoman spins her web a little too fast. Originally, even if the spider silk could intercept him, it would only cause him a little trouble. With his speed, it would be difficult for ordinary spider silk to entangle him. But once again, Spiderwoman was able to weave spider webs quickly and unexpectedly. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. A huge spider web can be formed in an instant, what else is there to do? Gwen was also very amazed at this time. Peter is really amazing. At the beginning, although Peter had preset many firing combinations for her spider silk launcher, some of them seemed a bit impractical to Gwen. She didn't take it to heart at all, and it wasn't until this moment that she finally understood Peter's intentions. These spider web combinations are used to catch Max. Now, as long as Gwen shoots with both hands, the spider silk will automatically open and form a large web the moment it is shot. This kind of spider web is simple and convenient to make, and it can easily entangle and seal the electric pillar, which is an important means of moving the electro-optical man. At the same time, a tennis net can be formed between the two electric pillars, completely blocking the way for the electric person. Spider silk grenades are even better. Gwen only needs to fire at a certain electric pillar. After a few seconds, the grenade will explode automatically, and the spider webs will automatically stick to the surrounding electric pillars. This caused Electro more trouble, and more disgusting. The spider web just blocks the way, but this thing forces you to twist your body to pass. Damn it, who can twist their waists so charmingly with electricity? In addition, there are bedding nets, spider silk lasso, thorn spider silk, turtle shell spider silk bombs. Even Tony on the side couldn't help but complain. Spider-Woman, you are changing your career to become a cowboy. Wait. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. I'm not. I don't have one. Gwen also felt a little embarrassed. Just now, she accidentally tried another combination of spider silk, a turtle shell-bound bomb that looked somewhat similar to a spider silk grenade. But it happened to be bad, and Max in his human form was hit. The scene was awkward for a while. These spider web combinations are all designed by Peter. I didn't expect, he likes this, Gwen said softer and softer. Tony looked at Mike, who was pinned to the electric pole by a turtle shell. S.I. comforted. At least for now, it seems that this trick is still very effective against humanoid enemies. He laughed to death in his heart. How ridiculous. Why is this boy Peter so talented? Comparatively speaking, criminals in New York would rather be beaten with fists and guns than tied up like this. The psychological damage this caused was too great. Asshole. At this moment, Max's eyes were red and his whole body was trembling. How could you treat me like this? Hey. Tony mocked in his unique hippie accent, this doesn't suit you, Blue. Guy, Peter did a great job. Peter Parker. Max gritted his teeth and finally broke free from the turtle shell. He did all this. I must kill him. Let him feel what I am doing at this moment. The humiliation made him. Enough. Gwen suddenly interrupted him with a sharp rebuke, and her tone rarely became cold. If you don't allow it, I won't let you hurt a hair on Peter's head. Max, he looked at Gwen in disbelief. Why? What's so good about him? He said incompetently and furiously. I have done so much for you. I never blamed you. I can also be your partner. But your eyes always stay on other people, stay on Peter Parker. Gwen faced this question for the first time. At this moment, Max seemed to be no longer the Electro. He was just asking this question as a neglected fan who desperately longed for the spotlight and desperately longed for Spider-Woman. If it were in the past, Gwen might have hesitated for a moment, wondering how she should answer. She was afraid of this kind of question. Because she's not just Gwen, she's Spider-Woman, and she protects the city, and that's her responsibility. This is a deeper balance and choice between heroes and life. But after many days of thinking and self-questioning, Gwen had already arrived at her answer the moment she received Harry's call. Yes, Max. My eyes will only and can only stay on Peter, no matter in the past, present, or future. Regarding Superman's combat power, it has always been a head-wrenching question. The protagonist's talent pack has not yet been fully upgraded, and it is still far behind Superman in the comics. At the cosmic level, the destructive power should be between the ability to easily destroy continents and the surface of the Earth, but the protagonist is hexagonal and omnipotent except for magic resistance. Anyway, the combat power of American comics is very impressive. Combat power and expressiveness involve a lot of influences such as funding and plot. I am still writing more according to the film and television version, and I will also design some things according to local conditions to facilitate the novel. The plot progresses. I'm already making up some comics, and I welcome some more knowledgeable brothers to help me popularize rational science. Also, my head hurts just thinking about the 2 chapters left in the evening. Gwen's words drove Max into madness. No. You are lying. He did not want to believe it, turned into electricity, and ran rampant, but the surroundings were covered with spider silk, and there is only so much room for impulse. On the side. Mr. Stark, please cooperate with me. I want to completely deal with Max. Gwen took a deep breath and said. Tony looked at Gwen in surprise. In his impression, Spider-Woman would maintain a high behavioral bottom line most of the time, and her attacks would be relatively gentle. The most they can do is give him a good beating, then hang him up with spider webs and wait for the police to deal with him. Since her debut, it seems that she has not heard of any criminals who died at her hands. But now, such a Spider-Woman is actually telling him that she wants to completely eliminate Electro. Tony didn't feel anything. He was not a virgin-type hero. When he first became Iron Man, a lot of terrorists died at his hands. But for Spider-Woman, the meaning is very different. How do you want to deal with him? Tony asked. Peter said that the ability of the Electro-Optical Man is like a battery, absorbing and releasing electrical energy. Since it is a battery, it always has an upper limit. Since we can't cut off the power, then we will simply force the powerful enough electricity was introduced into his body until he couldn't eat anymore, just like you did with the armor last time. Actually, you don't have to tell me what happened last time. Tony complained slightly and said. No problem, anyway, the entire power grid is almost surrounded by your spider silk. The Electro-Optical Man can't escape, but I can't move either. Leave the control of the power grid to me, but how are you going to force the current through? Use spider silk. What? Use my original spider silk and use them as wires. Not a bad idea. Tony couldn't deny it and just asked, are you sure? Actually, I will. You can do it with your hands. What's the difference, Mr. Stark? Gwen smiled bitterly, and then her eyes gradually became firmer. I have to do this, I can't let Peter get hurt because of me. Peter is the right person. Warm reverse scale. The existence of the Electro is always a threat to Peter, and Gwen cannot possibly let the Electro be like the Green Goblin once again. She couldn't afford the gamble. Peter is the reason why she becomes Spider-Woman. Without Peter, there would be no Spider-Woman. At this moment, Gwen suddenly thought of Black Superman. I remembered that Black Superman once crushed the Green Goblin on top of the Osborne building. Maybe, he is right. Tolerance to these criminals is to be cruel to innocent people, to his relatives and friends. Gwen didn't know. She only knew that at this moment, she might need to be a black spider. For Peter. She rushed forward, looked at the electric currents flying around, and shouted, Max. The Electro stopped, turned into a human again, and looked at Gwen. Spider-Woman, you abandoned me. Gwen just standing there. No, it's always just you who sings a one-man show, isn't it? Max. Her tone and movement seemed to have changed at this moment. Tony, who was in control of the power grid system in the main control room, looked on with his eyes wide open. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. He didn't know why, but he always felt that the Spider-Woman at this moment was somewhat similar to a guy who pretended to be Batman all day long. Mr. Stark, are you ready? Gwen's voice came from the communicator. No problem, just call me Tony, bang. What? No, it's nothing. Damn it. Tony patted his iron helmet. Just because of the shadow of a certain person, his body subconsciously said the words just now. This made Tony feel a little depressed. The camera returned to the main battlefield. Max was a little excited after hearing Gwen's words. No, why do you think so? It's all those people's fault, they are all ostracizing me. Every time, at the most important moment, I take away what belongs to me. My thing. I just want your eyes to return to me from Peter Parker. You don't deserve it? Gwen suddenly interrupted him and said, Peter is 1,000 times better than you, 10,000 times. Lightning. He was stunned in place. He really didn't expect that the usually gentle and kind Spider-Woman would say such things to him. At this moment, Gwen took the opportunity to shoot out the spider silk and stick it to a circle of electric pillars around it. At the same time, in the communicator. Mr. Stark, start. The next moment, the power output of the power grid reached its peak, and then, everything was connected together along the spider threads. In other words, Gwen was wearing a vibranium suit at the moment that could withstand this current. She grabbed all the spider silk in her two hands, and the electric current also gathered here. Then, following the last silk from the spider silk launcher, it rushed towards the electro-optical man. Teasing me, roaring, yelling, coming a roaring. Gwen grabbed a spider thread attached to Diane Guang's body with one hand and pulled it, watching as Diane Guang's body gradually cracked and disintegrated under the powerful current. She felt that she seemed a little cruel at the moment, but she had to be so. "You are killing me. You once said, you will never give up on me no matter what." In the center of the current, Max felt the heartbreaking pain in his body and soul. At this moment, he finally recognized the reality. "You don't remember me at all." Boom. His body finally turned into a circle of electrical energy and exploded, ejecting Gwen. It seemed that the electric man finally turned into nothingness at this moment. But after Gwen got up, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the spider sense suddenly started buzzing loudly again at this moment. She couldn't help but feel suffocated. I saw the blue current in the air beginning to gather again. The electric man reappeared in front of Gwen, but this time he turned into a thunder giant, with electricity surging throughout his body and becoming more powerful. Tony also rushed back at this time, looking at the thunder giant in front of him, a little stunned. "What's going on?" "I don't know, the electric man is alive again." The spider sense in Gwen's head became louder and louder. Sharp. I saw the thunder giant wave his hand, and a thunder pillar blasted towards the two people, blowing them away. Tony's armor was paralyzed directly due to excessive voltage. He looked confused. Why is it him again? Moreover, the Electro should be dead, why did he suddenly come to life again? In fact, this is still related to Max's spiritual will. From the beginning, he successfully mutated and survived because he heard Gwen's voice and burst out with his will to survive. This time, he was also resurrected because of Gwen, but the difference was that this time it was because of his hatred for Gwen. "Spiderwoman, you liar!" The thunder giant roared and rushed towards Gwen.